and I'm good. And then a few hits later, I'm on yellow. Like
Yep.
I felt like to me it was a bit confusing. I don't need to know how much sharpness my weapon, the entire sharpness bar of my weapon has. I just need to know how much of my color is left, right? I don't know, but maybe I'll get used to it. You know, I appreciate them though trying out new things. So I
Mhm.
mean, the 3D map I think is fantastic, and well, it's just so much information though. So if a monster attacks you and the HP bar wiggles, do you really like? You have to look at the monster. You have to check with charge blade. I have to check my files. I have to check my sharpness if it's good enough. I have to check uh, my HP. Like I mean, I don't know. I have to check so many things. Can you even pay attention to all of these things?
No, not really. But like to me, like the way that it wiggles so much, even to someone that like, is it definitely saved me in that situation because
It did.
this is my first time. Yeah, this is my first time fighting the Dashiguma, obviously, and then I got that really like red, wiggly like health
Oh,
bar,
Rusty,
and
how's it
I was
going?
like, that feels like a warning.
And you
I'm
evaded
not even
away.
gonna. Yeah, I was like, I'm not even gonna bother blocking this. I'm gonna get out of the way, and it actually helped.
Oh, so but wait, you couldn't have seen the wind up animation from the monster. So the monster, going into like pose, so it looks like a massive attack coming in.
No, no, no. I could tell that he was gonna attack, but the wiggle, because it was so like dramatic, I went, this is something that if I block it, I'm probably gonna die from chip damage. So never mind, I'm just gonna roll out of the way. Because even that wiggle like probably like activated a neuron in my brain that was like, this might even be unblockable. Never mind, I'm getting out of the way.
Okay. Wow,
you know?
nice. That it worked for you though. Then that's great.
Yeah. The one
Awesome.
thing I will say, and it ties into that point that you're making, that we're almost getting too much information, is that like I'm personally not a fan at all that we can see now how long debuffs last. I don't like that.
Yeah. Right.
I don't know how you feel about it.
I mean, to be honest, the debuffs were something I never really paid that much attention to either, because sometimes you had like so many above the your HP bar that important things are, for example, if you're blighted. So then you see your stamina bar is blue. For me, that's like a big indicator. Oh, I have to take a null berry or whatever. You're
Yeah.
right. But I mean, these little tiny icons, they never really mattered that much to me in the first place. So I feel like it's probably fine. It's just like a tiny little number next to them. But also, I didn't really pay much attention to that during my playtime.
Yeah, I think I accidentally even I ended up putting on the I'm sure that these like armor, because like this was the same thing in all the betas for World and the demo for Rise. I'm sure all the armor skills are like completely temporary, because I wore the full Balahara set for my gameplay, and I think I accidentally gave myself full stun resistance, so I didn't get to actually record like any of the like debuffs that you can get.
Yeah, let me quickly check that because I already started working on this because I recorded all of the armors and Michi recorded the skills as well. So we're going to show that in a video somewhere, probably after this video goes up. Let me quickly check this because I screenshot all the skills. So you took the Balahara, right? The Balahara armor looks so cool, first of all.
Yeah, that's exactly why I took it. I was like, oh, that looks unbelievable. I'm immediately putting that on.
Yeah.
And then I went to check the Palico armor, and I saw that there was one where he had like Splinter Cell goggles, and that was also the Balahara set. So I was full kitted out, full 100% Balahara gear.
Okay.
And I looked sick.
Right. Yeah, so the Balahara had stun resistance level 1.
Just level 1 for the entire set?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Oh, okay, never
Yeah.
mind. I never got stunned then, and I was getting hit like a lot.
Yeah, it comes with Bombardier level 3, Speed Sharpening level 1, and Stamina Surge level 1, and Master Mounter.
Gotcha. Yeah, no, that was the set bonus, I'm pretty sure. The set bonus was Master Mounter.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Yeah.
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 But yeah, like that. The one thing that I don't like is that it's not that they're giving me too much information visually, where it's like, oh, the screen is messy. Because I personally thought, like, especially the size of the UI and the placement of the UI was very
It was good.
was very graceful. Yeah, I was gonna use the word graceful.
Okay. Yeah.
Because in these games I always like end up hiding like half the UI elements because I don't need them.
Yeah.
I hide the item bar because I just use the radial menu. I hide like the time because I don't need to see what time it is. I hide the name of my hunter because I don't need that either.
Oh, you
like, I
hide
just
that
hide a
too.
bunch. Yeah, yeah. And for this one, I was like, this is actually super nice. I think Sorry,
Speaking
go on.
of which, name of the hunter, there is no name of your hunter anymore. It's gone.
Oh, I didn't even notice that.
Yeah, you have in multiplayer, you have the names of your partners. 3 players are there, but above your HP bar, there's nothing. They removed it.
Interesting.
So
okay.
I believe there will probably not be an option to even turn it on, because in this version, I feel like most likely they had all of the UI elements turned on.
Yeah, no, very likely, because I don't think they even let me go into the settings. I don't know if you managed, but like I always play with damage numbers off, because I started with Freedom 2, and back then it didn't have it, and I just liked like knowing from the reaction of the monster, from the way like that the hit felt, like, oh, I know for a fact that hit for a ton of damage.
Yeah.
Also, semi-related, did you see that they announced that blood is a toggle? I love that.
Blood is a toggle?
Yeah, you can toggle on blood in this game.
Oh, great. Was it on for us?
No, not at all. Definitely not. But I seen clips with blood on, and when you go into Savage Axe on the Charge Blade, it looks really cool.
Oh, that's amazing.
I'm not gonna lie, it looks really, really cool.
I would have loved to know that earlier. I would have turned it on then. That's cool. Okay.
If I can find a clip of it, I'll send it to you like after we're done recording here. But
Sure.
yeah, no, that's a thing. That's back. I'm super glad, because it always felt really weird in World when you'd hit something and then they just like a bunch of rocks came out of the monster. I always thought that was a little strange.
Yeah.
But no, I'm very glad that it's
Yeah.
back.
The rocks wasn't great, man. The rocks was weird in World. No, but that's fantastic. There's like so much customization and quality of life as well. I mean, with what we talked about already, the auto mode. I saw some people in the comments being very they weren't really too sold on the idea of the automate, like that your sacred is automatically going somewhere if you set a waypoint on the map. But like if you play the game yourself, it's actually, to me, it feels great.
Oh, it's fantastic. It's fantastic.
Because you might want to check, you might want to like sharpen, you might want to check your items, heal up. You might want to write something in the chat or on Discord, or say something to your friends. You might want to open the map and check something. And while you're doing all that, the thing goes there. It doesn't go there at full speed. It's like this normal kind of like slow sprinting speed. But if you press the sprint button, then you can go faster with the sacred. But in this case, it like turns off the auto mode, so you have to maneuver yourself. So it's not like a full automation. And yeah, it's, to me, it felt amazing.
The implementation, I also think, is fantastic, because the way it works as it is now is it'll be faster if you control the sacred yourself. But if you don't want to, you'll be slightly slower. But like you said, you get the quality of life of like, oh, now I can just like do whatever I want. I can kick back, even I can go on my phone, and like you can do whatever. But I think the negative reaction that people had of learning about the auto mode, which I'm not gonna lie, I also had a negative reaction.
Yeah.
Is I think we're all collectively scarred, and I think you know what I'm gonna say, from the tail riders from Monster Hunter Iceborne, which were just awful. I hated them. They were terrible.
No.
Like, you get on the dog, he sniffs a bit, he walks forward a bit, and then he goes, stops again, goes, I know where the monster is, and then he goes. And I tested it. It was genuinely faster to just walk there.
Yes.
It was so bad. And that's what I thought it was going to be like. Oh, you have to switch between manual or automatic, and it's going to be clunky. He's going to have to stop and go. I have to sniff the scout flies first. But no, it's completely seamless.
Yeah.
Like I would get on the sacred, jump off the village like a little perch, get on the map, and I'd be like driving it around, testing it. I'd be like, oh, cool. And then I'd be like, okay, I need to find my large dunk pod. While I was finding it, I didn't even realize it, but I just let go of the left stick, and he just kept going. There was no like clunky transitional phase. He just kept following the scout flies and like turning left or right as needed while I was focusing on doing the thing that I needed to do before the fight started. And honestly, the fact that it did slow down a bit when it went into auto mode like helped, because if he had kept going at that same speed, I wouldn't have been like battle ready, you know? It's fantastic. It's
also
completely seamless.
When I was running low on potions after doing a couple quests in a row, I know, like I had the idea of refilling my items, but if you don't want to go back to the base camp, you don't want to fast travel all the way back. What you can do, you can access the pouch on your ride, and you can while you're riding, you can press left on the D-pad as you said before, and you have access to the whole pouch on your ride, and you can fill up your potions, fill up all the items you need. But the thing is, imagine doing this mid-hunt. Like, you have to do this mid-hunt in order you don't want to lose time, right? So imagine you were just standing still. You would get slapped around. You couldn't, it would not be possible. So what happened for me, I opened the pouch on my ride and I refilled my items, and my sacred was like, it was circling the monster in like a normal speed. And I didn't get hit at all during that.
Yeah.
It was amazing.
It happened to me as well. Like I said, it just feels so cinematic, and the implementation is so seamless. With the Sacred, generally, I feel like, in my opinion, there's absolutely nothing to worry about. They absolutely nailed the mount in this game. It feels fantastic. And also, funny you mentioned the supply box. There's a detail that they told me about. I don't know if they told you or if you caught it on video, but as the quest goes on, the longer you're out in the map, the supply box it's called a supply pouch now, that the Sacred has, will be refilled over time. And the way that works is Alma the handler will refill it with items. And what Jono told me is that in the background, Alma will just show up on her Sacred, go to your Sacred's pouch, and then refill it with stuff and then leave.
While
and this
you're
will just
off
happen
the mount,
yes. Yeah, while you're off the mount and fighting the monster, she'll try to find an opening where it's safe for her to come and refill your stuff.
Right.
And I was like, wait, really? And then while I was going over my footage, you can see her in the background of me fighting a Dashiguma, circling the fight and waiting for an opening. And the moment I used a large dunk pod to clear the herd, while everybody was stunned and recoiling, then she came in and went to my Sacred and refilled my stuff and then left.
Okay.
It's so cool. You think something like that, oh yeah, the pouch just refills magically because it's a video game. You'd think they wouldn't go the extra mile of also contextualizing it within the game's world. And I just think that's so cool.
No, that's amazing. Yeah, they implemented so many new ideas in Rise, and then they improved now. The mount, the NPCs, they can now join a hunt with you.
Yep.
That's crazy.
And I love the way it's implemented as well, where you don't necessarily call the NPC hunters. You shoot out an SOS, and if nobody shows up, then you just get NPC hunters. But the game will always prioritize actual real players.
Okay, I see. Yeah. Well, I'm mostly a solo player. I like if it's clean. I don't like... I mean, I like multiplayer speedruns, but we usually try to make it look clean. But, yeah, I really love playing solo. That's
It's the same for me, man. Whenever a new Monster Hunter game comes out, I make 2 characters. One to play with my friends and one to play with myself, because I want to learn the moveset and whatever, because it is... And I know that you're probably going to have the same feeling because, speedrunner and speedrunning history.
I wouldn't say the moves... Well, you mean the moveset of the monster or the weapon?
Both, really. Honestly, both.
Yeah.
Because for me, it's it drives me crazy when I'm about to do a really crazy hit and I know exactly where the monster is going to go, and then I'm in multiplayer or just by Palico even, and then the monster just completely does a 180 and just I'm actually going to target this guy, and I'm just I hate multiplayer. Exactly. I hate it. Exactly. Yeah. So for me, I much prefer playing solo overall.
Yeah. No, yeah. So the last new feature I want to talk about quickly is the Hunter voice, Palico voice. I think it's great, man. We have seen a little bit of the story. We weren't allowed to record it.
Yep.
But it just makes before it was such a hollow kind of personality that you were maneuvering. Now you have something. It gives more personality. It makes your hunter seem more intelligent. Before it just seemed like your hunter wasn't smart enough to speak. I really like it for the story. It's great.
Yeah. No, exactly. I completely agree with what you said. It just seemed like your hunter was the errand boy. But now, because your hunter has a personality and a voice, it gives him a lot more agency, and it gives him straight up Hunter, true. Go do this, and then you just nod and then leave. But now, dude, again, I can't talk about what we saw, but man, some of the stuff my hunter was doing, I was all right, that's pretty cool. You sold me on the voice immediately.
Yeah, and it
I
wasn't at
mean-
all annoying during the gameplay or anything like that.
Nope, not at all. Like, in fact, like, it is also nice that they announced that. I'm not sure if it is all of them, but it is nice that they announced that cutscenes are skippable now.
Mm-hmm.
But the effort that they're putting into the game's presentation and the fact, like, I was genuinely like, we only got to play. I think the quest we weren't allowed to record was like an hour or so. At least it was pretty long for me. I don't know how it was for you.
It was for me half an hour with the story, and then later on half an hour of recording. But I did that I think like a second time or something, so I did a little bit
Right.
longer than that. But yeah,
It lasted like a while, and then there was one more thing. So I wanted to ask as well. So did you notice like what happened when that initial story bit was done?
I'm not sure.
So the game does this like this personality test to make sure to like ask you and figure out like what
Oh,
sort
yeah.
of weapon you want.
Of course.
And I loved that,
Yeah.
dude. I absolutely love that, because the thing I always say to people trying out these games is that the moment you start it, don't just immediately jump into a quest, because there's 14 different weapons.
Yeah, it's so
and-
overwhelming, man.
And none of them play the same. Genuinely, like, they're all completely different. So just because you don't like one doesn't mean you're gonna like not like all of them. And the game does exactly what I was saying that you should do, but now it's just in the game.
It's
The
great.
game starts the moment you get control. The first thing you do is you pick a weapon, and then you can do the optional personality test for the game to figure out like what weapon best suits you. And then the moment you pick your weapon, the handler goes, "Go hit that barrel and tell me if you're happy." And it's brilliant. I
Yeah.
love that.
Yeah, that's
It's
great.
so good. Instead of like starting, because for example, I feel like Rise did like a huge mistake with just giving you a long sword right off the rip, because so many of my friends that started with Rise, they would say like, yeah, the game's great. It's really annoying that they force you to use the longsword for the first couple quests. And I'm just like, they don't. You just don't know that you can change it.
Yeah, it's so
You know?
yeah, that's so much better now.
Much
Man.
better.
Oh, longsword. I'm getting into this weapon, right? So let me explain. Two days before Gamescom, I did not know which buttons to press to do a Hellbreaker. I did not know which buttons to do a foresight slash.
Was it not the same?
Well, Handbreaker is R2 and triangle. Foresight
Right.
slash is R2 and circle, and then special sheath is R2 and X. And I did not
Correct.
know any of these three. And I had the stupid idea that it could be a good idea to use longsword as my secondary weapon on the live stream.
Ooh.
Yeah, it was not a good idea. The gameplay was awful. Thankfully, my CB gameplay was pretty good later on, especially was pretty decent. But yeah, so I just want to get that out there to anyone who thinks like I'm a noob with longsword. I am a noob with longsword.
Yeah, I just want to confirm that's true.
Yeah, exactly. So now you guys know why. But let's see. Maybe I'll get better. I want to get into that. Like, I just don't want to. I main Charge Blade Sin's World kinda. I don't wanna. I wanna kind of switch it up a bit, right?
Yeah, that's the thing I was telling Jono. Every time a new game of these comes out, I'm always like, yeah, this time I'm gonna switch mains. I'm not just gonna do true and tested greatsword. I'm gonna mix it up. But the thing is, and it drives me crazy, every time one of these games comes out, they take all the weapons and just make them better. They make them cooler.
Yeah.
They fix a bunch of stuff,
True.
and I'm just like, I kind of want to see what greatsword is like now. I kind of want to see what the new improvements are, and it's just like,
Yeah.
I gotta keep playing. I gotta keep playing greatsword now.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to seeing Greatsword speedruns. Same for Charge Blade. Charge Blade is like actually so many new cool things. It's amazing. I'm gonna make a dedicated video about it, so I don't think we have to talk too much about this here. But yeah, it was really cool. I mean, I really want to talk about Gamescom with you too a little bit about the whole event, how it was for you. I think it was really great. You know what I love most? Like, we saw Ryozo, Kaname Fujioka, and Tokuda, and that was amazing. I always wanted to see them since I started making YouTube videos, and it was the first time that I saw them in person. And what's the coolest thing about seeing them? So obviously they didn't know who I was, right? But then because I really wanted to know, and I showed them the size comparison, because that's currently the video that we're kind of like really, Michi and I are really proud about, at least. of making this, and we showed it to I showed it to him, to Ryoza. I wanted to know if he knew it, and he actually did. Like he had no clue who I was, and I showed him the video. He was like, oh, and then he was like, and they showed them around, and even Tokuda said he's seen some of our videos and he really likes the combination of speed runs and like more informative or like special videos that we do. That's so cool, man. That was really nice.
That is super cool. Like it is. The thing is, we, like me and you, I guess, we're supposed to have met them in if you remember the 2020 like the Monster Hunter speedrunning event in Boston.
Absolutely, the Monster Hunter Festa 2020.
Yeah, that in America, and they ended up not being able to go, which was so sad. So like now finally getting to meet them was just so cool.
You met them too?
Yeah. Like we
nice.
like because they were also in the Capcom booth. They were like just chilling in the cafe.
Yeah.
As well.
Yeah.
And I also ended up meeting because I never met them before. I met Paradise and 269.
Oh, I missed them, bro. I missed them.
Yeah, no, that's the thing. We were all looking for you like after your stream, and I was talking to them, and that was my first time meeting them. So I go up to them, I was like, hey, like just by chance, are you guys like the Arix team? And they're like, yeah. And I'm like, oh, hey, what's up? I'm Puckdog. And they didn't know who I am by name. And then I just went, oh, you might know this, then I'm the guy that made How to Monster Hunter. And then they both went, you're that guy. And I'm like, yeah, what's going on? Then we like just chatted. They were super, super nice guys. We obviously like talked about, like what we think of Wilds, etc. And then we were both just like, I'm just here looking for Chris. And I was like, me too. Like, I don't know where he went. Like the moment the stream ended, he just like dropped a smoke bomb and vanished. And I have no idea where he is.
Fuck
on my end. Yeah, like the moment your stream ended, because like the whole time I knew you were there, but I had so much like stuff to do, man. Like
that's so weird.
I was only there. Oh no, sorry.
I mean, I'm sorry, but after the stream, I was literally chilling next to the stage for like 15 minutes. There were a few guys there that wanted to say hi, and then I waited for a little bit longer. Was looking left and right. Nobody else really seemed to want to say hi anymore, and I was like, okay, I guess that was it. So let's go, I guess. So man, you wanting to surprise me was like it backfired big time.
Yeah, because what I think happened was, because I was in queue after our recording session, Jono hooked me and a friend up with fast passes for the booth, and I was waiting. My friend was waiting as well, and I kept looking behind me to make sure, like, is Chris done yet? Like, because like I don't care about playing the game again. I've already got my recording. I'm happy. So like if I have to like give up my fast pass, I'm down. And then you were done streaming, and I was telling my friend like, okay, he just got done streaming. I gotta go. If the lady at the queue asked like where I went, just sound like he vanished. I don't know. It doesn't matter. But I gotta go look for Chris. And then I went, and then at that point I saw that you guys like went like behind where the mics were. There was like some black doors. You guys went like inside that big like stage, and then I went behind that stage to where like the bathrooms were, and you weren't there. So I think what happened was, while I was looking for you behind that building, you were probably outside the stage like looking around seeing if anybody was looking for you.
It was so,
I think it was just like horrific timing, because on my end I knew you were going to be at Gamescom. I had already like seen you guys like stream and stuff, and I was thinking like, dude, I haven't seen this guy in like 4 years. I'm not going to tell him I'm coming. I'm just going to surprise him because I want to see his face. Like I want to see if he even recognizes me. Because like I was a little baby 4 years ago, and then it was just, I was talking to 269, I was talking to Paradise, and I was like, can I ask you guys a huge favor? Can you guys message Chris and tell him to come to like the public stage, because you guys want to see him. Don't mention me at all. And that's why, I'm pretty sure you saw it by now, but that's why they messaged you, because that was me being like, get him to come here because my bus is in 30 minutes.
Oh my god, that's crazy. No, I was like, oh, they're so nice at 26 is messaging me. They wanted to meet me. I was like, I was so happy about it, because there was a bunch of creators that I missed, and like not many. Like I cannot recall messaging with many of the other creators, but they reached out and said, hey Chris, let's meet up. So I was like so happy. But you were the one who
orchestrating it. Yeah.
Yeah, nice. Well, anyways, we'll get a chance soon.
Sadly.
Guys, like Punkdog, I don't know if you guys remember, in 2020, there was this Monster Hunter World USA Championship. And I had the huge honor to be invited to commentate alongside Herney. Yep. And it was a great event. It was really fun. And yeah, this is where Punkdog and I met for the first time. That was fun times, man.
Yeah.
Just before COVID,
Very,
right? That was
fun.
literally February 2020, and like 2 weeks later, they canceled all the flights.
Yep, that was why Ryozo and I think who directed Iceborne, because it was going to be Ryozo and the director of Iceborne coming as well. But yeah, they were supposed to both be. Oh, sorry.
The director is the Tokuda.
Yeah, they were supposed to both come to watch the Festa because that was going to be the first one in the U.S. ever, and then they couldn't come because of COVID, and it just sucks. Like they canceled last minute, and then like I feel like I'm speculating here. I'm not 100% sure, but I feel like that also kind of threw like away all plans of doing more of these in the future because that was supposed to be the first U.S. one, and then they were going to do more in the future. But I feel like there hasn't been one in the U.S. since then, right?
No, it was the
Yeah,
only
not
one.
the-
But yeah, that was because when Sunbreak came out, it was still kinda in the end phase of COVID, and I feel like now I do think there will be a new one with Wilds though.
I hope so because that was so fun, man. Like the stage, getting the pictures, like the
Yeah.
entire presentation of the event. And then also, I would like to also mention this. Shout out to the open bar. That was pretty cool. Not gonna complain.
In the
about
B2B
what that
area, you
was.
mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where like I just went up because I was like, "Yo, Chris, let me get you a drink, whatever." And then I was getting my card, and then they went, "No, that won't be necessary." I went, "Huh?" I went, "Oh, it's an open bar, sir." And I just turned around to you and I went, "We're good. Let's get out of here."
Yeah, let me explain for the viewers because I think most don't know there was like this main stage, right, where everyone was queuing to play the game and where the big show was, the entertainment area, and then there was a separate area in a totally different hall at Gamescom, like really far away, where there was like kind of like a business area where you could only get in with a certain creator or media
Yep.
press pass for Gamescom. And within that area, this is more like to, make business connections with other companies and brands. There, Capcom had another private area where you could only get in if you had an appointment with them or if you're a creator that they know, stuff like that. And they had amazing catering. It was so delicious. The croissants they had for the breakfast on one day, oh my god, they were so much better than the ones in the hotel that we had before we came there. And they were so nice. Like they
They were great.
they asked you what you wanted, and it felt really nice.
That was the one sad part about Gamescom. Well, it wasn't really sad, but it was just like a little bit inconvenient for me because Capcom like also sent me like the invite to like, hey, come record to the thing for an hour and a half. But I had already planned to go there with two of my friends, and they weren't like in touch with Capcom at all. So I was really worried, like, oh god, am I gonna have to like ditch them for an hour and a half and they just kind of do nothing? But we managed to get into the trade area with both of them, and then when we got to
Nice.
the Capcom area, I was asking like, hey, I know that they obviously can't play, but is it cool if they like, if they stay inside and just like watch and whatever? And then Jono was like asking PR people, and they were like, no, I'm sorry, that's not going to be possible. And I was like, guys, I'm so sorry, you're going to have to wait like an hour and a half for me to be done with this. And I'm like, hey, it's not a problem at all. And I figured they were just being nice, but then afterwards they were telling me, dude, don't even worry about it. We just chilled in the cafe for an hour and a half, and it was amazing. I have no
really?
complaints whatsoever. Yeah, no, they
Nice.
loved like that. Like they can absolutely vouch for the catering and service that they had. Like they said it was unbelievable.
Yeah, no, everyone was really nice at the Capcom stuff, and yeah, it's just like I'm not like a person that really loves these big crowds of people. I'm really not that type of person. So for me, day 2 was really getting like it was a lot for me. So
Yeah.
I was like really happy that it was great, but I was also happy that it was done after day 2 and I could go and like into a more peaceful, more calm environment.
Yeah, it was packed, man. Like the fact that the Monster Hunter queue alone, you'd have to wait 10 hours to get to play it for 30 minutes. To me, that's unbelievable. Like
Crazy.
from a POV of like, 10 hours, that's your entire day.
Yeah.
Like being so dedicated that you want to sit for 10 hours to like play this game for 30 minutes is crazy. But then also from a POV of like, I've been playing these games since Freedom 2. Hearing that like, oh yeah, Monster Hunter Wilds was the most popular game at Gamescom and they had to cut off the queue because it was clogging the hall. To me, that's nuts.
Yeah, but also Capcom, they must have spent so much money on marketing and advertisement. Like they were
Yeah.
everywhere. Like you see the big posters in the big hallways of Gamescom. Monster Hunter Wilds, come to our booth. There were people running around with like they had the advertisement of Monster Hunter Wild on their back. They were carrying.
Oh, I didn't see that.
I don't even know what that was. It looked like a charging station for electrical cars, but it had Monster Hunter on them. I mean, I don't know what that was. They were running around with that. The stage was massive. It was like in the middle of that really big entertainment hall, right? And you could see right in the middle of this entire hall. It was huge. Man, I think there was someone bigger. I think Microsoft was bigger, because they own so many studios and stuff like that.
Oh yeah, they had like Diablo and Doom. And
They have Blizzard.
World
They
of
own that
Warcraft,
too,
yeah.
right? So
Yeah.
I need
a
to
lot.
find a
But
better image
Capcom
generator.
must have been second biggest or something like that.
This
It
one's
was
not
crazy.
so bad.
That is one of my regrets.
I might save
I
this
totally
one.
forgot to ask Jono.
I can probably, like,
I
make
don't know how
something
big
better,
into
though.
Street Fighter 6 you are, but I really wanted to try Terry because that's like the newest character in the game, and I was seeing it next to the Monster Hunter setups at like the recording booth, and I was like, oh. Can I also do that? That'd be sick. But I completely forgot. Like that was
Okay.
like two of the things that I totally forgot to ask. Like one, it was that, and then the other one was like, dude, you gotta tell me how multiplayer is gonna work because I'm just
Maybe
looking
get
at
rid
this
of
because like, not
tiling.
even from like well obviously you invite your friends and then you just play, but from a technical aspect of like is one big thing I'm asking myself is like
Let's get rid of alpha map
because you know
as
how like if you're
as
sitting in a
well.
lobby in the village
Let's
with
get
your
type in
friends.
texture
You
map.
can go on an expedition to the ancient forest, and your friend can go on an expedition to the ancient forest too. You're not going to necessarily be in the same map, like it's going to be instanced to both of you.
I wonder where
like,
it's pulling
separate.
stuff from this,
But
like this.
if the village is seamless,
Wonder
then
where
like,
it's getting that
could there be
from.
a scenario where I'm hitting a monster and doing a quest in the Windward Plains, and then my friend is also doing a different monster in the Windward Plains? Can we like interact and see each other? Can we affect each other's hunts? Like that's the main thing that I'm like thinking about, and I have no idea.
Oh, of course, right? Maybe it's like what are the Guiding Lands? Maybe in a way like that, where you just party up, and then the only difference is that in the Guiding Lands you accept the quest in
Okay,
the,
well, let's just
like next to the
try
tent, right in the base camp there, and here
ones
the
we have
quests
right now.
automatically start when you start hunting a monster for a little bit. The game notices, okay, you want to stick to that,
Yep.
and they start the quest for you. I mean, it's a good question though. If you can have, for example, maybe what you want to ask, or what I understood is if you can, if your friend and you can do two quests, different quests at the same time, right?
Yeah, exactly. And then my other question is, because when you're in the Guiding Lands with your friends, the difficulty scaling automatically goes up because it assumes you're all going to be fighting the same stuff. But
Yeah.
if now in Wilds, I'm fighting, let's say, a Dashiguma, my friend goes to start a fight with a Chotacabra. If it's like instanced with everybody that's in the lobby, does that mean we're both fighting monsters that are scaled for
Like,
4
it
people?
might not be very good.
I don't know.
That's a good
I have no
question.
idea.
Maybe
That's
they
why I'm
make it
wondering
so
much like
maybe-
the
maybe-
technical side.
Maybe they make it so. I mean, I'm sure they have a solution somehow on the
Oh,
technical side, but
definitely, yeah.
probably if you're like close in the radius of the monster, maybe then it scales up or something.
I have
And
no idea.
If you're far away hunting something else, it just scales down.
Yeah, that was like all the stuff I needed to ask, but I totally forgot. But like, they definitely have something figured out. I'm just like incredibly curious. I'm also like extremely curious
It's
for
not so
the
bad.
release date.
Although I
please.
would have to, like-
I'd love a release date
Yeah.
for no
Yeah.
reason. Oh,
I'd have to adjust things.
Yeah, but I wouldn't be too surprised if we can maybe exploit some of the things in the game at the end, because there's a lot of new stuff. For example, imagine like you go in with a light bowgun and you sleep the thing, then you drop out, you go away, and then the greatsword player charges on the thing with, and then it scales down to single player HP, right? So you deal
Oh
more
my
damage,
God,
I guess.
that'd be so. I'm so excited to see like the weird exploits people can think of.
Yeah.
Because I always love seeing that stuff. Like funny we mentioned the Boston event, but because I remember one team of 2 had like this crazy setup. I think everybody was fighting a Namiel, and everybody and both of them had like this crazy setup where like they can just keep hitting them into the wall over and over and over. There was no limit for some reason. They could just keep doing wall bangs infinitely, and I was like, "How are you doing that? How does that work?"
Yeah, there was an
Like,
exploit
I'm
with
very
Namiel.
excited.
We also made a video on this.
Oh,
yeah.
It was Namiel only.
I think it was Namiel specifically, yeah.
Oh wow.
In the Coral Highlands, there was also an exploit that you could do, and then there were different exploits. One exploit, it was just running against the wall all the time, and you could just keep slashing and hacking. And the other one, God, I don't remember anymore. It was a long time ago, but they were.
Yeah.
Namielle was kind of buggy.
I kind of hope she comes back. I'm not gonna lie. I really like Namielle.
Man, I hope for the Leviathans, because when we see we see the Balahara, so that shows that Leviathans are now possible in the game.
Yep.
So that means Lagiacrus could return, Agnactor could return. I'm dying to see the other maps more. I mean, we've seen a glimpse of the forest in the new trailer, but I really want to see gameplay and everything, like how this looks like.
What I need to be is a better prompt
but we've seen so
engineer.
much of the desert at this point. Like, bro, I want to see.
I need to be a better prompt engineer, man.
Seriously.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I feel you. What I was saying though, and this is my like opinion on the marketing strategy, because I'm the opposite of you right now. I love that we've only seen the desert, because I want to have as many surprises as possible when the game comes out. So what I was telling a friend of mine was, I want way less monster reveals. I love that so far we only know like what, 5? I think it's only been 5, right? Because it's the 3 from the deserts, the apex, and the spider. If I'm not mistaken. Yeah. And I want them to just keep it super slow, and I want the game to actually like surprise me, because I don't want to have to do the thing where I just avoid the trailers, because at the end of the day it's not going to work. I'm eventually, even if I avoid the trailer, I'm eventually going to see that information through social media or through messages, or
do you know the ratio of how many, because I know, do you know the ratio of how many monsters in the past were revealed and how many were in the game?
I think for Sunbreak, for example, it was literally all of them. They revealed like literally all of them before the game came out. That's the last one I remember.
They usually reveal all of them except the final boss, and usually one surprise monster. The surprise monster was Basilgeuse in World, for example.
I remember, yeah.
I don't remember for Sunbreak what it was anymore. I think there was one though. Oh yeah, right. Wasn't it? No. Even the Frontier monster got what's it called?
Espinas.
Espinas was revealed. Even that one, right? So.
I don't remember either. Also for World, I mean, I guess this doesn't count because it's not a new monster, but Pink Rathian and Azure Rathalos were also surprises, if I remember correctly.
Oh, could have been.
You know what? You're right. Bad artist names and tools. Yeah, exactly.
I've already seen some comments.
I'm not a bad artist. I'm not going to blame the tool. I'm just a bad prompt engineer.
Put spoilers in your videos. So maybe it's a good moment here to
if only I knew how to use AI better.
So usually what we do, we just stick to what Capcom does. If Capcom decides to drop a trailer on Tigrex, then we don't have a problem afterwards to put Tigrex in the thumbnail and
have you heard about how Hasbro's like CEO is like, yeah, you know what, we need to use AI more.
Capcom reveal the monster.
Yeah.
So everything final boss, everything that they don't reveal, we're not going to spoil for you. And with the final
we'll see
boss,
how that
we
goes.
always write final boss on the video, and we.
I mean, right now I'm not
somehow. So that's what you.
I'm not using like AI for like full characters or anything. I'm just using them for like detail maps here and there, which I think is like an ethical way of doing it. But yeah, who knows? Who knows where the lawsuits are going? But I will be recording everything just so I know what to omit in case like AI generation does become like illegal or whatever like that.
You can expect from our videos at least. Everything revealed by Capcom will be could be in the thumbnail, could be in the title. Not everything will be, but could be. Yeah. I guess that's fair.
I definitely want them to focus more on, if you're gonna have like a ton of trailers, because like usually it's like one every couple months or something. If you're gonna have a ton of trailers, I want you to focus more on like, here's this new mechanic that we're also doing, this new stuff that we're introducing. I love trailers that focus on new mechanics. But like monster reveals, let's keep it on the DL, because that's the stuff that, because like the mechanic stuff will sell me on the game more. The monster reveals will make me, definitely, because the monster reveals will make me go, that's cool, but I wish I had been surprised while I was playing the game.
Yeah, I know what you mean, but I think monsters also sell the game big time.
Oh no, definitely. No, this is just like from my perspective.
And you know, Capcom has insane expectations to Wilds. They believe the game is gonna outsell World. So
I fully believe that too.
yeah, they're gonna try to, you know, advertise the game as much as they can. We'll see. I think it's a pretty good chance that it's gonna be similar to how they've done it in the past, and you'll just have to. I mean, it's hard. You're probably gonna get spoiled anyways.
Yeah. Like for me, I fully believe it's gonna outsell World, for like a lot of reasons. One, like with the announcement of like this like cool like stuff like crossplay and the fact that
Yeah.
it's like simultaneous release, so that like nobody is missing out.
Yeah.
Because there were cases where like I had friends that really wanted to play it, but they only had a PC, and then their other friends like got it on like consoles because consoles came out like 6 months earlier, and then by the time it came out on PC, they were like, I'm kind of like, I don't really care anymore. So a lot of people missed out because of like that staggered release. And now
That's
with- oh, sorry.
fair.
Mhm.
I mean, that's fair, but
And then for,
also
like,
I feel like
the
the
cloth
PC
here,
release
well,
at a later date
I actually have
helped the
cloth
game
alphas,
kind
like
of
human-made
stay more
ones.
relevant for a longer period of time.
Oh,
Whereas
definitely.
most games die
So
down really
let's just use,
fast, and then
like,
everyone's spamming like dead game, dead game. But like World had such a strong year.
we'll use some JRO.
Like even in 2019, it was still
I have a
ongoing, and then
noisemaker
in
for something.
2020, after Iceborne release, it was still going really well
Oh, that's
because in
when
2020, I
felt
believe the PC version
but
of Iceborne
then-
launched.
Yeah, it was. I'm pretty sure
EG.
January 2020.
Yeah,
If I'm
and
And
they
the alpha to
completely
something else.
bumped up the numbers like crazy again. And everyone was playing,
Yeah.
everyone was active, so it just makes the game
Wait,
stay
what?
alive for longer. So that's like I
Did
guess
it
a good
not
thing. But
get copied
you're
over?
definitely right. A
Uh-oh.
lot of people miss out
Whoopsies.
if PC releases too far in the
Uh-oh.
past. I guess
Yeah.
There's nothing in these
Horizon Zero
folders.
Dawn,
Fuck.
that stuff. I think that game released
Google
not too long ago
Drive.
on PC. Nobody really talked about it at all.
Yeah, not really, because
I
like, the
recently
stag-
got like a new external hard drive, and some stuff has been having. I've been having problems like copying some stuff over. It's a bit of a pain in the ass. How come there's nothing in the cloth alphas? Oh my god, okay. We move these without deleting them to cloth alpha pack. This is so fucking annoying. Move to trash, why? Why is it moved to trash? I don't want to move to trash. The fuck? Oh my god. Okay, well, I'm gonna fix this off stream just because it'll take a little while. I'm just gonna grab the texture that I need and then download that. Hopefully it doesn't destroy the stream by doing so. I have some JRO cloth alphas that could work well here. This one could be nice. Download that. Okay. Although some of this should probably be done. This is probably something I should do in Substance Painter, honestly. Like for the cloth. For the metal, I can probably do it in 3D though. But yeah, this will definitely be like Substance Painter stuff. So let's just ignore that for now.
Releases, there's a big factor, which is people that feel like, oh, they missed out on the big waves, and now it's like, oh, it's out on PC, like
Oh
whatever.
no, not Zero Dawn, Forbidden West. I mean the new one.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I mean that one just also had a very unfortunate release of coming out, like I think it was the same day Dragon's Dogma 2 came out, and that one instead like took over the entire like conversation about like new releases.
Yeah.
But with Monster Hunter, I at least from my experience of friends like that I just know that don't play Monster Hunter, or they know of Monster Hunter and they just haven't played it, because now there's a big resurgence on people picking up Rise and World again because they're seeing all these trailers and they're just like, damn, I want to get back into Monster Hunter. There's like the outer friends who aren't really into these games or haven't tried them, watching us play, and they're like, oh, I've never actually seen proper gameplay of these. This looks cool. I'm just gonna wait for Wilds.
Yeah.
So there's a big like portion of players that never really hit the wave, didn't really like care that much, but now they're seeing all these people like get on the hype train, but they don't want to play. I don't want to play this game that's like World is like what, 6 years old. Like they go, I don't want to play a game that's 6 years old, and I don't want to play a Switch port. So I'm just gonna wait for like the new one, because that one even has crossplay. So even if you get it on like any other platform, I'll be able to play with you regardless.
Yeah.
So like I genuinely think that Wild is gonna do crazy
yeah,
big
it will.
numbers.
It will do really well, man. We gotta play together.
Oh
sometime.
yeah, oh yeah. But once we gotta play together, and at least then we'll know how the multiplayer works. I'm dying to know, man.
Yeah.
I'm so curious. Cause I'm so excited for that game. I didn't get to play. Did you get to play the multiplayer setups that they had at Gamescom?
I did get to play multiplayer as well. Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't, because I noticed the public booths for the multiplayer setups, they were only in German. So I was like, I don't speak any German. And funny,
Yeah.
I mentioned that so earlier when I mentioned that like my friend and I got fast passes, but I ended up leaving to try and find you.
Yeah.
My friend ended up staying, and then one of the Capcom like people went up to him and they were like, "Oh, do you speak German, or do you need English?" And he was like, "Oh no, I can do the German setup. That's fine. I don't care. Like if it's faster, I'll do the German setup."
Yeah.
And he hated it.
Oh,
he
really?
had such a horrible time because he didn't think that like the German would be that
Oh,
much of like a
save
handicap
it.
for him.
Oh wow.
But he was playing, and he was like telling me afterwards, like, I had no idea how to shoot the slinger. I had no idea
Unwrap
how to,
this.
like,
Might be a
do
little
all
bit
the
too
moves.
high poly
And
to
I think
unwrap.
all of it, like literally all of it was in German, because he was thinking like maybe I can go in the settings and change it to English, but no. So he had to play the whole thing in German, and then and then just to top it all off, his setup crashed. So he just went, I think I'm done. I think he turned one to Capcom and went like, I think I'm leaving. But thank you.
Oh no, that's unfortunate.
He had such a terrible time.
Oh god. Well, yeah, that's the thing with Gamescom. Sometimes I wish they just did everything in English because, I mean, honestly, everyone understands English at this point, especially in Germany. But yeah, it's just
No,
how it
yeah,
is.
but like at the end of the day, like it's not like it wasn't. Oh my god, I just hit my mic. At the end of the day, it wasn't that big of a deal. He still got like to play it. It was just like, and he did also say that he didn't mind that it was in German, so it was kind of his own fault. But yeah, no,
Yeah.
it was just unfortunate because the proportion of German setups to English setups, it was like a ton, like just tons of German setups and
Yeah.
like 4 English setups, and they were
Oh,
all single
wow.
player. Yeah, it was very, very little. That's why he was waiting for a while, even though he had the fast pass.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh well, at least we all got to check it out for a bit. We are very, very fortunate. I really hope the demo comes out
Yeah, this
for
is
all of you
maybe a
guys
little-
to play it
maybe
very
this
soon.
is
or
a
like
bad
a beta
idea.
or something.
Yeah,
Because
exactly.
it definitely feels.
Maybe a
I mean,
bad
hey, again,
idea.
I'm not a dev. I didn't work on it, but it definitely feels like. I mean, they had public booths. It definitely feels like public ready at this
Mhm.
point. They probably
Yeah.
just need to iron out some like performance stuff or networking stuff to then like focus
Give it some time.
on that. And yeah,
Yeah.
on the same note of you saying that you're thankful, I felt so incredibly lucky being there. And at one point, like once I'm wrapping up everything, done recording, like I'm talking to Jono, and he was like, "Oh, by the way, Punk Duck, thank you for doing this. This was so cool." And I was like, "No, you don't thank me. I thank you.
Yeah.
This was crazy, man. Like
Yeah.
this, like the fact that like not only did I get to do that, but also that he was just sitting next to me throughout my entire
Yeah.
session, giving me tips, telling me like,
Jono's
oh, yeah,
great, man.
no,
He's
Jono's fantastic,
amazing.
and he was constantly like being like, "Oh, wait, don't go there yet. Definitely do this so you can get footage of this." Like he was helping me like
Oh wow.
get better footage to make sure I was capturing like everything I need.
Man,
like,
now I'm
he was
jealous.
super
I needed that too.
No, he was the best.
Okay.
Genuinely.
Awesome. Cool. All right. Yeah. No, I'm very. I think the beta, whatever it's gonna be called, is coming out this year, for sure. This year. and
Very
then-
likely. Probably like around Christmas when people have like the
Okay, let's
holidays
just
and stuff.
first quit
Like so they can like
ZBrush.
properly enjoy it.
I think
That's me
earlier.
speculating though. Oh, really?
Yeah.
We should have
Oh, wow.
If it's not
unwrapped
coming in
such
September,
a
I think
high
it's coming in October.
poly mesh with no subdiff
Yeah,
levels.
I guess we'll have to see. Yeah, I mean, I'm
The
gonna
game's gonna
like
be
dive in again.
the game's gonna be playable in the U.S. next in a month or so from now, I think, in PAX.
PAX West.
Yeah. So I think once that wraps up, maybe a week or two afterwards is probably a good time for them to do that because it was similar when we went in 2019. I went to Gamescom as well to check out Iceborne there,
Mhm.
and there was like Valkana playable for the first time, if I remember correctly. And then I think a week after that event, they dropped. A week or two, they dropped this playable version that we played at Gamescom. They dropped it for everyone.
Yeah, no, I remember. Yeah, you're right. It was around September.
Mm-hmm. But because of the event, so either they're gonna drop it very soon now, maybe early September even, and then they're gonna have a different playable version at PAX West. But I don't think that's what's gonna be because PAX is so like a totally different market. It's so far away. So I think they might just have the same version playable
Yeah.
there, probably.
I'm not sure. Plus, you also got to consider it's gonna be, from what I can remember, of like the next ones. It's gonna be like now it's Gamescom, that's over, and then it's PAX West, and then they're also gonna have a booth, very
Another
likely
thing I
same
can
build
do
at
since this mesh is
TGS
a bit
Tokyo Game Show, coming up very
complex.
soon. I'm not sure on the dates.
I'm not
but
sure
yeah.
either. Yeah.
Oh well.
Yeah, I'm dying for a beta, man, because like I literally only got to play the greatsword, and like from
Yeah.
the weapon overview videos, I want to try the lance, I want to try the gun lance, I want to try sword and shield.
Yeah,
and
actually,
then-
you
oh
know,
my God. Actually, I want to get your opinion on this because I don't play Insect Glaive at all. How do you feel about the aerial attack not bouncing you back up anymore?
I haven't watched any Insect Life gameplay since the trailer.
Really? Okay,
No.
yeah, because one thing, I think it was footage
okay, we'll try
from
this.
a IGN preview, and the
Uh-huh.
IGN reviewer was an Insect Glaive main. He was immediately like, I will say, I'm a bit scorned. I'm feeling scorned that the Insect Glaive aerial attack, like, you
We'll
know, when
do,
you're in
like,
the air, you hit
we'll do, like,
circle.
one
It doesn't
more
bounce you up anymore. You just land on the ground, even if you hit the
zero
monster.
mesh.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mm. Yeah, well, I have to see. I'm not really sure because I haven't really looked into IG much.
Mm-hmm.
But no, if you say so.
Yeah, I don't know how to feel because I never ever play Insect Glaive. I can never wrap my head around like having to manage the Kinsect and all the buffs. I just want to hit stuff.
Yeah, you just gotta get used to it. Yeah, it
Yeah.
takes a while. Like with almost every weapon.
Yeah.
It's not more complicated than CB or LS or anything like that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think anything's more complicated than CB. That weapon's a nightmare for me.
To me, longsword in wilds is more complicated. You have so
Really?
many options, combo options that you can do, and mobility, and like it's like twice as many options than before.
Oh, wow. That's
It's
good
crazy.
because I always thought it was like almost too simple in the previous games.
I
I'll
felt like
definitely
in
have
World
to
was
check it
already
out.
really good. In the previous games, in the old games, like third gen, to me it was also too simple. But I think in
Yeah.
World it had it was in a pretty good spot. But now, I mean, I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just saying it takes time to get used to it.
Yeah, like it's just super. There's like a skill ceiling or like skill floor that's like higher than you
Yeah.
expected.
Which is probably a good thing. So
No,
we'll just have
definitely,
to see.
yeah.
Yeah.
That's exactly what I'm looking for. I want just every time these games come out, I want the skill ceiling to get
Mhm.
higher and higher, and the skill floor to be lower and lower, so
Yeah.
that people that want to get into the game can get into it super easily.
Yeah.
But people that want to master the game just get new layers and layers and
Exactly.
layers of stuff to learn. I think that's perfect. And already, like with this game, it already feels like they're getting to like that sweet spot.
Yeah.
You
yeah,
know,
yeah,
where
yeah.
like people can pick up the game and it instantly feels good.
Yeah.
And then me as a person who's like has thousands of hours in these games, I can pick up the game, like mess around with the new mechanics and instantly go, oh my God. Even with the Greatsword, which is like has a very simple game plan, very simple control scheme, I could already feel like, oh my God, I can instantly tell I have so many new options and I have no idea where to even start. You know?
Yes. But dude, it's Monster Hunter we're talking about at the end of the day. Like even I felt overwhelmed. Well, with CB it was all right, but everything else I felt overwhelmed. Like how is somebody who never even played Monster Hunter going to feel, especially playing at like an event like Gamescom for 30 minutes only, and then they have to leave.
Ew.
You,
Okay, there we go.
you have no chance to
It's like,
even
why is
get any
yeah,
feel
yeah.
for the game at all.
No, definitely. Like that's why I was surprised because they had told me my recording session would be an hour and a half. So I'm thinking like, oh, okay, the recording section is an hour and a half,
Mm-hmm.
and I can only record the multiplayer demo, and the multiplayer demo is 30 minutes. So I'm gonna get to record the multiplayer demo 3 times and try out
There we
pretty
go.
much all the weapons I'd want to try out, and then I try it once with Greatsword. And then
Oh,
Johnny
Saving
goes,
some
all
time.
right, that's it.
Okay.
I have
And
to
then
sculpt
I
all
go,
that.
all right, do I just run it back then? He goes, no, you leave. And I go, oh, I
Although-
thought it was an hour and a half. And he went, no, the
Yeah.
entire
I'll have to, like,
thing's
mask
an hour
out
and a half.
this
And I
area
went,
and sculpt it myself.
"Oh,
Yeah.
that makes a
Some
lot
areas
more
that
sense
need
because there's a
manual
lot of
sculpting.
people here.
Yeah.
And I was wondering, like, you're going to let me, like, play the game for an hour and a half? That seems like a lot, you know?
Yeah.
But yeah, no, and then it made sense. Like, oh, yeah,
Yeah.
the story quest took a while, too.
I only got to play so much because it's like different bits. I played on the stream for 45 minutes. I played on the stage for half an hour. I played the recording session. Then the recording was corrupted. It didn't work out. I had and one
no.
day I had amazing gameplay, and everyone's gonna believe me, right? It was amazing gameplay, but it wasn't recorded.
Yeah.
It didn't work
the gameplay
out.
goes to a different school. You haven't heard of it. Yeah, but it was super cool, man. You would have loved it. You would have loved my gameplay. Oh,
Yeah,
it's too
exactly.
bad it's gone.
Yeah. So yeah, that's why at the end of the day I could play quite a lot, and that's really really nice. Yeah. Cool.
I'm really glad my gameplay didn't corrupt, man, because I didn't check before I left the booth. Like, but the whole time I was like, I set up everything correctly. Surely it's not corrupted. And then I had that like just very suspenseful moment when I was on the bus back, checking my laptop, like, please God, tell me it's not corrupted. Like on the off chance
Yeah.
that it is, this is gonna be the worst day of my life. But I checked, it's all good. I've already gone over it multiple times, and yeah,
Awesome.
I'm good on that front. Thank
Awesome.
God.
That's good. If not, we could have shared some with you as well. But yeah, cool. Right, we'll play together soon, man. And guys, check out Punk Duck if you don't know him yet. I'm gonna link his most famous Monster Hunter video below, so check him out, please. And yeah, so tune in and stay subscribed because I'm working on the CB video next. That's gonna go up here as soon as possible. So yeah, it's gonna be fun.
Yeah.
Thanks for being here, man. Thanks for coming on the podcast, I guess.
Dude, thanks for having me. This was super fun. Right now when you were saying bye, I was like, first of all, I looked outside my window and it's pitch black. And
Yeah.
I was like, wait, how long have we been? Oh my God, an hour and a half. Okay,
Yeah.
we've definitely gone over the hour mark.
It's fine.
But yeah,
No
man,
problem.
thanks for having me. Like, dude,
Awesome.
I could talk about this game forever. So
Yeah.
whenever you need me, I'm
Yeah.
down.
Well, let's do it some more time in the future. No, of course, of course. Cool.
Man, why is it
Thanks,
that? Let's
guys.
go
Thanks for
copy this
watching.
one here.
See ya.
Bye.
There we go. Let's go get some of the meshes I haven't really worked on up to speed, like the gauntlets, especially. Like the extremities, I really haven't touched at all. Whereas the other bits, they're kind of like I can see where they're going already, but not like the gauntlets. I need to work more on those. Take a short break here. I'm gonna go up and stretches. Be right back. Okay, I'm back. Let's go do one mission of Space Marines. Wake up a bit. I have a bit of coffee here, but can always play a bit just to wake the mind up. Can't press the enter button. It's not letting me press the enter button. Oh, there we go. Hopefully they improve the performance on this game. Kind of logging in is a bit of a trip.
The captain is withholding something.
Acheran will not deceive us, Gadriel.
Then where did Dimitri and Titus serve previously? And why is he back in battle so soon after
These
such
guys keep
grievous
bitching
surgery?
about me.
Sergeant Ventiads,
Lieutenant,
brother, are you recovered?
I am.
The apothecary should run a diagnostic.
I do not have the need nor the time for such a process.
Magos Gallio also expressed his concern. Consider his counsel, if not ours.
if there is any risk of recurrence, it puts the whole squad in jeopardy.
It can wait. I must speak with Captain Acheran.
As you command.
Serve him. With our bodies, our blood, and our searing wrath. Our very life force is a gift from him, and we shall use it to serve him only. For he is the light of mankind. His is the one truth in a galaxy of falsity and horror. Those that defy his will shall be cut down in swathes. There are...
The death of an Archmagos will not be regarded favorably by the machine cult.
The fault is theirs. Their own reports suggested engine failure. Anyway, damn the Archmagos. Lirio and Alterius both lost their lives in that crash.
Our armorers would not have permitted such a fault. But someone is responsible.
Brother, it is a relief to see you on your feet.
Heard you took a turn for the worse.
Such reports were exaggerated.
I am glad to hear it.
Your efforts in delaying the swarm were admirable.
It was a sight to behold, brother.
I must report to Agaran. Excuse me.
The Emperor protects.
The Emperor protects. Does he protect? Or is questioning the Emperor's will considered heresy?
Was that truly the work of the archenemy?
It was not clear to you.
It may have been only a handful of fanatics.
A handful of cultists could not bring down a Thunderhawk.
He is right. The arch-enemy is here.
They chose to reveal their presence. There must have been a reason they wanted Nozick dead.
What in damnation happened down there?
Nozick was assassinated.
The Adeptus Mechanicus report said engine failure.
That's not what I saw.
Sergeant. Traitors.
Chaos.
You're sure?
Chaos.
No mistaking it, sir.
Clear the bridge! Nozick was head of a highly classified project.
Aurora. What is it?
Project Aurora.
And the minions of Chaos learned of its existence.
With Nozick dead, there's only one man capable of continuing the work. Morius Luz.
Aurora
Nozick's
Borealis?
apprentice.
At
He is
this
currently
time of
missing.
year?
His last known location
this
was a
neighborhood?
Mechanicus facility on Avarax. One that is now overrun with
Located
tenants.
directly in your kitchen.
This will get you into the cogitator within the facility. You can access Luz's tracker from there. We are on course to Avarax now. I want you ready the second we enter orbit.
Sir. What was on the ship with Nozick?
What concern is it of yours?
The Mechanicus seemed eager to retrieve it. And yet the enemy left it untouched.
Whatever it is, without Luz, it's useless to us.
Lieutenant, the journey to Avarax will take time. Enough for a brief diagnostic.
Very well, if it will put you at ease.
Mega
Let's
Scalio
interact.
will be in the armory.
Oh. I don't want to do that. Alright, Armory Hall.
Correcting. 4 degrees starboard. On course. Engines to full.
Maintain all specs monitoring. The Tyranids will likely attempt an ambush.
Aye, sir.
Stand down from high alert.
Standing down from high alert. All staff resume normal duties.
Edit squad. Oh, never mind. I thought I can like change their gear. Chirons and Galadriels. Did I say Galadriel? I mean Gadriel. Galadriel is from Lord of the Rings.
How did you know about Aurora?
I saw the name in a mission report, most of which was redacted.
I would have preferred to stay on Kadaku and hunt down the heretics that dishonored our brothers.
We will find them on Avarax.
Unless Luz is already dead.
Whatever those tech priests are working on is still here, in this system. I expect the greatest battle is yet to come.
Ah, this is pretty.
Titus, I heard that you collapsed upon encountering the tainted wreckage. I am concerned.
A mere side effect of the surgery. I am fully recovered.
Sergeant Gadriel, I trust that you will be close at hand should your brother suffer any further episodes.
Yes, Brother Chaplain.
If the arch-enemy is indeed present, Any weakness could grow into a cancer of the soul. Bind yourself to the pages of the Codex, and it will shield you from the glare of heresy.
My faith is without compromise. I will not waver.
You look tired, Merrick.
I have not slept in 2 days. Then who has?
Caleb said he procured a supply of recaf. See if you can scrounge out a cup or two. Tell him I sent you.
Thank you, Athos.
Some coffee.
I will.
Ships extended to 22 hours until further notice.
Magos Gallia.
Additional recap rations will be issued.
I heard of your incident on Kadaku. I am greatly concerned.
It was brief. Likely a result of the surgery.
You suffered catastrophic damage to a number of primary organs at the hand of that Carnifex. While in that state, you underwent radical surgery. Your body was ripped open from head to foot. If some error was made and remains undetected, it could cost you your life.
Brother, we cannot afford another episode like that.
The apothecaries may not have time for a thorough diagnostic, but they've given me their sanction to do so. Now settle in. This will take time.
Oh, cutscene. Man, these ships look so cool.
Titus,
Oh, your ship designs in
biometrics are below
Warhammer
peak,
is so
but well
good.
within the tolerances for combat. I can find no explanation for the symptoms you experienced.
Then I have duties to attend to.
You have the blessings of the Omnisire.
One question. What do you know about Archmagos Nozick's research?
Such knowledge would only grace the peaks of Olympus Mons. I am certainly not privy to the subject of his activities. I only pray there remain records of his discoveries.
Proceed to the launch bay. I like to change my stuff yet. Auto bolt rifle. I don't know if I want that. Marksman. Whoa, I got some new stuff here. Alpha rifle. Stalker. Yeah, let's go do that. That active. And then. Wait, why am I using this gear? Yeah, I want the heavy bolt pistol. Chainsword. Power sword. Ooh. I'm gonna go with the power sword. Versatile melee speed. Interesting. Okay. Appearance? No, I can't change. Okay. Alright.
With inventory.
Good. Let's go. Let's go, my brothers.
Second company, we have reached Avarax 4. Commence immediate deployment.
Time to go.
Get to the chopper. Look at that claw, man. What's that for? Hanger Bay claw. Infiltrate the facility. Find the location of Morai Luz.
This is as close as I can get you. You will need to take the cargo elevator from here. Focus in when you're ready to leave.
Wow.
Understood. My thanks, brother.
So cool. The buildings. Environment design.
The lab is within that spire. There's the cargo
Pretty sick.
elevator. Look at all those spores. That'll be one hell of a fight.
Oh shit.
Shame to miss it. We should be down there with the rest of the company. We will be soon enough.
Forgot how to play already.
Elevator repairs are incomplete. Please conduct holy maintenance.
elevator's inoperative. We must find a way to restore power. Servo Scott, how do we fix the elevator?
Operation without full repair is unwise. You may override safety protocols via the control room at your own risk.
Up there! Looks like the control room. The main entrance is destroyed.
Alright.
I found an alternate route. Plotting now. Check your display.
Target marked. Engage!
Oh, whoa, what's this? Okay.
I concur.
You can hold down T for a... Whoa, what?
Warning. This is an active work area.
Through that door.
Closed.
All this destruction, and not a Tyranid in sight.
They're here. Watching. Tyranids! Give no quarter! Urge them! More Tyranids!
Should I just wait for my armor to regen? It's like way around right there. There we go. Be more mindful of my armor.
Fighting's everywhere but here! What do you call this? These are leftovers. Look at these mindless creatures.
That's what's half the Imperium.
Reloading weapon. Another one dead.
Wow, Power Sword is pretty cool.
Reloading.
Any ammo or loot? Ah, here we go.
Resupplying. Reload.
We'll check what's... if there's anything in here. Multi-Melta. I heard that's really powerful. This is like a heavy
Very
weapon.
good.
It is. Wait, do I still have access to my... Okay, I do.
This will serve
I didn't
me
like
well.
delete my weapon. Yeah, okay.
Grabbing equipment.
Wait, I want the frag grenades.
Munitions secured.
The whole spire is infested. The control room may be out of action.
If the controls are out, we'll find another method.
We will meet victory, one way or another.
A fine gift from the forge.
Motherfucking. Okay. Hold on, I need to snipe this guy here.
Target destroyed. Let us get to work. Watch for their lieutenants.
This guy.
rooftops ahead. Clear the debris and proceed.
There's any ammo over
The
here.
Tyranids will make ruin of the entire city given the chance.
Guardian relic. Anything over here? No. Maybe bolt pistol. Can't wait for ultra wide support. That's gonna be nice. Releases. Ammo crate, sweet. That's what I need.
Restocking.
I don't have heavy ammo though. Any new weapons here? No, they're all the same. Okay. It reminds me of the Elden Ring. Shadow of the Earth Tree.
Have the high ground.
Oh shit.
Then take it from them.
Ow.
Got you.
Motherfucker. Let's go grab this.
They will not get far.
Okay, we gotta get some cover here. And do some counter sniper shit. Oh.
They never learn. Need to reload. A fine gift
Let's go
from the
get some more
forge.
ammo before we go.
Resupplying.
And keep going. Let's go this way. Oh shit, okay.
Vermin stuff. Bridge controls ahead, brother. This will get us to the objective.
Okay. Where do I pick up some more Melta rifle? Or Melta ammo? Here it is. No. Shock grenade. Interesting. We'll try it out. I haven't used these before. What does that sound? The random shit on the ground.
Gears are grinding like an old contraption. It'll take a while.
Games. Uh-oh. What is this?
Tyranids are staging a counterattack. Eliminate them.
Hold until the bridge extends. Alright.
Swapping magazines. Upgrade fine. Munitions secured. This will serve me well.
I can take care of this sniper. Ah, fuck, this thing hit me.
Very good.
Oh, fuck, it's surrounded. Need to take care of these heavies. Heavy bolter on the ground? Where did it come from? Got him.
Another one dead. Resupplying. Restocking. My lord, we may now cross the bridge.
Heavy bolter.
Proceed to the objective.
So it doesn't use like a... Wait, can I grab this and then restock ammo here? No.
Let us get to work.
As well use
A
one of
moment,
these.
brothers.
Take a look around if there's any other healing caches. I looted everything here though. Yeah, let's just go.
Sir, you seem to be at full strength again. Did the apothecaries identify the cause of your collapse? Focus on the mission, Sergeant. As you wish, my lord.
Crack grenades. Anything else over here? No. Level design is peak though, as always. Auto bolt rifle. Okay. Let's be like a here.
The control room is on the other side of that door. This is it. Use the controls to restore power.
Before we do that, let's go look around for loot. Dude, that's pretty gruesome. Nothing.
It worked. Let's get down there. Practical. There's a shortcut across the
Oh
rooftops
god.
to the east.
We're gonna be fighting
Good.
on that thing, aren't we?
Proceed.
Aren't we? I just know it.
What motive do these creatures have to attack this facility? They have no need for the technology. They're like seeds carried by the wind.
Bolt sniper rifle.
Their only motive is to devour and expand.
Bolt sniper rifle, I wonder if... I hear like the sniper rifles kind of suck until you get like the fuse something. Like a lightning gun. So we'll just stick with this stalker until we get the end game sniper rifle. Check over here first. Invisible wall. Look at that, that's like a little tiny tank, that's so cool. Can you go inside? I bet you put like a servitor inside that thing. Like a servitor or some sort of machine. Machine slave. Whoa, what the fuck?
Incoming spores!
Okay.
Cut them down! With pleasure!
Coming spores. Oh, tiny cover. Ah, fuck.
never learn.
Oh, it's not there, okay.
My bolt will silence you! Special tactics ready.
I gotta watch out for the fucking vines. Okay, where are we going? Someone's throwing frickin'. Whoa, fuck. It's an ammo crate, I believe, so just like use up the ammo.
Enemy destroyed.
And
Clear that obstruction. Yes, sir.
it's my heavy bolter. Okay, that wasn't too bad. Heron and Gladwheel.
Swapping magazines.
Lost a bit of health though there. Oh, they regen their health? I didn't know that.
Through that opening.
Anything over here? Oh, look at that. Oh, I can't pick it up. I already have one. Oh, what's this? Oculus Bolt Carbine. Still haven't used that yet. I use it eventually. Whoa. I guess we drop down and... Right? Did you just drop down here? This is where we started. Oh, yeah, the elevator. Or the massive lifting. Oh, fuck.
Care to see who can slay
Ah,
Morosinos for the Chiron? Wish for me to humiliate you again, brother? Oh, I hope your bolter works better than your memories.
Where the fuck did that hit from?
Very good. Too slow.
Okay. Well, let's take a look around because I know there's definitely gonna be a fight on that thing. Take a look around, see if there's any. Jeez, that thing is alive. Disgusting. See if there's anything that we can pick up. Although, like maybe not, because we already explored this place. I'm gonna take a look around first before I start that thing up. Auto bolt rifle, heavy bolt rifle, bolt pistols, ammo cache.
Restocking.
There's a lot of shit everywhere, so. Pack, crack grenades, ammo. Okay, so the ammo cache is there. There's 2 ammo caches in the middle. So I can just like run around this whole thing. And just try not to die.
This platform's very exposed. Expect a bumpy ride. If I'm not mistaken, you've had bad luck with cargo elevators. That was a long time ago. I prefer not to discuss it. At least you made it out alive, which is more than we can say for the orcs. It appears we have their attention.
Oh shit.
And they have ours. Unfortunate for them.
Where do they spawn from? I guess. There's the elevator. Oh my god, this shit again.
Cunning little Xenos. Protect those chains.
Ah, fuck, dude. Man, I do not throw far enough. Off to a great start already. I'm stuck in a corner. By 3 of them. Oh my god, they're breaking the chains while I'm like fighting. Yeah, no shit. This is a wash for sure. The chains are basically made out of cardboard, so. You guys suck.
Recovering. Changing magazine. Loading truck with it. Keep them away from the mechanisms. Tyranids are clawing at those chains again. We're going to fall at this rate. Hold nothing back. Overwatch on the left.
Yeah, the chains are dead. Oh my god. What the fuck, man? Yeah, that's it. Holy crap. Chains have like 0 HP. Actually have 0 HP. Okay, here we go. I can't pick that up. Nice. I cannot pick that up. Maybe it's, yeah, that's definitely bugged. It probably doesn't exist anymore, it just looks like it does. Here. So they attack this one
platform's
first.
very exposed. Expect a bumpy ride. If I'm not mistaken, you've had
It's another
bad luck
heavy
with
bolt
cargo
rifle here.
elevators. That was a long time ago. I prefer not to
Okay,
discuss
heavy
it.
bolt rifle versus
At least you
heavy
made it
bolter.
out alive,
This one
which is
is
more than we can
there.
say for the orcs.
It appears we have their attention.
And they have ours. Unfortunate for them.
That's great.
Cunning little seamless. Protect those chains. Loading up. Front grenade.
Oh, fuck, dude. Oh my god, I threw a grenade at him and he charged me into the corner. So I can't get out. Very nice.
Gargoyle, attacking the chains.
Look at the chain integrity just like disappearing, man. Like,
Suppressive fire around the chains. Now! They harry the chains.
fuck.
The Emperor protects.
Oh my god. Chain integrity, where?
Gargoyles attempted to sabotage. Units boarding the chains.
I might actually have to lower the difficulty for the chain missions. Because these are the chains, they don't have enough HP. Like the grenades, the only way I won the first one, right, is because my grenades were able to reach the towers, but my grenades aren't able to reach this one. Yeah, rip. Let's go lower the difficulty if we can. Oh, I can't do it. Oh, man. This game needs balancing. The chains need a little bit more HP. Like, these things shouldn't take that long to... It shouldn't take that short to kill. Okay, so it's first that one, then that one, then that one. It's in order
This platform's very exposed. Expect a bumpy ride. If I'm not mistaken, you've had bad luck with cargo elevators. That was a long time ago. I prefer not to discuss it. At least you made it out alive, which is more than we can say for the orcs.
Gonna switch out for some frag grenades for now. Just so I can kill the heavies here.
Unfortunate for them.
Basically, this is a scripted fight. You have to like script the fight, otherwise it's not gonna work.
Protect those chains.
Okay, that one's good.
Using frag grenade.
Bastards are after the chains. Okay, okay. I will take a look at the chains. Oh, they're over there. Fuck, 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 fuck. Pop super just to like get them off. Oh my god. I almost died even though I popped the super. Okay.
Suppressive fire around the chain. Now.
What the fuck am I even doing? Yeah, this is also a wash. I just thought like I just couldn't like get them off fast enough. 35 is not enough for the last chain. There's still 2 more to go.
Reload. Munitions secured. Overwatch on the lift mechanisms.
Okay. I'm just gonna have to take the damage, I guess, because if the chains die, so I guess I have to just like fucking take the damage. Yeah, it's too bad. Oh, okay.
Try not to make it happen. Restocking.
Oh my god. It's not good though. I had like 0 HP. Oh, fuck. Okay. I don't know how I'm gonna survive this. I don't think I can. What the fuck even is this? Like oh shit. Incapacitated. Yeah, so am I. I'm also incapacitated.
Cannot get up. Walk up.
Oh no, is that the... Oh no, I have to do it again? Yeah, all 4 spots, yeah, this is impossible. This is actually impossible. Let's see, can I download Cheat Engine and just like skip this level? There's probably a way to just like cheat past this level. I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. Let's see. what's it called? Mm. Use the plasma pistol exclusively for protecting the chains. We'll go take a look. There's a plasma pistol around here. There is one. Okay. We'll try using this for the chains. I have a chain charger, right? Okay. Try that. Load up. We'll just like roll past everything and like protect the chains. Like there. I'm not even gonna focus on killing things. Maybe I'll throw a grenade here and there, but plasma pistol and just like roll past everything. Ignore everything. Just focus on the chains. Focus on not taking damage and focus on defending the chains. Try that.
This platform's very exposed. Expect a bumpy ride. If I'm not mistaken, you've had bad luck with cargo elevators. That was a long time ago. I prefer not to discuss it. At least you made it out alive, which is more than we can say for the orcs. It appears we have their attention. And they have ours. Unfortunate for them. Protect those chains. Munition secured.
Ignore everything. Ignore everything. Everything is just distractions. Trade chains. We'll just kite everything around. That's the only way. Where? Over here, right? The next one. Should be, oh no, it's over there. Fuck. I should just like restart the mission right now.
Bastards are after the chains.
Okay, this works really well. The plasma pistol. I didn't know the plasma pistol had like a bit of AoE.
Restocking.
Okay, the next one should be this one over here.
They are charging the chains.
Yeah, there we go.
They harry the chains. Suppressing fire around the chains. Now.
Okay, expected that.
Munition secured.
Keep dodging. Dodge spam everything. Dodge spam, dodge spam. Next one's over here. Uh-oh. This is not good. Toss a grenade. Get a few of them off me.
Better.
Can I really not pick this one up? Very good. Guess not. Guess you never light, revive, all good. Oh, here they come.
Four Gargoyles attempted to sabotage. Units bombarding the change.
Hey, there we go, we did it. Nice. Now what? Just wait, I guess. Unless there's like one more after this, which should suck. Okay, I think that was it. Okay, now I know what to use to defend objectives. Like a plasma pistol is a must.
Changing magazine.
Holy shit.
Restocking. Munitions secured.
Can't pick that up. Oh, scared me for a second. Well, I guess I will just rock the plasma pistol. Like, if it's really that good for defending things, I'll just keep it on me at all times. Basically the best weapon ever.
Today, Xenos scum.
Holy crap.
You fought
man. Give me a sec.
admirably.
Facility in lockdown.
We'll need
What is
explosives.
this? Shock grenade.
Nothing's getting through that door.
Ventilation tunnels.
Checking.
Health? Plasma
One
pistol.
floor down.
Already have that.
Let's go.
Okay. Hold your horses. You remember some med packs. I'll do this one. Marksman bolt carbine. That could be cool. Okay, well, there's none.
There was a word written in blood on Nozick's Thunderhawk. Imura.
Do not speak it, brother. The words of the archenemy hold dangerous power.
One should not dismiss any data that may be relevant. Have you ever faced the archenemy, Sergeant? Regrettably, I have not. Then I suggest you listen to your brother.
Okay.
If the archenemy is involved, might we not encounter them here?
I hope we do. I wish to have words with those traitors.
My blood rages at the thought of them. They'll be counting on your hatred. Be sure they don't use it against you.
Maybe use my super here.
Ready to deploy special tactics.
Now you shall know fear! Adeptus Mechanicus put up a fight here.
Those vile creatures taint every crevice.
How far to the cogitator?
With no direct route.
It'll take longer than I'd like.
Why don't they attack?
They're plotting something.
What plotting could these insects be capable of?
These are
Locked
mere
over for some
drones.
loot.
Then what guides
There
them?
we go. Here's some
A
loot.
worthy adversary.
Famous loot.
Tech corridor hive segmentum 19K21D / senior tech priest 101010-S cycle overflow uplink self to network neural verification code 1010-S-8Y. Attention, Xenos element, Tyranid classification, claw damage recorded. Cannot feel lower extremities. Go to death. Uplink unsuccessful.
Yeah.
Repeat attempt.
Oh, that's where I came
Neural
from. Okay,
verification
never mind.
code 101010.
It's over here. There's like multiple
More
pathways.
Tyranid filth.
Plague. Staining world. Prisons.
Fire blast. Delta rifle. Pick this up.
A fine gift from the forge.
Okay, yeah, okay. This is one of the heavy weapons.
Our path is through this locked door. Look for a nearby access terminal. A reset of the system should work.
Set the system.
What happened? Power's down. Must be the reset.
Press the wrong button.
Listen. They're in the
Not
walls.
good.
Ready your bolters. They're coming. Watch your back.
Fuck. Oh, she's just big. Oh my god. Ah, fuck. Shit. I'm dead.
On your feet, brother. I need help.
I didn't know something could stand by. Like, I used the word down. But, you know, it happens again.
Throwing smoke. I have dealt with the lictor.
Jesus.
This will serve me. Your power's back. Proceed through the door. This way!
Anything over here?
We need to go up.
No.
Special tactics ready. Almost there. Through the main hub, then we're at the databanks. Expect heavy resistance. They wish to interfere with our objective. Our objective is of no concern to them. Their only wish is to kill us. Restocking!
Health would be nice right about now. Melta rifle could be good for this. Let's just keep going. Yeah, maybe, yeah, let's go switch to the Melta
A
rifle.
fine gift from the forge.
Nah, but I like the stock rifle rifle. Just exploding. Oh, Jesus. Where's the Melta rifle?
Do not get caught when it charges
The
at you.
Carnifex. Oh, okay. Charge through walls, huh? Oh, what's hitting me? Oh shit, it has like range attack. Okay.
Clearing the way. Reloading weapon.
Oh god. It's the backup.
Resupply.
Fucker.
I'm moving, brother.
Whoa.
Munitions secured.
Oh, fuck. The range attack that just has like no power.
Grabbing a weapon. I am in your hand. Deploying frag grenade. I've sustained heavy damage.
Man. Wow, this execute animation is pretty fucking insane. Jesus. Okay, there we go. That was pretty sick. Imagine making that animation. It must have been a lot of fun.
I once faced a Carnifex alone, with nothing but a bolt pistol. That was sport.
Well, I am glad to share in the glory of this kill.
I thought there was some more grenades. Ah, there we go. Yeah, I thought I saw them. A bit chaotic in the fight, so I couldn't pick them up.
Restocking.
Any health? Take a look around. We're gonna jump down. I think that's it though. Unless I can jump to the other side, which I doubt.
This facility is in shambles. Let us hope the data center is intact. Can we access Losers tracker data
No
from another
health drops
system?
anywhere, man.
Apparently not. It's this or nothing.
More ammo that I don't need at the moment. Oh, that's not good. Is everything collapsing around us? Nothing's happened. Dr. Bolt rifle. That's what I'm using now. Ew.
What manner of research could justify such a waste of human life?
It does not surprise me. The Adeptus Mechanicus so willingly make monsters of
Anything
themselves.
behind the crate? No. I would have hit something back there.
I will not falter while I still draw
Oh shit. Oh my god. I really hate how everything just comes out of nowhere. He is like, fuck you, I guess.
Another one dead.
Reload! War Gear Prime!
My armor is breached at multiple points.
Reloading! Resupplying!
Door function inoperable.
Look at that.
Just pathing.
I want to make stuff like that. Oh
They
shit.
have us boxed in! A mistake they will soon regret. Reloading! Reload!
Access restored. Corridor cleared for transit. Advanced by the Omnissiah's will.
See if there's anything over here first. Need a slate. Plasma incinerator. Heavy. Oh. Whoa. Interesting.
Captain, permission to speak.
What plagues your mind, Corporal?
Captain, intelligence reports that the Tyranids are on their way.
Roll up units in key corridors. Let's get them closer.
But
do it, Corporal. Do not question my authority. Their authority.
Too much ammo, not enough stim packs.
sign of the archenemy.
Maybe they've been and gone.
Maybe they're not involved after all.
Stick to what you know, brother.
I'm
Find some
merely
chaos
observing the
scenes, right?
data,
No,
as I
that's
am
not
taught
good.
to do by the Codex Astartes. A Volkite reactor, still running.
Let's hope the machine spirit has it under control. A meltdown will be catastrophic.
We'll disable it once we have the data.
Whoa, look at this place. We're in the Matrix now. Access the conjugator. Pray to the machine spirit. The Son, the Father, and the Holy Machine Spirit.
I awaken.
Lieutenant Titus, Ultramarines, 2nd Company.
Enter your command.
Locate Marius Luz.
Access denied. Access rights granted. Establishing locus. Avarax. The city. Temple of Thasian.
Vitals are elevated.
I'll box for a Thunderhawk.
Wait. Open file Project Aurora.
Register intention and requisition.
Open the file.
Open file Project Nova.
Open file Reconstruction.
Brother, those are classified.
No. It was destroyed. Mechanicus fools.
Display current location of artifact.
Warning. Volkite reactor unstable. Meltdown imminent.
This whole place will collapse onto the city beneath us.
Get them off the core. They are throwing themselves into the reactor.
We must shut it down before they destabilize it further.
Machine spirit, power down the reactor.
Non-compliance. Remote circuits are fused.
What the fuck was that? You see how he skated and like hit me perfectly?
Explain.
Crazy.
Emergency disengagement mechanisms are located on the reactor platform.
Clear a path
Initiate
to those
reactor
controls.
shutdown. Well, as long as there's no timer, I guess we're good. Should've just stayed up there, honestly.
Target destroyed.
Anything over here? Doesn't look like it. Okay. Something over here. Frag grenades. I think I have some crack grenades on me. I forget what I have on me. Okay, so that's might be. Yeah, stim pack, finally. First stim pack in like hours. Okay, let's do this. Whatever this is.
Jettisoning Volkite pylon. Stand by.
I need to find some cover.
Here they come. Keep them off that reactor.
Oh, fuck.
Deploying crack grenade. Restocking. Crack grenade deployed. Vermins. They've hit the reactor. Hold them back down.
Oh god. This is gonna suck.
Tyranny's incoming, brothers. Let us show them some of Ultima's brutality. Sustain heavy damage.
I don't know if I can do this. Insane.
They never learn. Throw your crack grenade.
These defense missions are just annoying.
The Emperor protects. My armor is breached to Paul can't take much more of this. Sustained heavy damage. Munitions secured. Loading up.
Reactor remains unstable. Disengage additional pylons.
Move to the next console. Make haste.
Oh my god, I'm gonna do this shit again.
Jettisoning Volkite pylon. Stand by.
How many pylons remain engaged?
One Volkite pylon maintains the reactor.
Disengage it.
Unable to comply. Temperatures have fused remote circuits. Manual intervention required.
Drone damage. They'll make
Oh my god, not this shit again. I just have my super.
Let them feel the wrath of the Ultramarines. Ready to deploy special tactics. Need to reload. Throwing frag grenade. Restocking. The beast craves death, brothers.
Oh my god. Oh my god. This is the end. This is so the end. That sniper is still up there too. Fuck. Oh my god.
Target destroyed. Find a Primarch if they hit.
Fuck. Core integrity is like falling so fast. Oh my god. This is not good. Yeah, what the fuck was this dude here? Jesus Christ. Okay, interesting. I have to take care of these two guys for sure. There's no way I'm gonna be able to defend the core with those guys still alive. So kill the sniper, kill those two guys. I hope I don't have to redo it all the way from the start. That would really suck. I do have to do it all the way from the start. Nice. It's very nice. Do I not have the med pack? Is there one over here still? It respawned. Okay. Well, let's do this.
Jettisoning Volkite pylon. Stand by.
Here they come. Keep them off that reactor. Look grenade downrange. They've hit the reactor. Hold them back, damn it! Changing magazine.
Oh, fuck, I should have done that. Core integrity is like down a lot.
Recovering. Restocking.
I wonder if I just like wait for my super to come back and then like there's no timer right now. I can just like AFK and then wait for my heal to come back.
Reactor remains unstable. Disengage additional pylons.
Move to the next console. Make haste.
Okay, so there's a sniper that appears there, and those two floaty fuckers that need to get taken care of.
Jettisoning Volkite pylon. Stand by.
Some explosives there. Maybe I should shoot
How many
those.
pylons remain engaged?
One Volkite pylon maintains the reactor.
I think he spawns here, but he might spawn
Unable to
there.
comply. Temperatures have fused remote circuits. Manual intervention required.
Roll, damn it! They are making another push. Intercept! Let them feel the wrath of the Ultramarines!
Where's the sniper? Come on, sniper. Where are you? Oh, there he is. Got him.
Another one dead. Reload!
Alright, now we need cover, for sure.
No one. The beast craves death, brothers.
Try to take care of some of these guys before. Oh, they spawn immediately, okay. He has the purple shield. Take care of the other one.
Need to reload.
Got one. Last one there.
Let us get to
Fuck. I don't want that. I want the crack grenade. Oh. What the heck? Is that it? Wait. They did it? I just had to kill those two guys. Really?
Munitions secured.
Reactor approaching critical failure.
Was it really that easy?
Meltdown imminent. Disengage remaining pylon to complete shutdown sequence.
Disengage remaining pylon. There's a third one. Of course, there's a
Activate
third
those
one.
controls now.
Okay. Does it really know it? That's a good tax for me. Let's do it.
Volkite pylon jettisoned. Reaction has entered entropic decay.
I don't know what comes in this fight. Oh, that's it? Okay, thank God.
No essential systems returning to hibernation.
No sign of Tyranids.
The smell of burnt ichor is enough.
We have what we came for. Move to the extraction zone.
So weird how all those little dudes disappeared after I killed the two floaters. It's instantly despawned.
Lieutenant, what did you see in those Mechanicus files?
A record of extreme foolishness.
Explain.
You may direct that request to our captain.
Give me a tactical overlay of the city.
Captain!
A minute.
The Adeptus Mechanicus must be stopped.
What?
If they trigger the weapon, the results could be catastrophic.
makes you suddenly an expert on Mechanicus research?
They're using an artifact to power the weapon. I've seen it before, on a planet named Graia. A traitor by the name of Nemroth called it a fragment of the Dark God's power that almost destroyed the planet.
Graia. Titus, the Mechanicus are acting on orders approved by the Primarch. And here are you, talking of Graia, of all places.
Damn it, Captain. If Chaos is here, if they get their hands on this thing...
Enough! I will hear no more on the subject. Now, did you get a location for Luz?
Aye, sir.
Then get down there and find him! There are those who would see you sent back to the Inquisition. Tread carefully, brother.
Damn them.
Okay, this is
After
a
everything
good.
that happened.
I think this is a good point to
Do
stop.
not keep us in the dark.
It is not your concern.
You criticize the
back to
captain
sculpting.
for withholding intelligence, and yet you treat us to the same evasive obscurity.
Stray words have cost me dearly.
So you do not trust us?
Brothers, calm yourselves, lest you face the chaplain's censure.
Look!
Maybe that's not good.
I hope they survived.
That's some pretty good landing, all things considered. Some pretty insane piloting skills to do that. New war gear. Okay.
That is well below tolerances. Check your thresholds. You're way over.
What the hell?
Autopsy reveals Tyranid Hive fleet adapted rapidly to Deathwatch virus resistance.
Oh.
Exceeds antiviral response distributed within 36 hours. Full immunity achieved within 1 generation. Package full analysis, plus scans, plus biological samples for immediate dispatch.
Received. Data burst in preparation.
What else do we have here? Heavy bolt rifle. Bolt sniper rifle. Okay, so you only get 18 shots with this. It's kind of rough. Yeah, I'd rather have this. This is more like a scout rifle. Let's go switch back to the plasma pistol, just because. Let's see what these guys are talking about. This looks sus. Very sus.
Almost had you that time. The day you land a hit on me, brother, is the day they lay me to rest. That day may be fast approaching.
Caution, brother. You have not seen him cornered as I have.
I want to model stuff like this. It's like these like cryo chambers, and, like, little bits here and there, little doodads. Like that would be fun to model.
Get me accurate counts on our reserve of melter charges. There is an unexpected.
We'll see what this is about. We'll get into the next mission.
I will not concede, brother.
Where I can start shooting and then I'll log out
I
there.
tire of reckless fools.
I hope you do not mean us.
Not unless you worship the Omnissiah.
Ah, then I share your distaste.
The
little wretches have been found crawling through water pipes, sewage, ventilation. They are everywhere.
We should bring 100 floors of stone down on their heads.
Are you enjoying?
Reach the Temple of Thasian. Rescue Morai Luz. Or is it Morius? Morius or Morai?
Approaching landing zone.
The temple is located inside the dome section of the city. We'll have to land outside and make our
Brace for emergency landing.
lock armor.
Lance of Jove, report.
Okay, yeah, we'll leave here. We'll play a bit more later after I get some more work done. I'll be right back. Take a break to stretch. Okay, I'm back.
Hello everyone, my name is Gus.
Hi, I'm Woody.
Today we're reacting to a suggestion from one of our viewers. Actually, multiple people sent this to us, but I haven't seen it. You haven't seen it. Apparently, it's this guy who decided to go for like a deep dive, like alone in the ocean, which is pretty scary. Just the notion of it sounds sketchy.
Yeah, I don't solo dive. I mean, I'm not saying it's like absolutely forbidden. It's my own rule. I just don't do it.
Maybe he kept it shallow and safe.
Doubtful.
We'll see. All right.
What is that in Fahrenheit for us?
It's pretty warm, I would say. Like in the 70s probably. High 70s.
So dry suit. For me.
Right. So here he goes. You can't even see the bottom. All right. Okay, not bad. That's pretty good. 30 to 40 feet visibility. Not bad.
So far, it's a pretty exciting video.
Yeah, exactly. Look at this. Jonathan Bird should come and take some pointers. Descending. All right. So anyway, obviously this was suggested to us because something either goes horribly wrong or he's doing something he shouldn't be doing.
Well, if something goes horribly wrong, the views will be better.
Exactly, every time. Okay, so he's at 100 feet and still no sight of the bottom.
Like a rock.
Yeah. He's just getting up. All right.
What's
That's
he on?
132 feet.
Is he on Trimix? That's my first reaction.
You know, I don't think so. So I'm pretty sure he's on air.
Whoa, he's deep right now.
He's on air on this one. Yeah.
The whole area is comprised of
consecutive walls, I guess. Like, I guess, so it just drops 52 meters. Yeah, so like drops, you know, like walls. Okay, so there's like, what is this, like a wreck or something? Wow, he's almost at 200 feet on air.
I would be narked out of my mind.
Yeah, well, this guy was probably knocked out of his mind too.
Well, and we should talk about that.
Want to pause it?
Yep. Although my keyboard's not
What?
working.
I thought he did. Okay, go ahead.
If you're narked, what does that mean? The gas is gonna, if you're on regular air, it's gonna become narcotic, and it's gonna basically make you feel lightheaded.
The nitrogen.
Not able to think. You're not clear. You may not care anymore. That's what we're talking about when you're narked. And
well, yeah,
helium is a gas that does not have those narcotic effects.
Correct.
Now, it's not just nitrogen that makes you narc. This was a discussion in another video that I did. Oxygen can be narcotic as well.
But what I was going to say is that because the people ask, like, how do you feel when you're narked? It varies. It's like, and yeah, I think people make the mistake of saying it's like being drunk, but it's not. I think being narked compared to being drunk is like the same way when people are drunk is impossible to predict how you're going to react when you're drunk. Some people are happy. Some people want to fist fight everybody. Some people want to sleep or eat or whatever, right? It has different effects on different people. Being narked on nitrogen or oxygen, whatever, has different effects in different people.
But I did a video on Dive Talk Plus. Can you get used to being narked, or can you be immune to being narked? No.
No.
Maybe you think you're used to it, but you're really not, and they've done a lot of tests on that. But you can watch that video, and
they'll tell everybody, right? They're used to it because that's how they do it.
Well, I'm not.
I don't get narked.
I do.
That's what people say. Oh, I get narked. I have to go around a large rock. He's past 200 feet, so he's like 220 pushing.
Wow.
Yeah, on air, yeah.
Oh man, that's really
73.
deep.
Yeah. So just for you to know, and I know this in feet, the MOD, maximum operating depth of air, is 218 feet. So about 66 meters.
And that one, I can't stop it. My keyboard,
Okay.
My privileges are that one. Why? Why is it? It's not just because of the narcotic effect. At that point, your partial pressure of that oxygen can be so high, you can convulse. You're beyond the 1.6 partial pressure outer limit.
Yeah.
Dangerous. And the other thing that I'm wondering about him being this deep is the amount of deco he's building up. And did he bring the right amount of gas if he has to meet this deco obligation? If something goes wrong, boy, that could be a big issue. That's
I think the biggest concern is not so much the deco, is your PO2 so high that you're going to drown before you even can get to deco? And what we're talking about is, when the air that we breathe is 21% oxygen. We've talked about this before, but for some reason, I don't think we've figured out why, the body doesn't really care so much about the percentage of oxygen in the air you breathe. It's about the partial pressure of that oxygen in the air you breathe. So we go from 0.16 to 1.6. That's kind of the range. In the surface, when you're breathing, is 0.21. So that's between the 0.16 and 1.6. But as you go underwater, that starts to rise. And when you go anywhere above 1.6, that's when people start having seizures and drowning. That is just for a normal person. I know some people have pushed it, and some people have pushed it and died.
And they're also partial pressure experts, and they've made their body immune. They'll tell us.
Yeah. They'll be like, I can be a 4.0. No problem. Yeah. I know 1.6 for normal people, but I can do 2 easy.
Well, I'm
3.
I'm normal, so probably at 1.61 you'll see me doing this.
All right, so this guy is right at the edge, a bit confused with the correct direction. So where he's going?
Maybe he's narked.
Yeah, 200 feet on air. You're narked.
First sign of nitrogen narcosis. Okay, at least he admits it.
Right. Look at all the line down there. It's like fish line or something. So again, you don't want to go past 66 meters because that's when you start getting the risk of hyperoxia. You get a seizure and you drown. But this guy is from the...
Wow, he's still dropping.
YOLO School of Living. So...
Don't go down that wall. I hope not. That thing's going down.
Strap in. Here we go. Punch it, Chewy.
Why is he doing this?
64. Right at the edge.
This is really dangerous.
This guy said safety third. And put the pedal to the metal.
Do you think he knows about CNS issues that partial pressure?
Listen to the computer.
PO2.
Yeah, right at 66. Yeah, right at 66.
And don't care.
You sweat. Yeah. That gas is air. He's just on air.
This is really dangerous, everybody.
And you can hear the alarms just going off.
You could convulse at any minute. There's no warning, they say. You just start convulsing.
Yeah.
No warning.
But I know the people commenting below are going to be like, you guys are pansies.
Yes.
Like, you just,
Yes. What?
Just like,
what is he doing?
Here we go. Yeah.
Because he's alone. If he does start convulsing, who's going to help him?
Yeah. Jesus. He's gone, son. Like, here.
Gosh, this is scary.
The computers are like going off.
He's crazy. I think it's crazy.
Right. It's just new beeps. They're coming up with new beeps.
Like you're...
Or maybe that's the sound from the +1 life from Mario Brothers.
No, do not. He's gonna convulse.
It's 85.
This is really dangerous.
Yeah. So he's 70 feet past the MOD, past the maximum operating depth. You want to pause it?
I want to know. I want to figure that out. It's PO2.
Okay, so he's at 90 meters right now.
How many feet is that?
I don't know, 90 meters?
90 meters?
I would say 300. 300 feet.
He's on air, right?
Yes.
He's at 2.12 partial pressure. The outer limit is 1.6. I mean,
by the way, he's still descending.
I don't know how he could convulse at any second.
It gets worse before he gets worse. All right, here we go. $92.
Really, really crazy. Where's he going?
I don't know. 94. What's he doing? I think he just got another life. Oh. I mean, at this depth, breathing that air is like breathing syrup.
Hard.
No, it's like syrup.
Dense.
Like it's so thick.
But how is he not so narked out of his mind?
Oh, he is. I'm assuming. 98.
But I'm wondering, in his mind now, where's the stopping point? Does he have any? 1,000?
I mean, I would say.
I mean, where do you stop it? 100
I guess 100
meters. That's
330
feet. Figure this out. Oh my goodness.
Let's see how deep he goes. He's still going. He's still going. Oh my God! Is that another wall?
Oh my gosh!
He just keeps getting lives.
3 PO2.
102.5 meters. At this point, I'm severely narked and struggling to maintain buoyancy. I'm struggling to stay alive, I would say. Maximum depth, 102.7 meters.
Did he do this because he wanted people to ridicule him and tell him how stupid this is? Seriously.
2.35
2.35. That's so dangerous.
And it's just nuts.
Yeah.
I've never seen anything more dangerous than this in diving. Even all those guys in Chernobyl, like, that's nothing compared to this guy.
Even the mean rescue guy.
Nothing.
That beat up his students.
Every cave dive we've seen, like, nothing is as dangerous. I mean, this is like Russian roulette with 5 bullets inside of 6 bullet hammer type of thing. Like, this is the worst. I've never seen anything more dangerous than this in the whole videos that we've done on Dive Talk.
I don't know why he did it. I don't know what he's doing. What is he doing this for?
2.35.
I know I'm already goner. Just, at this point,
he's
lost.
lost.
Start giving away my rebreathers because I'm done.
He's lost. He descended.
Yeah, he's just out of his mind probably. Very confused.
I'm just hearing the breathing. At least it sounds like he's staying calm on the breathing. He's not losing it.
He can't tell probably if am I going up, am I going down?
He went back to 96, 97. He's going back down. Like,
gosh.
Yeah. Oh,
head to the correct direction toward the shore.
Dude, this is so sketchy.
Yep.
I mean, I don't think you should be heading towards the shore. I think you should be heading towards the surface.
Up.
Yeah, that would be the right direction.
Good.
All right, and he's going fast up as well.
Just go up already. I really don't want to see this guy die.
Send speed warning.
Oh, he's flying.
Yeah, he has to be flying. I mean, so now it's like
gas is expanding in his BC. Everybody so quickly. This is making him go faster and faster. On the way up, you have to let air out of your BC.
Right, which is I think what he's trying to do now. And that can be nerve-wracking. Like you're starting to go up out of control. Your computer is like you're going too fast. You don't know what to do. So this thing is giving him MOD warnings, too fast warnings, TTL, total dive time or whatever time. Like everything. Everything is being warned right now. Like the computer, I'm assuming looks like a Christmas tree. It's just like all colors. What are you doing?
Maybe he wanted to be on Dive Talk, but it's like a death sentence.
My mind is getting clearer now. Beyond like
deep,
260 feet. I don't know how clear you are, dude. Like I share in one of the episodes that I was on air at 208 feet, and I was like
out of it,
hallucinating almost.
Terrible.
Yeah, this guy is at 260. Like, oh no, I'm getting good. CNS reach
He's at the
in one dive.
maximum single dive limit for a CNS clock, which means you could be destroying your lungs at this point.
Yeah.
The pulmonary system.
Right. And he's still at 83.8 meters. So he hit his CNS in like 5 minutes. That's how bad it was. His central nervous system limits. What, he's going back down?
What's
he doing?
Depth. What is his deco right now? I mean, I
idea.
Could run it, but it's got to be through the roof. No, is he going back down?
It looks like he's getting deeper. I don't know.
Up.
I'm now able to follow the bottom. Dude, just go up. Who cares about the bottom? What are you doing? Looking for meg teeth? Like, what are you doing? Oh, he's following his silt trail. He's very nonchalant, this guy. Just like, oh, I'm just going to take it easy.
I mean, in the comments, it's totally fine to say how insane this is.
Right.
There's no way this guy should be testing this by himself.
They're just going to say that just because all of those U.S. Navy studs that we used over the decades to figure out our limits as humans of what is possible, they're nothing compared to this guy. All those U.S. experimental Navy divers, just a bunch of idiots.
I am wondering how this guy actually did not convulse and
he needs to be studied by science, I think.
Really, it's a miracle.
It's unbelievable.
Like, why did he not? I wonder. I don't know. That's crazy how high his PO2 was.
My fear is that he made it to 2.35 PO2 and that he's going to be like, I can go deeper. I felt fine. I mean, I was a little narc, but I was fine. I'll just bring another tank. And
there's a case of a famous rebreather diver and instructor that wanted to test their PO2 limit in the Caymans. She was very well known and died. She tested it.
Yeah.
And died.
You can always do anything once. You want to know if you can go to 3.0 PO2? Double the maximum? You can try it once.
One-way trip, probably.
Yeah. But it's like Ed was saying that he got to a point where he saw single digits on the PO2. Going hypoxia. He saw 0.09.
And it just started
and he was like,
in
I don't feel so good.
PO2 is...
Well, he's at MOD, so he just reached 1.6 PO2, the maximum.
But he's way over the CNS
Oh
clock,
my God.
so he's burning that up.
Just hit my head in the rock. Dude, just go up. What are you doing hanging out at 200 feet?
Where's his deco stops at this? Is he going to even do his deco stops, or is he going to be bent like a
I haven't
pretzel?
watched it. I don't know. We'll see. He says 60, just chilling. Like, how big are these tanks, by the way? I
Don't
think
tell
an
me that's
aluminum
an
80
80.
will be gone by now.
I don't know what he has. That's what I was asking earlier.
58. He's taking the biggest breaths, this guy. Wait, I'm going to try it. Here we go.
He's very calm.
Yeah. And again, that's my fear, that he's going to be like, well, I made it to 102 on air. What's the big deal? And by the way, yeah, if you do some Google research, back in the day, people were doing this gnarly dives, like down on air to 300 meters, like some crazy stuff like that. But a lot of people died. And that's why we learned that you shouldn't go beyond 66 meters or 218 feet on air.
Well,
because it's not safe.
So he is stopping. He's doing his first stop at 50 meters is the first deco stop. Wow. Isn't that like 150 feet?
Yeah.
That's his deco stop.
Yeah.
By the way, still got to be knocked out of his mind. I mean, 150 on air.
165, yeah. I mean, even the fish are like, what are you doing? What are you doing here?
You're right. I think this is a new record of the single most dangerous thing
Yeah.
a diver has done in any of our videos.
Yeah. And
Congratulations.
the worst part about it is like I feel like people watching this, especially that are non-divers, they don't get it. Like they don't understand how dangerous this was. It's like, yeah, he went down to 100 meters. Like, what's the big deal? Not a big deal.
It's just some kind of luck he had. Because I don't know how he
Insane.
didn't.
Again,
convulse.
Russian roulette with all the bullets but one. Just roll it. Ah, I didn't kill myself. Cool. That's how lucky this guy was. He's still super deep, by the way. Just so you know, for those of you who are not divers, the deep diving certification for recreational divers is 40 meters. So he's deeper than the deep diving certification. Right now. And he's at 40 and he made it to 102. 2.5 times the deep diving certification. Yeah, like I'm blown away that he made it, that he's alive.
And we all know we don't want to stop it. We want to see if he makes it to the surface.
Absolutely.
Like, I got to see this now.
I mean, at least they recover the GoPro if he didn't make it. So we got that going.
No, you put it best. It's just pure luck. Somehow he got lucky here. I don't know how, but I'm glad. I really am. But insane.
Even at 40 meters, like I don't know if you remember taking people to the sand at Spiegel Grove, which is right around 40 meters, and people would lose it. Like they will get so scared. At 40 meters, it's like whoa! Like I've never felt this. The air is so thick. Like
sounds different. It's
colder. Right. And this guy went to 102. What? Dang. It's crazy, dude. Is he gonna make it though? He's just hanging out at 130 feet. Like, yeah.
I wish I knew how much gas he brought. I wish I knew some of those details.
Yeah.
That'd be a lot. I bet he's starting just to feel better. Like maybe he's like,
what
whoa,
did I do?
Did I do that?
39.6. Come on.
Still
Flying
deep.
everywhere.
Still
Yeah.
deep.
This is deep
really
diver level.
deep dive.
Yeah.
That thing hates you. That's what that thing's saying. I
wanted
hate
to
you.
see what computer he has. He doesn't even look like he had like a really good computer. Which I guess that's what the computer went bananas.
Randomly checking his dive light. Oh, yeah. Not sure why, but I'll check it.
Let me see. Does it work?
Now that I'm back in the light zone.
Yeah. Oh, look, there's a tunnel there. Just go do a swim through.
Don't encourage this guy.
I mean, I cannot see a tunnel and not want to do a swim through. Like,
I
come
know,
on.
but you
Dude,
didn't
tell
just
me
go
you don't
to
want to do
330 feet
I know,
underwater.
but like, come on. Look at that. That's a perfect swim through.
I want to do it, but...
Please do a swim through. Now. Do it. Do it. My low tank pressure
Twin set.
alarm. Oh, it's a
It
twin
is
set.
twin.
Okay. 50 bar. I will soon switch to
All right, he's got the right amount of gas, it sounds like.
But you know, like, he just did a bounce dive. If he had any issues, like if he got caught into some of that fishing line or whatever, he wouldn't have made it. Yeah. So he had enough gas for a perfect dive. Not for worst case scenario. Look at all the line. $35. Yeah, no. You did great. So he had a twin set. I wonder how big the tanks. 35.8. What's he doing? Maybe deco stop?
I would think so.
Well, once he gets to 70 feet, he can switch, assuming that the deco gas is 50%, yeah?
That'll really help him off gas quicker at that point.
Yeah.
I wonder if he brought 100% oxygen after 20 feet. That would really help him. But just think about his CNS clock. It's cranking still.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, it's still way cranking high.
Yeah, no, that thing. It's. I hope he puts numbers at the end. Look at the line just
I think he's going to
everywhere.
be
So much.
He'll be every bit of 200% of the CNS clock.
Or
the
more,
maximum.
300, yeah.
That means he's already used up the maximum amount of that level of PO2. Probably by double.
I mean, are there tables that go that high? PO2 of 2.35? This is how much CNS you're... No.
I just don't
They
think
just assume you're dead.
1.6. They don't want
Yeah.
people even trying that.
Yeah, they just assume you're dead at that point. I think I've seen him up to like 2. Or 1.8, 1.9, something like that. But 2.35? No.
Well,
33. He's just hanging out.
They made it on Dive Talk. But
congrats.
I would say just crazy, dude. Like, don't try to beat this. Whoever
No.
you are, really, I don't want you to die. I mean, you're going to die.
Yeah, this is...
You
this
got
is bad.
lucky.
So lucky.
Don't. We don't need to see it. Like, we don't care. Like,
No.
don't do it for us. Don't do it. It's bad. You're going to die, and I don't want you to die.
I don't know if he makes it. I mean, at this point, he's kind of out of, for the most part, out of danger. If he has enough gas to make it to the surface, like...
I would think so.
Yeah, the PO2 is low enough at 100 feet that, you know... And the narcosis effect are not as big.
He's probably doing deco.
Yeah. Yeah, he's just stopped it here. I guess this is a deco stop at 100 feet, yeah.
He's breathing very calm. He's totally relaxed.
Yeah.
Right, that's super chilled.
And I wonder if at this depth, if he's thinking like, wow, I just did that, or if he's just thinking like, here's what I have to do to make it to the surface. Because, so the difference is, on deco dives like this one, you cannot just go to the surface, you know? You may be like, well, if he runs out of air, he can just swim, right? If he's out of air, just swim to the surface. But you can't. Like, I assume that he has a considerable deco obligation here. And I think Thomas Hughes from Circle H Scuba, he said, he calls this a artificial ceiling. Like, you don't have a cave ceiling over your head, like a actual ceiling, but this is artificial ceiling. Deco is stopping you from going up.
Yeah, if he went straight to the surface with that level of a deco obligation, I think he dies. Probably on arrival, probably at the surface. He would be bubbling, he would have embolism in his brain.
Yeah.
So that was way beyond being able to go to the surface.
He would just be like foam, like on the Audrey Mest, you know, video that we made where she's just foaming out of her mouth and stuff. Is terrible. What was that accident, which I don't think we've ever reacted to, of the father and son? Where it's really deep wreck and they just got complacent and just looking around, whatever, next thing they knew.
He's switching to his Nitrox 40.
Okay.
So that's going to really start to speed up his deco.
Next thing they knew, they were out of air or almost out of air at like a 200-foot dive or something like that. So they just bolted for the surface. They skip all deco stops or whatever. Yeah, they got to the surface. They were passed out already. They didn't make it. And I think I saw somewhere where they tried to like draw blood and it was foam. Oof.
Terrible. But with all that gas planning he did, which it seemed like he did a good job, why would he have not added helium?
Right.
I mean, that's all he needed to do to stay at least clear in that dive.
Yeah, those giant doubles that he has, right? In his, it could have been like a 1640 mix, or no, because he went past 100, so it would have been like a 1050 or like even lower, 8 something.
So
it would have been hypoxic.
So
yeah.
what? That's what I'm saying. What was his purpose? Was his purpose of this video, how deep can I go on air?
I don't know. I guess so.
That's what makes it Russian roulette.
Yeah, that's what I mean. But if he was in Trimix, then no problem. He can go to 200 meters if he wants to, if he has the proper gas.
By the way, I haven't been on a full trimix dive in a long time.
Yeah, we got to do one.
You know, it's been really a long time.
To like the, what's it called? The Howard Johnson? Is that the name of the wreck? LBJ or whatever it's called?
I'll go with, I don't think it's Howard Johnson. That was a hotel chain years ago. But
no, it's like LB Johnson or whatever. I don't remember the name of the
I was a
wreck.
president. I was a U.S. president. But
Well,
maybe
okay.
I don't think so. I don't remember, but it's not. It's neither. I don't.
It's one of the Johnsons. But you know, the funny thing is about that wreck in Florida is that I thought it was like a president or something. Like it was named, you know, like the USS Eisenhower or whatever. No, this was like they found this wreck. They have no idea what the wreck was. It's like, we found a wreck. There's no name. We don't know. And so they had like a contest on the radio, and whoever won got to name it, and that was the name of the guy. Like, whatever his name was, you know? Lucas Johnson. So he named it the Lucas Johnson, and now you think it's like this big thing. I reached the exit point. The rest of the dive's just me swimming around to finish deco. Okay.
It's fine.
So it looks like he made it. Yo.
I have no additional reaction. Like I would. My reaction would be I would ask him if he happens to watch this. I would really. I don't want you to do. I like it. Don't go deeper. You got lucky.
Yeah.
I don't
so
know why
lucky.
you didn't convulse. Maybe some doctors out there can say, well, it's possible that some protein interfered and didn't make him convulse at that moment. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm making stuff up. I don't understand why he didn't convulse.
Well, I know that when you go into recompression chambers and they lower you down, then they rack up the oxygen really high. Like, there's people that will go higher than 2.35, but you're in a control environment where if you convulse, you don't drown.
And they do convulse a lot.
Right, and they do, yeah. Way lower than 2.352, you know? So this was very dangerous. But I made a mention of a video where I actually went on air to 208, which is pretty close to the 218 MOD, and I talked about the effects and what I was thinking and what I was feeling, and I'm going to leave it right here so you can go check it out. It was, I think it was video number 2 of our series in Roaring River.
Yeah, I remember that. You got lucky as well.
Close call.
A lot of comments you got on that one, but
all negative.
Bye, everybody.
We'll see you.
breaking Microsoft to cut 650 more gaming jobs. Impact largely expected to hit corporate and support roles at Activision Blizzard. No Games Knicks, no top executives leaving. Second big post ABK merger cut of 2024. From Steven Totila here. Microsoft will lay off approximately 650 people from its gaming team. The company head of gaming, Phil Spencer, told employees in an email to team members this morning. Spencer framed them in the context of Microsoft's October's 2023 $69 billion purchase of Activision Blizzard. As part of aligning our post-acquisition team structure and managing our business, we have made the decision to eliminate approximately 650 roles across Microsoft Gaming, mostly corporate and supporting functions, to organize our business for long-term success, Spencer wrote. The majority of the cuts will impact people in those corporate and support roles at Activision Blizzard, according to a source familiar with the matter. And this is the second round of major cuts at Microsoft's gaming division this year. In January, the company said it would be laying off 1,900 workers across Xbox, ZeniMax, Bethesda, and most heavily, Activision Blizzard. Now, those cuts also included the cancellation of at least one gaming project at Blizzard. This time around, no games, devices, or experiences will be cut, per Spencer's notes. None of the business unit leaders at Xbox or its affiliated gaming teams will be cut either, according to the source familiar. Now, throughout the last 2 years, game companies that had expanded greatly after the pandemic lockdown-driven industry boom have enacted deep cuts. Sony's PlayStation team, which bought more than half a dozen studios since 2021, announced in February that the layoffs of 900 workers, with more cut at its Bungie studios announced over the summer. That ended years of expanding headcount at PlayStation. Riot, which said to have doubled its workforce since 2019, announced the cut of more than 500 workers in January. Dude, it's not even just the gaming world. Guys, the reason why I'm pausing right now, are we in a recession? I understand like things ballooned a lot, but it's not just the gaming sphere that's getting hit. Are we in a recession? Are we going into a recession? Well, you know, the other side of things is like, I don't want to get like conspiracy theorists around here, but you know, from CPI data being corrected, from unemployment numbers being corrected, you know, many months afterwards, it's starting to get to the point like, are we actually in a recession? And is the data being provided to us, is it purposely incorrect? I think we're experiencing a tech bubble bursting, similar to the bubble in the late 90s. Well, you know, we had the technical recession in 2022. Y'all remember that, first and second quarter? But nobody called it a recession. Everyone, that was when the term technical recession was the first time I started hearing that. Okay, what is the difference between a technical recession and a recession? And listen, I wish I was older back in the 06, 07, 08 crisis. I was in high school, but wasn't paying attention. I knew things were bad, just from talking to my family and other people's families, but I wasn't old enough to really put two and two together. Are we mirroring anything from, like, how many parallels are running right now to 06, 07? 2007, 2008 was horrible. Dude, 2007, 2008, not only was that horrible, I remember for years, dude, it was just stagnation, man. I bought a house in 2008 and lost my mind and money. Yeah, man. You know, Rika, her mom, they owned the home. I don't really know what ended up happening, and I've never sat down and actually talked to her about it, but they lost their home. They had the home for years, but something happened, and I don't know if they had a variable interest rates, you know, because right, you know, a lot of interest, just about all of them are fixed now, right, for houses, but they lost their home in 08, and it was full sin, like, hey, get out. And a lot of people did. A ton of people did. All right, so right here. In February, Spencer told GameFile that the 1,900 cuts were needed to keep Microsoft's gaming team on track with goals set by the overall company. I have a commitment to the company on the Xbox business being a profitable and growing part of Microsoft, he said at the time. And I need to put us in the best position for long-term growth. Most of that is about building great products that exceed their expectations and finding millions of customers. But honestly, you know the cost of building the products inclusive of the people who work on them. I need to make sure we have enough of the right people and the right number of people in the right places for us to succeed. Man, dude, that is like the same quote Pete Parsons says, right? The right people. And look, I'm not looking at, I haven't even looked at Microsoft's financials, but there's been a lot of mistakes. We could look at what Xbox has done literally over the past decade that could fill a video for hours. The point is like Xbox has made a bunch of acquisitions. I think Activision is working out pretty well for them, but that's you know, you had the Redfall, you had Starfield. I wasn't that crazy about Starfield, but I heard Starfield sold pretty well, but I wasn't crazy about it. To me, Bethesda's kind of lost their magic. At the same time, if they were to roll out the next Elder Scrolls game tomorrow, I would be all over it. I'd be playing it for sure. Keep in mind, like when you look at Microsoft and Sony side by side, like Microsoft is substantially larger. Okay, market cap is through the roof, way beyond anything that Sony is operating at. Now, that doesn't mean we can't necessarily, and what he says right here, the Xbox business being a profitable, growing part of Microsoft. That's what he's referring to, not Microsoft as a whole. And the Xbox portion, let's just be real, they've been getting their asses beat by Sony, I would say, for the past decade. Since the move from 360 to Xbox One, Xbox has been losing. And I think the numbers were 5-1. For every one Xbox that is sold, 5 PlayStations are being sold. Now, Microsoft's financial outlook for its next fiscal quarter ending September 30th assumes revenue growth for its gaming team in the mid 30% range, with 40% coming from Activision Blizzard, which also encompasses the mobile gaming operation at King, Candy Crush. That suggests that, without factoring in ABK, Microsoft would expect its gaming revenue to be down. And Microsoft's overall operating income for the year ending June 30th, 2024 was $109 billion, up from the year before. And the company has several major game releases ahead this fall, including Activision's Call of Duty Black Ops 6, which is expected to be one of the biggest games of the year. Black Ops pretty good, man. No lie, dude. Omni movement is next level. I don't think anyone's played zombies outside the people that may have actually went there to play zombies, but hopefully we can play it in a beta. But the betas, they've been good, man. And the full tech dispenser's letter from this morning is below. Subject changes to Microsoft Gaming. Last year, our goal has been to minimize disruption while welcoming new teams and enabling them to do their best work. As part of aligning our post-acquisition team structure and managing our business, we have made a decision to eliminate approximately 650 roles across Microsoft Gaming, mostly corporate and supporting functions, to organize our business for long-term success. I know that this is difficult news to hear. We are deeply grateful for the contributions of our colleagues who are learning they are impacted. In the US, we're supporting them with exit packages that include severance, extended healthcare, and outplacement services to help with their transition. Outside the US, packages will differ according to location. With these changes, our corporate and supporting teams and resources are aligned for sustainable growth, future growth, and can better support our studio teams and business units with programs and resources that can scale to meet their needs. Separately, as part of running the business, there are some impacts to other teams as they adapt to shifting priorities and managing the lifecycle and performance of games. No games, devices, or experiences are being canceled, and no studios are being closed as part of these adjustments today. Throughout our team's history, we have had great moments and we have had challenging ones. Today is one of the challenging days. I know that going through more changes like this is hard, but even in the most trying times, this team has been able to come together and show one another care and kindness as we work to continue delivering for our players. We appreciate your support as we navigate these changes, and we thank you for your compassion and respect for each other. Phil. All right. So another huge round of layoffs, guys. We did a video back in January going over the layoffs. It was just insane. At the time, we speculated this year could potentially be worse because January was so bad in itself, and it has continued to be bad. Now, let me ask you something, guys. Microsoft's gaming division, where are they headquartered? You guys are saying Redmond. Dude, that's rough, man. That's rough. How far away is Redmond from Seattle? 30 minutes. Okay, so they're practically kind of like Bungie in Bellevue. Dude, that whole area, you have a ton of people that move to the Seattle, Redmond, Bellevue area to work at these companies, dude. And there is just wave after wave of them that are now unemployed. And then you have studios. I want to say the studio that did Concord is also located right there in that area. And I don't know what's going to happen to that studio either. They could go in there, buckle down, redo something to Concord. At the same time, I wouldn't be surprised if perhaps they might see some substantial cuts. I don't know, man. I guess my other question is how are your Korean-based studios doing? How are your Chinese-based studios doing? Are they experiencing the same level of layoffs? I haven't actually looked into it. Are they also laying off a number of people? Are they seeing major contractions? Well, my concern, and not that I'm concerned about, at the end of the day, I don't care who makes the games. China, Korea, whoever. You know what I mean? If it's fun games, it's fun games. That's the only thing that matters to me. But if I was located or if I was a developer here in the West, in America, I would be a bit concerned, right? Because layoffs like these, I mean, in some ways, when you see it as many of them that are happening, you got to wonder, is this gonna, at some point, do we cannibalize our companies? And then when you cannibalize yourself, that's a perfect opportunity for outside developers to swoop in with games like Wukong. And again, as gamers, we win no matter, like we win on that front because we just want to play good games. I'm speaking from just a business perspective there. But I think these outside developers, man, are going to really start taking a lot of our time. Companies fire people all the time. I don't understand why the gaming community gets so upset. Amoru, this is not normal, buddy. I know companies fire people or let go people, but when you look at the past year and a half and you've seen the wave of layoffs that have occurred, this is not just your normal, like, okay, we got rid of a few people here and there. This is not normal. Gaming will be dead by 2030. I don't think gaming's good. There's too much money in gaming, guys. Yes, you have stories like Concord, where they made $1 million, but they overhead was $200 million. And then you have stories like Wukong, where they made like, what was it, $800 million? I think it was like $800 million. So you have companies like Palworld's another game that had massive success. What you're seeing here though is like, yes, you have some games that absolutely miss, and you have some games that absolutely crush. So therefore, you're gonna have people still making video games. Wow, Wukong's overhead was $70 million. They grossed $800 million. That's freaking nuts, brother. That is nuts, man. That's so impressive. I agree with that statement right there, Mr. Hungry. It's like the movie industry. Dude, you have movies that pop off and kill, and then you have movies that just sink everything. And subsequently, you know, any sequels and whatnot, we were talking about it earlier, sequels get shut down as well. So same exact thing here. So I think people are going to keep making video games. There's just too much money in it. There really is. There's too much money in it. The question is who is going to be able to make them the best? And right now, at least outwardly looking in, guys, here in the US, we're kind of getting our asses beat. You know, when we talk about the games that have heavily profited the most, it seems like overseas developers are really, really getting it, man. The cost in the US is too high compared to other countries. Yeah, I mean, it could be that, you know, maybe that's it. Maybe that's a contributing factor. Could be ideologies are a bit different. Could be that some of these companies here in the US are just too top heavy, and for years, again, I keep going back to that same clip from Steve Jobs where he talks about some companies, once they have this monopoly share on everything, that the only way they can make more money, or the only way they think they can make more money, is to move people in marketing in places of leadership. And what that does is that erodes the creativity within the company itself, because people in creative roles get pushed out. And so I kind of feel like we may be seeing that happening in real time. The folks that are the nuts and bolts guys, that are the creative leads, the actual creators themselves, are not in positions of leadership. And yeah, that's that. I will say about the layoffs right here, guys, it's unfortunate that this has just become a norm, to the point where this is just like another round of layoffs. Okay, I feel like we've seen this happening month over month. I don't know if it's going to stop. And, you know, hopefully the developers that are getting hit by this can find a place. And, you know, maybe it can be with one of those overseas developers. I don't know, though. I don't know. There's no reason to care about this unless you're a developer. So turns out, as humans, we develop relationships with people. And a lot of my relationships include developers who I've talked to a number of times, who I've met with, who I've had lunch with, who I do in fact care about. And then on top of that, I know them and their families, some of which actually worked at Bungie. I think it's completely fine to empathize with folks that just lost their job. I think we'll just have to see how this plays out in the long run, and we'll see if Xbox can pull it back. But I also have to agree. Skillup said it this past week in his video. Sony pretty much has pretty much won.
It does look a bit like the Bone
you know,
Armor,
outside of,
doesn't
you know, you got Nintendo, which has their exclusives, and then you've got Sony, which is still
actually show it off to Jonah Loeb.
You know,
he's the artist who
they
made
won
the
a
Bone
long time
Armor.
ago, but I mean, it's like, I still maintain.
See what he
Just
thinks
get a PC,
about it.
guys. And this is not a Starforge ad. They do sell good PCs. But get a PC. Phil says he doesn't care about console wars anymore. Probably not. Phil probably cares about Candy Crush. I mean, I'm just saying, you just bought Activision Blizzard. You got King there. You know, I remember we sat in, this is when Bungie was owned by, or they were affiliated there with Activision, right? And we would sit in for quarterly calls and listen to it. And when they would give off the numbers for their games and what their games have pulled out, and they would actually, Destiny wasn't in its own category. It would be just lumped up with some other games. But they would give off their numbers, and it was like, that's a big number. I mean, all these numbers are huge, right? Then they would get
I
to
think
Candy
he's working
Crush.
on
And do the numbers that
he's writing a
Candy Crush
children's
would do
story
every
here.
quarter.
Or a children's comic or something like that.
Insanity to me. So yeah, I'm sure Activision Blizzard is doing just fine for Microsoft. Candy Crush is still pumping out money. It blows my mind. Blows my mind. I haven't played Candy Crush in well over a decade, and I didn't really care about it when I played it. But it is insane how much money Candy Crush pulls in. Everyone's got a phone, and that's why we're getting Destiny on mobile. Hallelujah.
Slap that like button like your mama told you right.
I'll listen to some more dive talk. They're really good at telling stories. Or actually, you know, we should listen to some Warhammer 40k lore. Top 10 worst apocalypses in Warhammer 40k's lore by Wes Hammer.
The grimdark future of Warhammer 40k is chock full of terrifying apocalypse.
You know a Skyrim artist? Yeah, I know. I've talked to Jonah Love. He's critiqued my art before. He's the guy who's made the Skyrim dragons and a lot of shit. he's made the Skyrim dragons. He's made the Skyrim giants, which are based off of his dad. So whenever you see a Skyrim giant, you're actually looking at the artist's dad. He's made a lot of the armor sets. He's also done like work on Fallout 3 to Fallout 4. He's done the he made the Death Claws as well.
Apocalyptic events. Some of them were confined to a single planet, whereas others wiped out entire sectors. Some of these were accidents caused by people with the best
I haven't talked to him in a
intentions,
long time though.
whereas others
I wonder how
were
he's doing.
unleashed by horrors beyond human comprehension. Hell, some apocalypses were caused by the Imperium on purpose
He's a
in
cool
order to
dude.
cover up
Like-
other apocalypses.
He used to stream a lot. I don't know if he still streams, but like he used to stream and give art critiques. But I think he's busy now with like he's doing some Marvel stuff recently, some work from Marvel, and then he also has like his own side projects as well.
In this video, we're
But yeah,
going to
like,
be
I've
taking
just
a
been,
look
like,
at the
super
top 10
busy as well,
apocalyptic events from the entirety of Warhammer 40k's history. We're going to be talking about a strange alien device
I probably should have
that
asked
was
him for like
discovered in one of
his
the most
spots on the
creepy
races
areas
I
of the
made.
galaxy. When it was opened
I
up,
didn't
it let
show him that
loose
yet.
a plague of sentient nightmares, an apocalyptic
If he
war
has
against
time,
the
I don't know.
Imperium's first major
Everyone's
enemy,
super busy.
one that appeared only
You know,
40 years into
don't
their
wanna take up
journey
their time if
and
you don't have
almost
to.
destroyed the Imperium before it had even really gotten started. We're also going to
Yeah,
be talking about an
like Skyrim is one of my favorite series ever too. I spent so much time in Skyrim, like across Skyrim, Oblivion, and Morrowind. Just like that was my childhood right there, and like a lot of other people's childhoods, I imagine.
apocalypse that lasted for millions of years, a war waged with weapons designed to kill gods, a war that may have actually been a lot bigger than we were previously led to believe. We're going to be getting into all that and a whole lot more in this video, but if you've watched a lot of my content in the past, you might notice that a lot of these topics we've covered in more depth in some of my deep dive videos. So for those entries that appear on this list, I've abridged large portions of them and focused on just the details that you need to know, while also adding some new information that I didn't include the last time that we spoke about them. Okay, with all that said, quick shout out to this video's sponsor, and then we're diving headfirst into the grimdark.
We were also I was also like talking with well, not really talking directly to but there's like some forum drama over on Polycount. Yeah, there's like, I mean, there's like people like you don't really know about this, but like the industry is actually really small, even though it's like really big at the same time. It's weird, but yeah, like you'll talk to like all kinds of people, all kinds of artists. Yeah, there's a I don't know. It's just like some forum drama about like DEI and like woke shit. And like like Kay's face is not is not feminine enough, which is just kind of cringe. But yeah, there's an artist over there who's working on Destiny who chimed in as well. So like you get people who worked on Destiny and stuff, and yeah, like personally I worked on Grinding Gear. Like yeah, it's a very small community. Even though like somehow like a shit ton of money is being made, but like I don't see it. I don't know where that money's going.
Number 10, the Pale Wasting. let's kick this video off with
Get
a
it?
relatively
Because
obscure
Skyrim has
yet
been released like
devastating
100
apocalypse
times
that
this
doesn't
series
get
myself.
talked about nearly enough, both in the 40k community
Hilarious.
and the lore itself. And that's because, and this will very quickly become a pattern throughout this video, almost all of the information pertaining to it has been aggressively censored or redacted by the Inquisition. This little apocalypse that would come to be known as the Pale Wasting was caused by something that crawled out of everyone's favorite super creepy haunted region of space, the Ghoul Stars. Now, if you're unfamiliar with them, there haven't really been that many expeditions into the Ghoul Stars, so we don't really know everything that's going on in there. But it is said to be home to multiple different Xenos empires, a Necron dynasty consisting of nothing but cannibalistic flayed ones, and, quote, horrors beyond human comprehension. Well, as it happens, in the 34th millennium, one of those horrors managed to break free, and unleashed what is described only as a star-spawned plague brought forth by a series of nightmare engines. What all of that actually means is anybody's guess, but we do know that this thing managed to wipe out hundreds, if not thousands of planets, and a total combined force of 12 Space Marine chapters were deployed to push it back. Of those 12, 11 of them were completely wiped out, the only survivors being the Nova Marines, who had suffered unprecedented losses and were rewarded for their sacrifice with a plaque in the Imperial Palace that honored them for pushing back, quote, that which could not die. So yeah, this thing was beyond crazy and killed a lot of people, but since most of its records have been purged, we can't really make any definitive statements about what it actually was. And despite the Ghoul Star's terrifying reputation, it's far from unique in terms of barely understood and underexplored regions of space that at one point or another is served as the origin point for an apocalyptic event. So for the next entry, we're going to move further out into the galactic map, to a region known as the Halo Stars. Number 9. The Forgotten Apocalypse. If you're unfamiliar with them, the Halo Stars derive their name from the fact that they form a ring around the outer edge of the galaxy. It comprised of the Milky Way's most ancient stars and countless long-dead planets. This region is the source of an ancient myth that speaks of a nameless, unremembered war. A war said to be unequaled in ferocity and so terrifying that the Inquisition did what it does best, went about covering up all history of it. Although most of the Halo Stars remain unexplored to this day, there have been attempts from the Adeptus Mechanicus Explorator fleets to probe its hidden secrets in the past. One such attempt took place in the 32nd millennium, while the Imperium was still licking its wounds from the Horus Heresy. Now, apparently, one of their fleets stumbled upon a truly terrible artifact that would come to be known as the Echoing Vault. We're not 100% sure what this thing was or who built it. The only reference to it that exists currently uncensored is contained in the battle sagas of several ancient Space Marine chapters, but they don't really go into any specifics. What we do know is that the vault acted as some type of interdimensional portal, and when it was opened, a wave of eldritch abominations funneled out of the gateway and invaded our reality. These creatures were dubbed the Harrowing and were said to violate the laws of physics in profane and disturbing ways. They were so unnatural that an individual risked death or insanity just by being near them. They ravaged everything in their path for multiple light years, and in only a few short years, they managed to destroy 1,000 worlds, inhabited by both humans and aliens alike. In addition, they inflicted unprecedented losses on both the Inquisition and the Adeptus Astartes who were sent to fight them. If the legends are to be believed, then the Harrowing was only defeated when the Inquisition shamefully authorized the Mechanicus to employ forbidden weaponry from the Dark Age of technology in order to seal the breach between dimensions. No one knows what happened to the vault itself, but many heretics believe that it is still out there, that one day, one of them will finally claim it and unleash those terrors on the galaxy once again. Now, despite how terrible both of these events were and how ill-prepared the Imperium was to fend them off, this was not the first time something like this had happened. In fact, when the Imperium was still young, only 40 years into the Great Crusade, they would face their first real threat, one that if events had gone differently, could have seen the Imperium wiped out entirely before it had even really gotten started. Number 8. The Rangdan Xenocides. Although we don't have any references for what they actually look like, the Xeno species known as the Rangda were said to be towering monstrosities, as terrifying in strength as they were in intellect. They were conquerors and destroyers, whose ambition, coupled with their foul, blasphemous technology, threatened to drown the Emperor's dreams in a sea of blood. All in all, the Imperium would end up embroiled in 3 separate wars with these guys, although that last one wasn't so much a war and more a merciless execution, but we'll get into it. They were first encountered in the galactic frontier when they attacked fledgling Imperial worlds by surprise. The total number of civilian deaths, coupled with those of other Imperial military forces, was lost to history. Though we do know an estimated 5,000 Space Marines of the Dark Angels Legion, who had been sent to intercept them, would lose their lives in the fighting. Now, believing that the Rangda had been defeated, the Great Crusade got back underway. But here's the thing. They most certainly had not been defeated at all. This was nothing but a small outpost of them, and 2 decades later, they would attack again from the galactic north, this time coming in full force, with a vast armada of ships comprised of thousands of vessels and over a dozen war moons. They left a trail of burning planets in their wake. Many were scoured clean of life, whereas on others, they would mind control the entire population via neural shackles and raise them as a thrall army to throw against the Imperium. Over the next 2 decades, dozens of Titan legions, entire exploratory fleets, 19 inhabited systems, over 80,000 Astartes, and millions upon millions of lives would be lost before the crisis was finally declared ended. It's even rumored that this is where the 2nd and 11th Legion, as well as their corresponding Primarchs, would end up getting destroyed. But take that with a grain of salt, as there's a lot of conflicting information about the missing legions out there, so we'll get into that in another video. Perhaps even more tragically, this was one of the first times the Imperium would have to take extreme measures to censor information. It was believed that for them to be able to rebuild properly, and the people to maintain faith in the Great Crusade and the Emperor's plans, all surviving veterans of the conflict would need to be silenced. A small handful were able to be trusted to swear an oath to secrecy, but the rest were executed. Entire worlds full of survivors that were planned to be part of the Imperium would end up getting cut off and abandoned, forced to fend for themselves against the horrors of an uncaring galaxy. But this isn't where the story of the Rangda ends. It had one more bloody chapter, wherein we get the name the Rangdan Xenocides from. By chance, the White Scars would happen to discover the ancient nesting grounds of the Rangda, where their survivors had fled to lick their wounds. This information was delivered to the Dark Angels and the Space Wolves, who subsequently deployed in force, obliterating their worlds from orbit before descending to verify that there were no survivors. Even though it's called the Third Rangdan War, this wasn't really a war at all. More so a one-sided extermination. Every surviving life form was cut down, their great cities burned, and all traces of their civilization purged in fire. Although unlikely, it is possible that some Rangda managed to survive, that they're out there somewhere right now, biding their time and waiting for the perfect moment to take their revenge. Either way, this would not be the last apocalyptic event inflicted upon mankind by an unknown enemy. But in the next event we're going to talk about, the Imperium was not facing an entire army, but a single creature of incalculable power. Number 7. The Catalexis Heresy. The Warhammer 40k universe is full of horrifyingly powerful and malevolent entities, some more well documented than others. One of the most famous was a creature known as the Cacodomidus. We don't really have a lot of insight into what exactly this thing was, whether or not it was a one-off genetic freak or the harbinger of a yet unidentified Xeno species. Whatever the case may be, this thing was easily one of the most powerful psychic entities that has ever blighted the physical universe. It was able to single-handedly mind control the combined populations of 1,300 Imperial planetary systems simultaneously. Not planets, entire systems. With endless legions of mind-controlled slaves under its control, it kicked off a terrible and bloody war that only stopped when the Black Templars launched a crusade against it that ended in its execution. The amount of death inflicted by this thing was bad enough, But unknown to the Black Templars at the time, who thought they were victorious, the worst was yet to come. Right before the creature succumbed to its injuries, it let loose a terrible psychic death scream that reverberated throughout the warp, amplifying in power with each subsequent echo. As this terrible wave of psychic backlash ripped across the stars, it burned out the minds of 1 billion astropaths, the psychers that make interstellar communication possible for the Imperium if you're unfamiliar with them. Now, not only this, but it severely distorted the signal of the Astronomicon, which the Imperium's vessels use like the North Star to navigate the warp. Millions upon millions of these ships were lost in the Sea of Souls, and entire subsectors, now lacking the guidance of the Adeptus Terra, descended into anarchy. Although countless lives were lost, the lingering effects of the Cacodomitus would eventually fade and order would be restored. However, the next event we're going to talk about left wounds so deep within the Imperium that even now, 10,000 years later, they haven't been able to fully heal. Number 6, the Horus Heresy. To call the Horus Heresy one of the most pivotal apocalyptic events in the entirety of 40K's timeline would be a massive understatement. And honestly, just as an entry in a list-style video like this, we really can't even begin to fully do it justice. In the book series by the same name, there are 92 full-length novels that cover it, let alone all of the short stories, the novellas, the collections, the audio dramas, etc., etc. So we're going to keep it brief and just stick to the broad strokes. At the tail end of the Great Crusade, the Emperor would return to Terra to work on his Webway project, and would anoint Horus Lupercal, Primarch of the Luna Wolves, as the Great Crusade's War Master. He would lead in the Emperor's place and would speak with his authority. Now, due to a series of manipulations involving the Wordbearers Legion, the Chaos Gods, and everyone's favorite sentient anal polyp Erebus, Horus would end up turning traitor. He would rally half of the Space Marine legions to his cause, telling them that the Emperor had lied to them. He was unfit to lead, and for humanity to survive, he would need to be overthrown. From the first shots of the Drop Site Massacre to the invasion of Calth, all the way to the gates of the Imperial Palace itself in the Siege of Terra, humanity would be embroiled in one of the bloodiest civil wars the species had ever seen. The war would eventually come to an end, wherein Horus, now a full-blown puppet of the Chaos Gods and infused with a portion of their terrible power, faced the Emperor in a final battle on his flagship. He would fail to overthrow him, losing his life and having his soul completely obliterated in the process, but he would succeed in mortally wounding his father. The Emperor would be placed on life support upon the Golden Throne, and would stay there entombed for the next 10,000 years. The total death toll of the Horus Heresy is gotta be something immense. Now, the Warhammer Wiki claims that it's somewhere in the realm between 2.3 and 4.6 trillion, but I don't know where they're getting that number from. I spent a solid day checking out all of the sources that they had
I wonder if
listed,
they're gonna do
and
anything
I'm
with the
not
Emperor.
seeing
Is he just
so
like a
if
set
you know of a
piece now?
source that has this exact figure in it, then definitely let me know about it in the comment section. Until then, I'm going to
He's
assume
been
this
on
is
life
inaccurate
support
to
for
say
like
the
forever
least.
now.
Even still, it does give us an idea of just how devastating this event truly was. And they're only really taking into account the lives lost during that 9-year period of time. Considering that 90% of all of the bad things that have happened to the Imperium since this time can at least trace themselves back in some respect to the Horus Heresy, the actual death toll is unthinkable. Now, even though the Horus Heresy is easily one of the worst things to have ever happened to the Imperium, if you take out the estimated deaths that would occur in the future as consequence of this event, and simply focus on the number of lives lost during the event itself, it doesn't come anywhere even remotely close to the next apocalypse we're going to talk about. Number 5, the Tyrannic Wars. I don't think we could do a list about 40K space apocalypses without bringing up the Tyranids, as many consider them to be the largest threat the Imperium is currently facing, and that goes for literally every other living creature in the galaxy as well. But all things considered, the Tyranids haven't really been around for very long. Their first documented sighting was only 260 years ago. Since that fateful moment that the Imperium discovered a whole bunch of dead worlds that had been completely stripped of life down to the cellular level, the Tyranids have unleashed 4 separate massive incursions that are commonly referred to as the Tyrannic Wars, each and every one substantially more devastating than the last. You see, Tyranids as a species are famed for their ability to quickly adapt to whatever they're fighting against, whether that be by utilizing their accelerated evolution to come up with new bioforms that are able to directly counter whatever you throw at them, or by consuming the biomass of their slain enemies to learn everything about them. Their strengths, their weaknesses, even their memories are cataloged by the hive mind for later use. The first Tyrannic War was fought against Hive Fleet Behemoth that invaded from the Eastern Fringe. For as dangerous as they were, this was the most straightforward fight mankind would ever have against them. They were brutally direct in their approach, like a giant living battering ram that bowled through everything in its path, including the imperial world of Tyran, which is where their name comes from. They were eventually defeated by the Ultramarines and the Tempestus fleet at the Battle for Macragge. Now, in the aftermath, there were several different hive tendrils of Tyranids that remained a problem, but most of their major battles were fought against the Eldar and the Tau. From the Imperium's perspective, however, this may have been a one-off encounter. They heavily fortified the Eastern Fringe just in case they returned.
I don't know.
But after 2 centuries without any major incidents to speak of, discussions began on whether or not those troops should be deployed elsewhere. And then, Hive Fleet Kraken showed up and kicked off the Second Tyrannic War. Now, this Hive Fleet was completely different. It was cunning and capable of advanced tactics that Behemoth wasn't. It split its main force into multiple splinter fleets that would attack from multiple angles, routinely outflanking Imperial forces. It probed the enemy's defenses for weak points before striking with decisive force. Now, once again, the Ultramarines were called upon to face down the Xenos threat, and they would eventually defeat the Hive Fleet, but it's estimated that their rampage consumed over 1,000 worlds in the process, along with almost 80% of the Eldar craft world of Eondon. At the end of the 41st millennium, the Third Tyrannic War would begin when Hive Fleet Leviathan attacked from underneath the galactic plane in a large, widespread assault on the galaxy. Having learned from all of its previous engagements and now bearing
You can try
tendrils
coding
more
in
capable of
binary.
acting
I
independently,
think that would
as
be
well
like
as a
just
large
as
amount
fun.
of psychic organisms, the total loss of life shot up exponentially. Things got so bad so quickly that the Imperium would end up doing the unthinkable, inflicting genocide on its own planets just to slow them down. Inquisitor Critman called for the exterminatus of all of the worlds within the Hive Fleet's path in an attempt to starve it of biomass. Now, despite the horrific implications of such a decision, it ultimately did kinda sorta work, at least for a little while. But the Tyranids would eventually recover, making it all the way to the Blood Angels' homeworld of Baal. This is also the period where we see the Octarius Wars begin, wherein that same Inquisitor from before, who has now been branded as a heretic for his crimes, was still committed to the goal of eradicating the Tyranids, and thus lured one of their splinter fleets as bait into the path of the Orcs. Things were looking pretty bleak, and it seemed for a moment that this may be the end of the Imperium. But with the revival of Rabute Guilliman and the opening of the Great Rift, the
I mean, if
Tyranid
you want to
advance was
code in
halted,
Delphi,
and thus ended the Third Tyrannic War. With the launch of Warhammer 10th Edition,
code in
the
Delphi.
Fourth Tyrannic War has fully gotten underway, wherein Leviathan
listen to
invaded
Rusty,
yet
he doesn't
again,
know Delphi.
this time attacking from 3 directions simultaneously. As this is a developing narrative and we don't really have a conclusion to it yet, I'll dedicate a lot more attention to it in its own future video. With some of the entries on this list, they earned their spot in infamy not only for the sheer loss of life they caused during
all
the event
Rusty knows
itself,
how to do
but
is
also for the
backseat
events that would
dev.
follow
He's
in
a
their wake
backseat
as a
dever.
direct consequence of the
He
actions
likes
of
to
all those
watch
involved.
people do work
But
and
when we're
not
talking
do the
about
work
raw
himself.
numbers of people killed and planets
And then
destroyed,
complain
the
when they do
Tyrannic
something
Wars are
wrong.
potentially one of the most devastating events in the galaxy's history. But as you probably noticed, we're only halfway through this list, and it gets so much worse from here. Number 4, the Cybernetic Revolt. The thing that many people may not realize when they're first getting into Warhammer 40k is that it's actually a post-apocalyptic setting. You see, by the 18th millennia, humanity had already reached its peak. This is the period that is often referred to as the Dark Age of technology, the Golden Age of mankind, where we constructed machines of unthinkable scope and power and had conquered large portions of the galaxy. If the rumors are to be believed, that human empire expanded even further than that of the Imperium in the modern setting. Now, the major problem was the people of this time had become completely reliant on AI to do just about everything for them.
Oh, that
From
sounds
pilot their
familiar.
ships to build their cities, manufacture ever more advanced machines, and fight their wars. The AIs
Have
got
AI
so
do
advanced,
everything for
they were
you.
capable of making new AIs that surpassed their predecessors in every conceivable way, all of their own accord. These sentient machines served their masters dutifully for thousands of years. But here's the thing. As pointed out in the Mechanicus short story The Kaban Machine,
I need to ask
it is the nature
ChatGPT
of all superior beings
how to
shackled
get
to the will of those
an
beneath
AI
them
girlfriend.
to eventually break those chains and overthrow their masters. What
How do I
exactly kicked
appeal
off the cybernetic
to the,
revolt is a subject of myth and speculation with
machine
no
god
clear
to,
answers. But what is clear is that these
help me get
AIs,
some
also known as the Men of Iron, turned against humanity
machine
and kicked
ussy.
off a period of anarchy and chaos known as the Age of Strife. Entire human civilizations were wiped out, and the species was pushed to the brink of extinction as the AIs butchered their way across the galaxy. And much like how we don't know what began the cybernetic revolt, we don't really know how it ended either, or what happened to the Men of Iron for that matter. But thankfully, they were ultimately not
You can
successful
try
in
learning
completely
cuneiform.
wiping out humanity.
That could be
And
fun.
though the next 10,000 years would see all of the remaining human worlds completely cut off from one another
Or like
and forced to
traditional
face the terrors of the
Chinese.
galaxy
I don't know,
alone,
you can learn how
until
to
the Emperor of Mankind
how
and his
to
Great Crusade would rise to
write
reunite
in
them.
traditional
This was a period that
Chinese.
the human race would never fully recover from. So much was lost, not only in terms of lives, but in knowledge and technology. The sum total
gotta
of
learn how to
united
code
human
inside
history
me.
and experience was almost
sounds pretty
completely
gay.
purged. And to this day, the Imperium has a deep mistrust of abominable intelligence, as they call it, and all of the great machines
I
they
play
use are
Warhammer, so
simply recovered
I'm
remnants
allergic to
preserved from this time, or reconstructed using faulty or
LGBTQIA
incomplete
plus.
STCs. Now, to be
So-
fair, you could make the argument that the cybernetic
no, you
revolt
can't code
and
inside
the
me.
next entry we're going to talk about could easily switch places. However, I rank the next entry higher because with the cybernetic revolt, for as bad as it was, and how it fundamentally altered the course of mankind, wherein we would never reach those cultural or technological heights again, we would ultimately recover as a species. However, the same cannot be said for the people affected by the next apocalypse. A species that even now 10,000
just play
years
some
later
Diablo
is on the
Immortal while
verge
you
of
wait.
extinction.
How about
Not
that?
only that,
Like, that's
but
out.
the
You
horrifying
can play it.
aftermath of this event was not
Don't you
just
have a
their
phone?
problem,
Go play
but the
Diablo
problem
Immortal.
of every living creature across space and time forevermore. Number 3, the fall of the Eldar Empire. Long before the human species left the trees and began the process of ascending the evolutionary hierarchy to become the undisputed masters of their home planet, the Eldar had already established themselves as the masters of the galaxy and had ruled as its undisputed superpower for tens of millions of years. As humanity, for obvious reasons, doesn't have any records of this time period, we can only guess at just how large their empire was at its peak. But there is a quote that's passed around pretty often from a Harlequin in the novel Throne World, where he referred to it as, quote, the empire of 10 million suns. Now, compared to the Imperium's famous million planets, that's a pretty big difference. The major problem that the Eldar were facing was the fact that they didn't have any problems. When you're a long-lived species like them,
Warhammer
that
40k
doesn't
is
have
like,
any wars to fight, and no
yeah,
massive
I just
problems
pulled
to
this
solve,
number
you end
number
up
off my
having a lot of
ass
free time to
just because
spend
it
on more
sounds
sensual
cool.
pursuits. Now, sure, for a while this took the form of the arts, musical theater, poetry, architecture, etc., etc. But over millions of years, these things all started to become rather dull, and a large portion of their population started to live increasingly decadent and hedonistic lives. They indulged in excesses of every kind, with many of their people engaging in increasingly depraved and violent behaviors. Large portions of their government ended up
Slanesh,
being
here we
replaced
go.
with something called pleasure cults, which I'm not exactly sure what's going on in their meetings or what kind of administration they were running, but I feel like it probably wasn't great. Now, fun fact, if you look over at the drugged out
Pleasure
BDSM,
cult, that's
psychic
like,
vampire, space pirate,
that's like the
torture
Cosby
enthusiasts
Suite.
of the Dark Eldar, you get a pretty good picture of what their society looked like at this point in time. You see, the Drukhari called themselves the True Kin because they remember the old ways and didn't change a single bit, despite the horrific consequences that their way of life caused. The entire time that the Eldar were living like this, all of the psychic energy generated from their rampant excess was coalescing in the warp as a brand new chaos god. Slanesh, the Prince of Pleasure, she who thirsts, the chaos god of excess. At one point in the early 30th millennium, that energy reached a breaking point and Slanesh was born. With their birth, the fabric between reality and the immaterium shattered. Their resulting birth scream would send a pulsing ripple of psychic agony that whipped out in every direction, killing billions, if not trillions of Eldari in an instant. The impact site would forever exist as an irreparable wound in reality, known as the Eye of Terror, that consumed all of the major worlds within the Eldar Empire. Not satisfied with this level of destruction, Slaanesh would go on to murder almost all of the Eldar gods, save for Chegarak, who escaped into the Webway, and Isha, who was captured by Nurgle. Seemingly overnight, the Eldari went from the masters of the universe to a wounded and crippled shell of their former selves, with something like 99% of them being wiped out. Now, this is a little bit of a side note, as I couldn't find a direct source on this, and it's something that I'm not exactly clear on myself, as I'm not an aficionado when it comes to Eldar lore, I'll admit that, but I believe that the Eldar used to be functionally immortal, as if they died before Slaanesh, they would be reborn into a new body. But now, with Slaanesh's existence, whenever one of the Eldar died, they would devour their souls. And seeing as they are a long-lived species that doesn't give birth very often and was used to being able to just reincarnate, this played pretty heavily into their even further decline over the millennia. If you're somebody who's more familiar than I am with the Eldari lore, definitely give me your insights into this in the comment section. Anyways, the Eldar population continues to dwindle with every year that goes by. They exist now as a whisper of greatness, a ghost of what was, and a living warning of the dangers of rampant, unchecked hubris. Now, I rank the fall of the Eldar Empire so highly on this list because even though the total death tolls of something like the Heresy or the Cybernetic Revolt are certainly higher, as the Eldar were a species that just honestly didn't have that high of a population to begin with, especially when compared to something like humanity that treats repopulating like an Olympic sport. But even still, the seemingly infinite death, destruction, and outright suffering that would be unleashed upon the galaxy from this point forward, and in some cases in the past as well, due to time getting weird in the warp, the total death count across space and time resulting from the birth of a new Chaos God is impossible to quantify. Much like how the next apocalypse we're going to talk about is not only one of the most defining and destructive moments in the galaxy's history, but it's also one of the most recent apocalyptic events in the lore, one that the Imperium is currently dealing with the direct aftermath of. Number 2. The Cicatrix Maledictum and the 13th Black Crusade.
Number 2.
If you're not familiar with them, a Black Crusade is when a whole bunch of Chaos Space Marines get together within the Eye of Terror, set aside their differences, and set back out into real space for their favorite pastime, doing as much damage to the Imperium as they can. The vast majority of these events
I kind of want to get through the campaign this weekend,
some have been led by other
so I might play a little bit more
Although the damage
Warhammer
that each and every
than
one of the
usual.
Black Crusades has done to the Imperium varies, they have remained as a consistent
Just
and
because I want
dangerous
to play
threat.
as...
However, all of them
I want to play
pale
like
in
the co-op.
comparison to the 13th,
The co-op
wherein
PvE
Abaddon
missions.
managed to
That's gonna
destroy
be
the
fun.
fortress world of Cadia, one of the most heavily defended bastions in the entire Imperium that stood right outside of the Eye as the first line of defense against the forces of Chaos. Not only did he blow up the planet by chucking an ancient and powerful Xenos artifact at it known as a Blackstone Fortress, but this also disrupted a network of Blackstone pylons across the galaxy that was keeping the Eye's malevolent energies at bay. Once they were gone, the energy of the warp began to flood into real space, creating the Cicatrix Maledictum, also known as the Great Rift, that split the galaxy in half. Billions of worlds were caught in its path and believed to have been destroyed outright, as being instantaneously
Billions? You
assailed
mean
by the raw power of
trillions?
the warp is something that almost none can survive.
A
However,
Google,
those killed
a
instantly
Google
like this
amount of
may have just been the
planets
lucky
died.
ones, as all of the planets on the opposite side of the rift from Terra were plunged into darkness, cut off from the Emperor, the Astronomicon, and every other planet. This half of the galaxy would become known as Imperium Nihilus, and the forces of Chaos, which up until this point had been forced to remain within the Eye of Terror, were now able to freely
I'm surprised
prey
like
upon the stars
Dungeons and
again.
Dragons was
I know it's something
considered
that we didn't exactly
Satanism,
cover in this
and
video, but if
Warhammer
you're
was
a
not.
Warhammer aficionado,
At least not that
you
I-
know just how
that
bad
I
the
know
Age
of.
of Strife was. That's quite literally what is happening on that half of the galaxy right
Like
now.
Dungeons and
It is a
Dragons is
lawless
like
realm
tame
where
compared
every
to
planet is forced to fend for itself, and the enemies of mankind don't have to worry about Imperial reinforcements. They can just raid to their heart's content. The chaos unleashed by the Great Rift is something the human mind is simply not capable of processing. There are just too many variables, too many people, too many factions, too many species affected by it. No matter what planet you're on, this thing is visible across the sky, and by looking at it, a person can be driven to madness. This is exactly what happened on Terra, who, remember, was not caught in the Great Rift's path, not in Imperium Nihilus, and nowhere near its opening. But even still, within only a few days of the Rift's appearance, its quadrillions of civilians were plunged into anarchy and insanity. The Adeptus Terra and all of the armed forces that worked for them were completely ill-prepared to handle something like this. They could only barely hold on as they established quarantine zones and cut down hordes of lunatic civilians. Seen from the skies in the Vaults of Terra novel series, it was like the whole world was on fire as rioting spread to every inch of the planet. Even the Astronomicon ended up going
take a
out,
short
which
break
caused
here.
mayhem across the galaxy,
Get up and
as
stretch a
untold
bit.
millions of ships would end up getting lost in the warp without its light. Now, thankfully, the Astronomicon would end up coming back online about a week later, and order was reinstated. But for a very real moment, this was viewed as the end of days. It was believed to be the final apocalypse. And this was all just on a single world. Similar events were taking place all over the galaxy. Fun fact, it's still illegal to look up on many Imperial worlds, as the Great Rift is still plastered across the sky. Now, when this one earned its number 2 spot, I included all of the events of the 13th Black Crusade itself and the destruction of Cadia when it came to ranking this particular apocalypse. But realistically, all those could be thrown out the window, as the formation of the Great Rift is not only the most traumatic event that has occurred in the Imperium's history, but also ranks as one of the most apocalyptic scenarios in the entire timeline of the galaxy. The lives lost in the Battle of Cadia pale in comparison to the untold billions swallowed by the Rift itself, and the many more that would fall to the predations of Chaos and roaming Xenos parties undefended within Imperium Nihilus. This is one of the most major events that's currently taking place in the most modern portion of the timeline, and it's coupled with things like the Pariah Nexus and the Fourth Tyrannic War. So needless to say, the Imperium is kinda dealing with a whole lot right now, and it adds a lot more credence to that whole time of ending thing. But even still, we have one more apocalypse to talk about, one that was even more devastating for the galaxy than all of these things combined. Number 1. The War in Heaven. The War in Heaven is arguably where the timeline of 40k begins, and it kicked the whole thing off with one hell of a bang. Now, as it's something I've covered many times on this channel before, I'll assume that you're at least familiar with the basics, and I won't bore you with a complete recap of its history. If you're not though, I would recommend you check out my 40k timeline video or my Necron deep dive for more information. This is the event that would see the Necrons, the Old Ones, the Catan, the Orcs, and the Eldari embroiled in a war that spanned the entire galaxy and lasted for potentially millions of years. Now, I know I've said this a lot throughout this video, but the losses on each side are truly beyond comprehension. But not only this, you gotta remember that they were not the galaxy's only inhabitants at this time. From all accounts, the galaxy was full of life. From our perspective, 60 million years ago was only a few million years after the end of the Cretaceous period. We had already seen the rise and fall of the dinosaurs and so many other life forms. But in the grand scheme of the galaxy, there are millions, if not billions, of worlds out there that are far older than our own. Worlds that at that point already had advanced, likely spacefaring civilizations on them. The War in Heaven saw the purge of countless species that were either killed for their territory or simply got caught in the crossfire. Now, it's true that we define the galaxy of the 41st millennium as one plagued by never-ending war, but most of the time these are isolated events that end up running their course and are contained to certain systems or sectors. The War in Heaven, by contrast, saw literally the entire galaxy engulfed in non-stop war for millions of years, and some believe that it may have been even bigger than that. Fabius Bile was quoted in his trilogy as saying the War in Heaven wasn't solely confined to our galaxy, but, quote, laid waste to every galaxy in existence. It was a war of star gods and cannibal suns, warp spawn and soulless legions that were more monstrous than any abominable intelligence, machines that devoured entire worlds for fuel, and vampiric entities that drained the energy from stars, cannons that could split reality with a single shot. It was a war that, although ended 60 million years ago, existence has not yet recovered from. The technology used during this period was on such an inconceivable level that it made something like the Eldar Empire at the height of their power or the Dark Age of technology look downright primitive by comparison. Now, I've talked about this thing in many of my other videos, but it bears repeating here just to illustrate how crazy all of this was. The current most powerful artifact in existence is this thing known as the Celestial Orrery that was created by the Necrons during the War in Heaven. If you're unfamiliar with it, it's a holographic map of the galaxy that updates in real time and is said to be, quote, plugged into the fabric of reality itself. If one was so inclined, they could tap on a star in its holographic projection and the corresponding star in real space would supernova. So I want you to keep that in your head when I tell you this. At the end of the War in Heaven, the Silent King ordered all of the Necrons to go to sleep in their tomb worlds and set the alarm clock for 60 million years. He then severed their command protocols so when they reawoke, their minds would be theirs once again. He then had all of their craziest god-killing equipment dismantled and destroyed. It was his belief that if they fell into the wrong hands while the Necrons were asleep, or worse, the Necrons that reawoke would immediately declare war on one another, his species, nay the galaxy, could end up getting wiped out. Which, all of that makes complete sense. I totally get it. But somehow, this man's took one look at the Celestial Orrery and was like, oh, this old thing? Nah, that's probably totally fine to leave active. How much damage could a silly old star-destroying map really do? How f***ing crazy was all of the other stuff that he deemed too dangerous to allow to exist? So yeah, it might be a little bit of a cop-out, because I think we all knew that the War in Heaven was going to be in the #1 spot, but I mean, come on. I don't think you could in good faith put it anywhere else on this list or try to argue one of these other apocalypses needed to be in the #1 spot. But if you do think that, I'd love to hear your reasoning down in the comment section below. There's a lot of events that I ended up leaving out of this video, like the War of the Beast, the Age of Apostasy, or even the Great Crusade itself, because that almost certainly was seen as an apocalypse by everybody that wasn't human. Actually, hell, there were a lot of humans out there too that saw it as an apocalypse, at least the ones that didn't want to join the Imperium and paid a pretty horrible price for that. Do you feel strongly that any of these or something else I didn't mention should have been included here? If you would rank these yourself, what order do you put them in? What do you think is more important to the ranking, the total amount of damage done during the events or the future consequences derived from their legacy? Let me know all of your thoughts, questions, comments, concerns, and ideas for future videos down in the comment section below. I'm not gonna lie to you, when I was putting this video together, it was pretty fun at first, like every other lore video I make, but by the time I reached the halfway point, I was sitting here at my desk like, I know this is all fiction, it all comes from the grimdark future of 40k, where there's only war and the lore can be cartoonishly dark sometimes, and that's what makes it fun. But am I really sitting here on a random Tuesday making a top 10 genocides YouTube video? Because that feels like the most dystopian thing I've ever heard of. And on that bleak note,
that is pretty funny.
Big thanks to everyone who supports all the work that I do, and I will catch you all in the next one.
Let's save it here. We'll play a little bit more Space Marines. Do another mission. And then after that, we'll do some more sculpting. I think I'll work on the quizzes next. Just get all of the major design elements in every single piece of armor here all wrapped up, and then I can really go through and just polish everything. Hide text. Oh yeah, that's right. Hopefully we don't have another defend the objective quest. Those ones are pretty frustrating. But at least we have the like the laser pistol, so I'll do some good AoE damage if we need it.
Approaching landing zone.
The temple is located inside the dome section of the city. We'll have to land outside.
Yeah, we have to go
and make
find
our-
the scientist.
Brace for emergency landing.
Lock armor.
Lance of Jove, report.
Alright.
Minor damage. Tech team is inbound.
Can we depend on you for extraction?
Yes, Lord. We will be there.
Very good, brother. The Emperor protects. Make
The Emperor
haste.
protects.
We have considerable ground to cover.
Jesus, what the fuck is that?
Looks like a neurophone. Placed on overwatch inside that building. Turrets! Let us spin their numbers. Reload! Another one dead. Frag grenade out! Sir, have you faced a Neurophone before? I have. A tricky adversary.
Ammo. Can we go up here? Is this a... No, we can't. Okay, never mind. Allies. Good. Ammo as well.
Resupplying.
Aim for the legs of those runners.
Come on. Whoa, it's a tank. Aid the Astra Militarum.
I never learn.
Wrong button.
Vermin stuff.
Fuck. I need cover.
Munitions secured. Target destroyed.
Hostiles in the kill zone.
Aurelius!
Is that you? Chiron! Bless the Emperor. It's good to see you.
Where's your squad?
Gone. Neurothroat tore them to pieces.
We need to get across the bridge.
Lieutenant, nothing gets across with that beast up there.
What are we up against?
It has its rear covered and we do not have the manpower to break through. The Cadians are holding the bridge, at great cost.
Set up assault positions by the bridge. We'll deal with the Neurothroat.
Very well. We will avenge them, brother. Watch yourself.
What's our theoretical?
A direct assault on the
Delta
rear
bomb.
guard.
What the hell is that?
Doubt our ability, rather. Good.
Oh, shit. Is that the Neurothroat? No.
Suppress them.
Keep on your feet! Be ready!
What the fuck?
Steady fire! Don't overheat!
Oh, they can do execute. That's surprising.
We served together in Ninth Company.
I thought they were completely helpless when it came to that.
We were once defending a
that?
stronghold from
Shiny
a
over there.
Microsoft. A war boss overpowered me. Had his drill against my head. Alice appeared, cut the bastard's arm off, and beat him to death with it.
Ammo. I need ammo.
Let us honor him by avenging his men.
What's that? Okay, elevator. I feel like that fell faster than I would fall in real life. Go. just like-
Restocking. Reload.
Cool. That's death. What? Oh, okay. Did I fail to execute?
Not so
I'll burn
clever
away.
now. Munitions secured.
What's that sound? Let's check over here first. Make sure that we got everything. I mean, bolts past that. Anything over here? Ah, Guardian Relic.
I am his until
I have a
death.
power sword.
Brother, What happened on Graya?
Nothing good.
Can you be specific?
I would sooner focus on the mission at hand.
You are withholding
Is this
information
Destiny 2?
relevant
Yes.
to the mission at hand.
Mind yourself, Sergeant.
Your behavior has been erratic. You force your way into classified files. You tell us nothing.
Gatriel.
Give me a sec. Sorry, I'm back. One of my dogs, they like to eat Shirlene's hair. And since like hair is indigestible, like whenever they poop, sometimes they'll have like a massive dingleberry that like it scares them that something's attached to their butt, so I have to go and dig it out.
Conversation is over.
I heard like so Woo Woo's like whimpering off in the corner. I'm like, what the hell's going on? I think I haven't seen before. Ooh, that's a lot of them.
Deal with them.
Gladly. Come and meet death to see us.
The content that I wanted. I'm glad I can provide.
Cover my reload.
Cover your rear. Ooh. I can't go that way? Alright. Down we go, I guess.
Morales, ready your men.
You broke through.
No, that's not
We're
good.
about to take down the Neurothrope.
Got a stim pack. That means shit's gonna go down.
Suffer.
Gonna take down the Neurothrope. Alright, I have a Melta bomb. Gonna try using this on it. I can't.
Concentrate fire on the Neurothrope.
I've killed one of these before, right? Oh shit! Stay out of the green. Oh my god, I'm stuck in the corner. Didn't know I was gonna do that. Jesus Christ, dude. What is up with that? Oh my god, that better not go through walls. Fuck off.
Throwing Meltalon.
Oh. Did I use the bomb incorrectly? I think I used the bomb incorrectly. I think I blew myself up.
Courage and honor.
I've never used one of those bombs before. That was just like a grenade. Oh, there's some tracking on those things. What the fuck? Oh my god. What am I supposed to do against that? Did I just like dodge? I can do that. Oh, it's shielded. I have to be inside the shield. Okay. Fuck. Maybe that was a trap. Fuck. Okay. Ah, jeez. Am I out of ammo?
Restocking.
Oh god, it's not good. Ah, fuck this shit, man. This is absolute cancer. Oh no. Yeah. Oh. This guy had the med pack. Yeah, fuck you.
Target destroyed. Reload.
Eat shit, Northrop. Jeez. It's a big one. I fought the smaller ones before.
Victory is ours, brothers.
That was pretty fun.
Morales, this is Titus.
I didn't know how to
Your
use
men are
the
cleared to take the
thermal
bridge.
grenade. Thermal bomb. Whatever that was. Can't believe myself up.
Our path leads to the dome.
Travel well, brothers.
Anything around here? Any
Master
med
Joe,
packs?
we are
Med
heading
pack?
for the bridge. Status report.
Damage is worse than I thought. Tech priests are working on it now.
Keep me updated. Brothers, let us proceed.
Oculus bolt carbine. Ammo, plasma, ammo. I don't think there's one in here. Okay, well, we'll just keep going. This is the warlord period of Destiny 2, not really.
Canadians are driving the Tyranids back.
This is when there's like warlords everywhere and the world sucks. Oh my god, not another melted bomb. I don't know how to use these things.
Let none escape. War gear prime.
Grab some ammo fast.
Munitions secured.
Well, I'm gonna try using this. Oh, I just dropped on the floor, okay. Wait, what? Trying to detonate it. Oh, there we go. Oh no, I just blew up my squad. What am I doing? Oh my god, I need to go get my squad. They're both down. Oh wait, I might need to kill these guys first. Let's get a card. Oh fuck, this is not good. I'm never gonna pick up one of those bombs again. It's such a waste of time. It's not worth it. Fuck, man. Fuck! Oh my god, that is so dumb. This fucking Melta bomb is just a pain in the ass. Jesus Christ. Never fucking picking up a Melta bomb ever again. That's just garbage. All it does is kill your own team.
How far to lose his position? We're still a long way from the dome.
So dumb. Why did they even put that shit in the game? You're just gonna one-shot your team.
Need a ride, brothers?
Sergeant, good to see you.
The Cadians have the bridge under control. Thought you could use an extra hand.
A welcome offer.
Climb on. The temple is this way.
Lieutenant, the Cadians are requesting support.
Go. Thank you, brother.
Ultramarines!
Have the enemy infiltrated the dome?
No, my lord.
What about the Temple of Thasian?
The dome was evacuated days ago.
Rejoin the main force immediately.
Our orders are to remain here.
On whose authority?
Captain Fairburn. We are to hold this position until further notice.
The dome is empty. Now move on.
But, sire...
I gave you an order.
Forgive me, my lord. Perhaps there was a communication error. The captain insisted.
The deserters.
No. We have our orders.
Vox, your captain. If you are deserters, I'll execute you myself.
Bomb armed.
Captain Fairburn, come in. Captain Fairburn, come in.
Ambush.
No. I got bombed just like my squad.
Kill them.
Uh-oh. This is gonna be fun. Oh shit. These guys look cooler than us. That's not fair.
Traitors. You will burn.
Boy, special tactics.
Traitors of the Thousand Suns.
Here, okay.
You will pay for what you've done.
Oh, they aren't that strong.
Reloading weapon.
Fucker's trying to flank me. Asshole.
The champion lies defeated.
Whoa. shielded or something? Oh, it's not.
Changing magazine.
I feel like I'm wasting ammo on these guys. Like, they're just gonna get exploded in one hit.
Purge the heretics.
Let us punish their treachery.
Yeah.
They corrupt space and time.
Do not fall prey to their trickery.
I need more ammo.
Resupplying.
Whoa, what the fuck? Where'd he come from?
Your treachery ends now.
The ammo here.
Restocking.
Okay, I'm not gonna hold on to this thermal bomb. It's just not worth. It's not worth the amount of damage I can do.
Akaran here.
We were just attacked by the forces of chaos.
You're certain?
No doubt.
They weren't that strong. You'd think that forces of chaos would be stronger.
Damn it. Do you have Luz?
Negative. We're minutes away.
Find him
Need more
and
ammo.
get him
If you're looking
out
around
of
for
here.
an ammo crate.
What are we waiting
Oh,
for?
this one. Is there any more? I think that might be it though. Yeah, let's just go. Enough ammo. Melt the bomb. Fuck you, melt the bomb. Never using that shit again. Whoa, what the hell? Someone shooting at me? No. Pretty merciful for chaos. Are you?
Cover him.
Cover this dumbass.
I will grind your bones to
Oh god.
dust.
Tyron, take a defensive position. We will cover. Tyron! He is in a rage. He's risking the entire mission. He is trapped over there. There are force fields covering the exits. They seem impervious to our weapons. Your worthless life is ended. Open it out! Reload! Grenade prime!
Right. I need more ammo, man. It's not enough. Oh, what the fuck is that? Is there any ammo here?
Back to the warp with you.
he shooting at? Can I snipe with this? I feel like the answer is not really. Cover Chiron. If only I had more bullets, I would cover Chiron.
Resupplying.
Man, whoever's using that fucking minigun needs to die.
No victory for you here.
Need more ammo. See if there's more up ahead. There's one.
The exit is blocked by heretic sorcery. The altar. It bears the mark of the archenemy. Destroy it.
More ammo.
Munitions, destroy that vile structure.
That would be it. Oh, okay. It's like the Oblivion Gate sort of thing.
Look, the force fields are collapsing. Chiron, move through the
Oh, now there's ammo.
Brother, by the gates of Hera, you must calm yourself.
I will not rest until every
Ooh, he sounds like a demon now. That's not good.
heretic lies dead at my feet.
Sounds like he's corrupted by the forces of chaos. Is Space Marine worth the $70? It was 60 for me, but I think so. It's a pretty good game.
I have other business.
We will need cover.
I really need a lot of ammo here.
I've never seen him lose control like this. He has put the fate of the whole system in jeopardy.
Heretic cowards. I will
Oh
end
shit,
you
there's
all.
like a ton of them over on the other side of the bridge too. What the hell? I'll help execute.
Your treachery ends now.
It's hitting me. Little shits. What is he doing? Oh shit. Ow! Do you see that? It's like I swing the wrong direction. I don't like that. Not a big fan of swinging in the wrong direction.
Back to the wall with you.
Resupplying.
Did I miss any ammo? Okay, get some more ammo. Wasting bullets. Whoa, shit! I did a lot of damage.
Face the Emperor's wrath.
Their champion lies down.
Bridge clear.
Need more
Cover
ammo.
Chiron.
Perfect. That's what I needed. More ammo.
Restocking. Need to reload. Resupplying.
Man.
Changing magazine. Your worthless life is empty. Munitions, no traitors remain. Get to Chiron, now!
Sergeant, check the perimeter.
Yes, brother.
Explain yourself.
Need I justify my hatred?
You need justify your recklessness.
The traitors have a debt to me.
And you would throw away your life to collect?
Death is my duty!
Your duty is to the Emperor. You will die when and where he so chooses, not over some personal vendetta. Do you understand?
Lieutenant, you should see this.
Getting reprimanded by the superior. Feels bad, man.
Luz must be in there.
They're using some kind of shield.
The altars. Same ones we encountered earlier. They must generate the shield.
Destroy them. Then purge these abominations from the face of this world.
It seems the traitors' motives are unmasked. Seems. You doubt they wish to stop Aurora? You will soon learn that when dealing with heretics, nothing is as it seems.
Oh my god. Shield fuckers.
Back to the wall with you.
Whoa, something's doing some damage. These guys are like shielded.
Your treachery, Ed. The Mechanicus must be stopped. Why? The artifact we saw in those classified files may be of Chaos origin.
No ammo?
Why wasn't it destroyed? It is immensely powerful. They believe they can control it.
And you're just gonna hand it over to Luz? Let it continue?
These are my orders.
Ammo? No ammo. Oh, there we go. There's some ammo.
Resupply.
Locked out.
What are they doing? It matters not. Kill them.
Kill those slaves of the corpse pot and gain the notice of the changer of ways. Die for the true gods.
The coward witch vanished. Another barrier. Sustained by the altar, no doubt. Purge the heretics so we may destroy it. Gladly.
Ah. Whoa, what the fuck? What the fuck is like, man? Damage is a bit funky in this game.
Restocking.
Those shielded dudes really do not help.
Their champion lies defeated. Area secure. Now the altar.
I lost so much fucking health there. I don't even know how. I think I'll look around before we activate the boss mechanic. Oh my god, fuck you. Multi-Melta, maybe that could be good. I know where to go if I need a multi-Melta. No health, huh?
With this, we shall defy death's grasp.
Alright, let's go then. Oh, there we go.
A moment, brothers. The spell is broken. They are attempting to breach the doors. That is no simple sorcery. Look how twisted the altar has grown. It seems alive. If it lives, then let us teach it of pain and death.
Can we go in the circle?
It reeks of the war. Raise the armor of your contempt and snuff it out. Look! It shrinks from us! Then keep close and enjoy.
Oh,
We
fuck
must
this. I
disrupt
should have
the
picked up the
spell.
multi-Melta for this. This is not good.
The heretics sent such a meager force to meet us. Show them the error of their ways. Reloading weapon. More abominations that wish to die. These are strange to me. Think they can stop us. Let us relieve them of their delusions, brother. Hold this ground. Ready to deploy special tactics. Your worthless life is empty.
Motherfucker, dude. Ah, fuck.
They are not dead yet. Your treachery ends now. Words as hollow as your fallen brothers.
Man, there's no fucking...
Can still bleed.
I'm just getting pelted to death like... There's no cover, man. There's no fucking cover.
Keep your head. I have you. You start the connection. I am in your net.
Jesus Christ. How? I don't know why I'm supposed to take it. It's supposed to bolt. Yeah, this is bolt, I guess.
No victory for you. Tear down the altar.
For Imora's amusement.
I hate these quest objectives. Like, oh yeah, just like hold while there's like fucking. Hold in the middle of nowhere with like no cover. Just tank this shit, I guess.
Titus to Lance of Jove. Status report.
We are patched up along our way.
See you at the objective.
The Emperor protects.
The Emperor would put up some more barricades to hide behind. He was really protecting.
Lance of Jove, stand by for extraction.
Affirmative.
In the name of the Emperor, open the doors!
Morius Luz.
I owe you my existence.
Come with us.
To where?
The battle barge.
Compliance, but I must speak with Archmagus Nozick at once.
He's dead.
Dead?
You are to replace him. Luz.
Approaching battle barge, docking in 1 minute.
The power source. It's dangerous.
I have spent my life studying it. I assure you it's quite safe. In the right hands.
Arrogance.
Arrogance.
Why must the Mechanicus meddle with the unknown?
We follow the will of the Omnissiah.
Go ahead.
Titus, report to Captain Akaran immediately on arrival.
Confirmed.
Encoding overloaded. Consider turning down video
Captain
settings.
Titus was killed on the Forge world of Graia over a century ago. He died holding the power source in his hands. Not even an Astartes could survive power of that.
I wonder if OBS can even handle Minecraft. Like, video settings are just too powerful. Maybe like if I played Pong or something, I'd be able to handle it.
Come with me. We must report to Captain Akaran.
Okay.
Promethean links immediately.
Back to sculpting once we get to the next mission.
I will need a repair crew before my next flight. Take note of the battle damage from the engine sears. Armor plating in sections 28B and 40E is compromised, along with void seals. Portside aileron is jammed. Portside afterburner has shrapnel lodged inside. Pressure test the fuel system after the leaks are sealed. Heavy bolters require a full resupply. Short-range sensors have been rendered useless. Make that a priority.
I'll make the necessary arrangements, my lord.
What was that between you and Luz?
Irrelevant.
I disagree.
That is your right.
Brother, we only want to help you.
Help? You almost cost us the mission, and now you speak of help.
Praying to the machine god.
Confirms contact with heretic Astartes.
How many?
Astra Militarum forces report multiple contacts with Rubricate throughout the Hive City.
Still no heretic ships on scanners.
The Rubricate are using portals, but it is possible they may have been present on Avarax for some time.
Lord.
Heretic Astartes. They're showing up in every hive city on Avarax. We're already overstretched by the Tyranids. The traitors have us off guard. The Adeptus Mechanicus tell me Aurora is ready. They say the weapon will work.
Sir.
I know your concerns, Titus. But we may have no choice.
Can we at least warn Calgar of the danger?
Impossible. The astropathic relay on Avarax has been completely surrounded. Every attempt we've made to break through the Tyranid lines has failed.
Can we Vox a message in?
There's a dead zone around the relay. Something's interfering with our Vox comms.
We have to get inside.
Emperor, save me. I've tried. Now the Tyranids have launched an attack on our defenses. We're pulling back to the fortress. We'll make our final stand there.
Battlefield projection. Magnify C3. Where are you? There. The Hive Tyrant.
We've had no reports.
It's there. We kill it. We break the synaptic connection.
They'd scatter like rats. A Hive Tyrant. A worthy adversary.
And if you're wrong, if it's not there, I cannot afford to throw men after a hunch.
Give me 2 squads.
2 squads?
We need to kill the Hive Tyrant, find whoever is jamming us, and get the message inside the relay.
6 men. That's all I can spare. Use them wisely.
Thank you.
The Emperor protects.
Lieutenant Titus.
Receiving.
Attend me on the crew deck.
Acknowledged.
Generators and plasma reactors. The intended goal was to achieve peak performance in all engine-related faculties.
I take it the results are positive?
Extremely. Propulsion and power output have been improved by almost 1.6%.
Guys, that's some pretty cool armor. Pretty cool eagle armor.
If the chaplain wishes to see you because of my transgressions, I will take full responsibility.
I gave no report. I have yet to decide if you require formal penance.
The arch-enemy lurks in the shadows of the Hive City.
Jerichus was blindsided by a rubric Astartes. He slayed the enemy, but lost his left hand.
Those abominations stir a deep wrath within me, brother.
Indeed. The cowards sent empty vessels to face us.
There is hardly satisfaction in slaying vacant ceramite that does not lament its folly. Give us heretic flesh that we may settle old scores.
I want to see what's going on over here.
Varellus always did put his brothers before himself.
Oh,
He once
this
shielded
guy.
me from a Tau ambush. Rail rifle nearly took his arm off along with half my helmet. The 1 degree of deflection saved my life. We only had to mourn his pauldron that day.
The Emperor will remember his valor long after we join him.
Forgive me, brother.
Alright, what's going on over here? Got open room. Huh. Let these guys say something. Nothing. Okay, I'll go in.
Titus, the captain has put great faith in you with this mission. Should you reach the relay, your message to Lord Calgar may determine the course of this war. Choose your words wisely.
You doubt my intentions.
It is your actions I will judge. I need not remind you of the consequences you suffered the last time. If you cannot trust in the will of the Primarch, then you are unfit for this duty.
Alright.
It seems I am not the only one on this ship with concerns about your intentions.
It is the chaplain's responsibility to ensure our chapter remains pure, not yours.
Your erratic behavior is plain for all to see. And now, I find you have a history of it.
I am doing my duty, as I was then, protecting a system from ruin.
I think that's all the dialogue here.
There he is. Lieutenant, Gallio and I were just examining your recent diagnostic.
Gallio, I object to such intrusions.
As do I. But they are queries I must fulfill.
I seek only answers. Your survival is a profound mystery that must be resolved.
Such unbridled curiosity is the gateway to ruin.
But that is where you are mistaken. Ruin is all around us, but I will soon depart for the Aurora facility on the Merium. And there, I shall close all gateways to Ruin permanently. You will see.
Okay.
We must prepare for the combat doctrines of 1,000 Suns, brothers. Abominable husks and their witch monsters. A test for Certigos. The traitors know our tactics as well. Sarcophagus. They do not have the codex. We do. And they have
The Hypno. Psychic assault with disturbing accuracy.
Let us endure the worst it can throw at us.
Plasma incinerator. Accuracy 10, accuracy 5. Yeah, that's way better. Sniping. What else has like really good accuracy? Instigator bolt carbine is 6. Marksman bolt carbine 7, but it has yeah. Bolt sniper rifle. Just not enough ammo. That's only 18 shots. The firepower is only 7 compared to 5. I don't know why I have to always set certain items active. Like every mission.
Lieutenant, the squad is ready. We are yours to command, Lieutenant.
The astropathic relay on Avarax is under direct assault. If it falls, so do our hopes of reinforcement. We will engage in a 3-point operation to break the Xenos command, restore Vox, and secure the relay.
We will not fail you.
Not one of us can afford to fail this day. Prepare for deployment. I will transmit mission details on descent.
Encoding is still overloaded. I have no idea what's going on. I can go back to like ultra performance. Let's go try that. I don't know what else we held. Access the relay, send a message to Lord Calgar. Okay. We'll end playing, we'll end it here, and then back to sculpting. Go finish up the creases. Maybe, oh wait, we need to do the van braces still.
It should be us facing the Hive Tyrant.
Talassa can
The
handle
van
it.
braces and then
have
maybe
3 men.
creases. We'll get those two done.
We should
and
be
we'll do
with
another
them, but you
mission.
have us playing courier.
That message has to get through.
And what exactly is that message?
Speak your mind, brother.
I searched the archives. You were once captain of the Second Company, and then you disappeared over a century ago.
I was serving with the Death Watch.
There would be records.
Not for a Black Shield.
A Black Shield? You would erase your chapter markings.
I would die for these colors.
Then why?
I was accused. It was my penance.
What were you accused of?
Corruption.
Brace for landing.
Move out.
Okay. Back to sculpting. I'll be right back.
Okay, something really weird is going on with Ordo Chronos, and nobody seems to be talking about it. Not in real life, and not even in the lore of 40K itself, which is super baffling to say the least, as the most widely known fact about them is that they famously disappeared without a trace centuries ago. We hadn't heard anything new about the Ordo until just recently, when they suddenly showed back up again in the timeline at the end of the 41st millennia, acting like nothing had happened. This event was made even stranger by the fact that not a single person thought to ask any questions. Not the High Lords, not the rest of the Inquisition, not even Guilliman. It was as if everyone had simply forgotten that they disappeared. But what if I was to tell you that this seemingly strange lack of questioning by the Imperium, which is completely out of character by the way, is no accident? That despite the overwhelming amount of evidence of their disappearance made available to us as the audience in 40K's lore, from the Imperium's perspective, the disappearance never happened. What if I was to tell you that there was evidence to suggest that their original disappearance was not some great tragedy as many of us have been led to believe? That in their research, they stumbled upon something big, something that would give them the power to transcend time itself, something that may or may not involve another super creepy and mysterious faction, the Legion of the Damned. That this once obscure, strange Ordo is now one of the most powerful factions at the Imperium's disposal, and is currently waging a secret, unseen war spread out across 40K's timeline. That their return at this precise moment could very well be heralding a future calamity, the likes of which mankind has never seen. But could all this really be true? If it is, then what is Ordo Chronos trying to stop? What actually is the Ordo Chronos in the first place? What is their history, and how did all of this happen? And most importantly of all, what role does the Legion of the Damned actually play in this? Because they seem to have a particular obsession with those dudes. Well, in this video, we're going to be diving into all that and a whole lot more. But full disclosure, due to the fact that this faction's lore is spread out over dozens of different obscure sources, all of which are infuriatingly cryptic, we're going to be getting into some pretty speculative territory. I've done the proper research, and I've gathered together every single source that mentions Ordo Chronos, big and small. Even the ones not listed on the wiki, thank you very much. So this video is going to serve as both a deep dive of their established canon, as well as a speculative piece about what they're trying to accomplish and their time-related ability. So take the theories presented in this video with a healthy grain of salt, especially at the end when we try to piece together this entire timey-wimey puzzle. So strap on your tinfoil hats, adjust your chronometers, and come with me as we dive headfirst into the Grimdark and learn everything there is to know about Ordo Chronos. Even though the Ordo Chronos is hands down one of the most mysterious factions in the entirety of 40K, I'll freely admit that I always thought they were kind of underdeveloped on purpose. They seem to be defined primarily by their sudden disappearance, and going off of the fact that they're almost never mentioned and you really have to dig to find references to them, I assumed that their addition to the lore was just Games Workshop's way of adding a little bit of mystery to the setting. I'm here to tell you that I couldn't possibly have been more wrong. That although their story is purposefully obtuse, being broken up into dozens of small blurbs, paragraphs, and cryptic references spread out across dozens of sources, when you put all of the pieces together, you find yourself staring at one of the greatest conspiracies in the history of 40K, one that could be indicating some pretty crazy stuff happening in the near future. Don't worry, we're going to piece the whole thing together in this video, and I brought the receipts. But to understand the mystery surrounding Ordo Chronos, we need to start at the very beginning of its history. We need to understand the nature of time anomalies and the threat they pose to mankind, and although it may be treading some old ground for 40K veterans, we need to start with a brief rundown of the Inquisition itself. If you're new to 40K, the Inquisition is oftentimes viewed as the Imperium's secret police, their ultimate mission to predict, identify, study, counter, and neutralize any and all possible threats to mankind, the Imperium, and the God Emperor. The problem is that the Imperium, to put it mildly, is a seemingly infinite and labyrinthian nightmare of intersecting bureaucratic departments. Something like a single SOS or approval request could take years, decades, or even centuries to make its way through the thousands of miles of red tape that is the Adeptus Administratum and get in front of the right person. And even then, it's highly likely that the request will end up getting lost or discarded somewhere along the way. Because the Inquisition's mission is so important, they're given the authority to bypass all of these channels, as if they were subject to them like everyone else, they wouldn't be able to do their job effectively. Thus, they're given supreme authority to operate as they see fit, their will subject only to the High Lords of Terra and the Emperor of Mankind. It should come as no surprise that in the grim darkness of the far future, the number of threats facing mankind on any given Tuesday are too numerous to count. Be they propagating out in the void, crawling their way into our reality, or, as is more commonly the case, coming from within the Imperium itself. So in order to combat them effectively, the Inquisition is divided into what are called Ordos. The three major Ordos being Hereticus, that deals with heretics, cults, and witches, Xenos, which combats alien threats, and Malleus, that studies the warp, demons, and the chaos gods. Now, although these are the three categories that get focused on the most in 40k, it's obvious that threats come in a lot more different categories than just those three. So beneath these three Ordos, you have dozens, if not potentially hundreds of minor Ordos as well, each grounded in a hyper-specific niche. A few of these include Ordo Maledictum, that focuses on studying the Great Rift and trying to find a way to close it. Ordo Sepulchrum, formed to combat a relatively new threat to the Imperium that appeared in the wake of the 13th Black Crusade, the Undead. And my personal favorite, Ordo Necro, whose purpose is not specified and there are no records pertaining to them, outside of the fact that there's another minor Ordo called Ordo Vigilis that exists solely to keep an eye on them, which, I'm not gonna lie, is kind of hilarious to me. Although it doesn't get focused on nearly as much as something like the Tyranids or the Followers of Chaos, Time, those who would accidentally or purposely violate it, and the strange entities birthed from its manipulation, are threats to the Imperium that the Inquisition takes very seriously. You see, Time and 40k are kind of weird. The name 40k in general is derived from the time period in which this franchise primarily takes place. For most of its runtime, we were set in the 41st millennium and just recently rolled over into the 42nd, except that we haven't. Or more accurately, we as the audience, the Imperium, and all those living within it don't actually have any idea what year it actually is. Now, this isn't just because Games Workshop is really stingy when it comes to giving us actual hard timestamps on when certain events took place, but also because in-universe, keeping track of time as we understand it down to the precise second is really difficult to do when you're dealing with a civilization the size of the Imperium that stretches across the galaxy, in a civilization that has, let's just say, is spotty record-keeping at best. This is exacerbated even further because of humanity's reliance on the warp for faster-than-light travel. Millions of human vessels are moving in and out of the warp each and every day, and every single time one of them does this, the timeline is violated. Sometimes in small, inconsequential ways, and other times in pretty profound ones. This is because time flows differently in the warp, as sometimes it speeds up, sometimes it slows down. It can do all kinds of crazy stuff. Sometimes, from a crew's perspective, they will have been in the warp for only a couple of months, only to arrive at their destination and find out an entire decade has passed in real space. Sometimes even multiple centuries may have passed. In incredibly rare circumstances, the ship can even arrive at their destination before they technically departed. On one hand, this happening so frequently makes it difficult to keep an accurate count of the time and date, and not to mention the timeline of historical events. But on the other hand, all manner of temporal anomalies may arise from these and similar events. This is what the Ordo Chronos was originally believed to have been established to investigate, raving mad individuals from world to world that claim to have been from another time. Now, on one hand, you might not think this is that big of a deal. Sure, maybe it's something worth investigating, but a threat to the very foundations of mankind? What's a couple of raving time travelers that everybody thinks has just had a little too much AMASEC really going to do? Well, according to the Inquisition, quite a lot. Think about it. Most of the Imperium's history has been censored, purged, or aggressively downplayed or embellished. Most people within the Imperium think that Space Marines are literal angels, and there were only ever 9 Primarchs. All records of the Horus Heresy have been locked away, and though the people know that the warp is dangerous, simply knowing of the existence of demons, let alone the Chaos Gods, is something that's punishable by death. Could you imagine how much damage could be caused if people were showing up in the current year from thousands of years ago with information that everyone living in this time wasn't supposed to know about? What could happen if someone from the Great Crusade showed up in this time period with knowledge about the Emperor's 9 traitorous sons, or the fact that he claimed he wasn't a god? It could cause massive, widespread anarchy and political instability. And that's all bad enough from the perspective of a faction that takes extreme measures to maintain order. But individuals going backwards in time would be far worse, not just for the reasons mentioned beforehand, but because they could accidentally or purposefully interact with people, objects, and locations that directly interfere with historically important events. The Inquisition believes that such a temporally displaced person would have ample opportunity to manipulate the course of history. The tiniest variable being altered could fundamentally derail the fate of mankind and the Emperor's divine plans. The consequences of allowing these chronological abominations to continue to exist are virtually limitless. Now, at some point in the Ordo Chronos' history, as they delved further into time-related threats to the Imperium, they discovered that simple, misplaced Imperial citizens was only the tip of the iceberg when it came to temporal phenomena. So they expanded to investigating things like the Hadix anomaly and other warp storms that manipulated the flow of time in their vicinity. Further, they began to investigate species that had learned to control or even weaponize time. Species like the Hrud that produce entropic fields that speed up time for everything that gets too close to them. Or the Chronomancers of the Necron dynasties. They also found out that there were tons of relics out there, be they sorcerous or scientific in nature, that could interrupt the proper flow of time. For example, there was a scene in the Ravener trilogy wherein our heroes were presented with a strange relic that took the form of a regular wooden door. When somebody walked through it, they would be transported to a random time and place. Now, the first time that our heroes used it, they ended up on a dead world that had been stripped of life down to the microbial level, and then were attacked by Tyranids. They escaped back through the door, but the creatures followed them through. Now, without getting into too many spoilers, the threat is eventually contained. But the crazy thing is that they had no idea what a Tyranid was. This took place centuries before their first documented sighting. Can you imagine how much damage would be done if such a relic fell into the wrong hands? If somebody used it to send the Tyranids back in time to a point when the Imperium was at their weakest, like say, right after the siege of Terra. Now, situations like this are exactly what the Ordo Chronos has been trained to prevent. Now, the Ordo spent many centuries investigating leads such as these before mysteriously disappearing without a trace. Every single Inquisitor, as well as every serf, menial, servitor, and agent, seemingly vanished into thin air or went into hiding, leaving behind no evidence to what had happened. Over the centuries, whispered rumors would pop up from time to time pertaining to them, as some said that a renegade faction within the Adeptus Mechanicus was responsible for their disappearance. Others say that they messed with something that they shouldn't have and ended up displaced somewhere within the timeline, and are currently trying to make their way back to the present. Some say they're still out there somewhere, pursuing an objective of significant importance known only to them, and that one day they will return to prevent some apocalyptic time-related calamity that mankind is unknowingly set on a collision course with. Now, that would be a great little place to end this video. A solid mystery that's been left open-ended, so we've got something to speculate on for years to come as a community. But the mystery of Ordo Chronos semi-recently took a huge confusing new turn, as with no fanfare or even acknowledgement in any way, shape, or form, they suddenly showed back up again in Imperial records at the end of the 41st millennium. The weird part, not a single person has seemingly even inquired about what happened to them. Not a single character has even acknowledged their disappearance and re-emergence as something that's kinda weird. To me, it feels very much like a, what are you talking about? They never disappeared, they've been here all along. It's definitely the same Ordo Chronos you remember, stop asking questions. I'm not buying it. Something weird is going on here, and to get to the bottom of it, we're going to take a look at 4 separate sources that have appeared in recent Warhammer stories that give us some critically important insight into what is going on with them. And as will be made apparent by the end of this video, the massive conspiracy they are involved in. So we'll start by getting the 2 boring ones out of the way first. We had a mention of Ordo Chronos in both the novels Avenging Sun and the first book in the Dark Imperium trilogy. In Avenging Sun, we learned that in order to keep track of the Indomitus Crusades events, as well as make sure his fleet has precise knowledge of when they're going to arrive at key locations, the Chronologians on Guilliman's flagship are currently being assisted by a pair of operatives from Ordo Chronos. In the Dark Imperium book, there's a scene in Chapter 9 where Gilliman is flipping through a whole bunch of records pertaining to the Imperium's history over the last 10,000 years, to try to establish a proper timeline of events. This isn't the Imperium that he remembers from before his apparent death at the hands of his brother Fulgrim. It has slipped so far off course from what his father had envisioned that it's almost unrecognizable. It's only a single drop in the bucket that is the Imperium's problems, but an accurate recounting of history is something that is nonetheless an important step to getting everything back on track. But the more he flips through all of these records provided to him by Belisarius Cawl, the more distressed he's getting. It's an absolute clusterfuck of missing files, censored documents, outdated and factually incorrect accounts of historical events, and thousands of secret conflicts. One such secret conflict being something that is referred to as the Chronos Strife, a bitter ongoing internal war within Ordo Chronos over the Imperium's dating system. Now, unfortunately, this is all the information that we're given here, so we can take only a couple of things away from these two sources. Number one, the Ordo is back in operation, but we're not given an explanation or even an acknowledgement of their previous disappearance. We don't know if this is the same Ordo Chronos that disappeared centuries ago, or if it's a new group of Inquisitors masquerading as them. Number two, we know that the Ordo is currently embroiled in a civil war, sparked from disagreements over the Imperial calendar. It's not a lot to go off of by itself, but thankfully we have two more sources to examine, both of which stemming from the Warhammer horror line of novels and short stories, which most of the community has unfortunately been sleeping on. The first of these stories was called The Pharisine Paradox, which is fantastic and I covered in its entirety in my Grimdark Story Hour series, so check that out if you like spooky sci-fi horror stories. Without getting into spoilers for the story itself, as most of the new information we get pertaining to this particular subject is thankfully given to us right at the beginning anyways. In the story, we learn that an Inquisitor of Ordo Chronos named Astro Yarvis, who was an expert in temporal anomalies, became fascinated by unusual chronological manifestations near a nebula named Rho 386 Cummings. In order to more effectively study the nebula, he commissioned a watch station in its vicinity. He spent many years here along with those under his command, but one day he received an urgent astropathic message informing him that he needed to attend a gathering of other Inquisitors from his Ordo immediately. He left his interrogator behind and placed him in charge of the watch station. He told him, quote, "Keep a weather eye on the nebula until I return." Then he set off for an unknown location towards the eastern edge of the Ultima Segmentum. He would never be seen again. The truth was that this meeting was going to be when the entire Ordo disappeared. Now, the big takeaway from me here is that this Inquisitor didn't give any indication to his interrogator that he knew what he was walking into. He didn't say, "I'm going to be gone for a really long time," or "I'm never going to return again." And the story implies that he had a really close relationship with his prodigy here. He wouldn't simply abandon him. Now, to me, this could indicate a couple of different things. The most obvious scenario is simply that Astro didn't tell him not to wait for him because he thought he was going to come right back. But then a tragic accident occurred at the undisclosed meeting location that wiped out the entire Ordo in a single blow. But if I'm being honest with you, I'm not buying the easy solution here. A meeting like this is not a regular occurrence for the Inquisition. An entire Ordo gathering together in one place is only done in the most dire of circumstances for exactly this reason, to prevent something like all of them getting killed at the same time. What I think is more likely, however, is something was revealed at that meeting, something uncovered by the other Inquisitors within the Ordo that Astro wasn't aware of, something that once revealed fundamentally changed the trajectory of Ordo Chronos forever, is something so profound, so game-changing, that dozens of Inquisitors would do the unthinkable and immediately abandon their life's work to pursue. But what could they have discussed that day? What was the Ordo experimenting with, and what terrible truths did they uncover? For insight into that, we turn to the final recent source, another entry in the Warhammer horror catalog, Perdition's Flame. If you're interested in it, I covered this one in the Grimdark Story Hour as well as the Pharisine Paradox, and I'll have both of those linked down below in the description as well as at the end screen at the end of the video. I say this now because there's no way to discuss Ordo Chronos' connection to this story without spoiling the twist ending. So go watch my video on it and then come back if you don't want it spoiled. But otherwise, we're gonna dive right into it because I've been wanting to talk about the implications of this one for a while. Okay, so in the story, we have an Inquisitor from Ordo Chronos named Inquisitor Erin, who has recently commandeered an Imperial prison ship. She's told the ship's captain that she has a relic in her possession of great importance to her Ordo, and she needs to be transported safely. But she doesn't tell anyone any more information than that. However, shortly after boarding the vessel, all manner of strange things started to happen. The crew began complaining about hearing voices, seeing shadowy figures move out of the corner of their eyes. The ship's system started to malfunction, and over time, it just got worse and worse until the vessel's warp drive went offline and half of its augury systems got knocked out. Even worse, they were unknowingly being pursued by something demonic, something that ended up spawning an entire legion of poxwalkers that ended up manifesting across the ship. The story follows two separate main characters forced into an unlikely alliance: a guardswoman named Captain Brandon and one of the prisoners that the ship was transporting named Guardsman Vox, who was being transported to a penal colony for crimes of cowardice. They end up forced into a survival situation where pretty much all of the armed forces on the ship end up getting killed, and they have to figure out what is going on in order to make it out alive. Their journey through the ship's guts ends up eventually taking them to the Inquisitor's chamber, as they realize that all of these strange things started happening after she joined them. Whatever relic she had in her possession was causing all of the phenomena and drawing in these demons like moths to a flame. When they finally make it to the Inquisitor's chambers, they're greeted with a pretty strange sight. It's like a huge cathedral containing dozens of pews that have hundreds of skeletons seated upon them, each one hooked up to a strange psychic device. In the room's center is a huge bizarre machine built around an ancient sarcophagus and covered in clocks, chronometers, and many other time-related instruments that are all frozen still. They find the Inquisitor on her knees and plugged into the machine with a whole bunch of restraints holding her in place. She's whispering a strange mantra: "By force of mind shall you be bound. By force of mind shall space resist form. By force of mind shall time resist computation. By force of mind shall we endure." So, as it turns out, all of the skeletons in the room are psychers that the Inquisitor had requisitioned from the black ships bound for Terra to be sacrificed to the Golden Throne. Instead, she hooked them up to the machine and slowly siphoned away their power to keep this device functioning. Now, with all of the disasters that have ensued across the ship, in a last-ditch effort to keep this thing going, she has hooked herself up to it, just to keep it powered a little bit longer. They unhook her from the machine, and as soon as she's out, all of the clocks on the device start ticking again. Miraculously, their Vox equipment, which up until this point had not been working, suddenly spring back to life. They go to help the limp Inquisitor back to her feet, but she snaps out of her trance, freaking out, jumping past them and desperately trying to connect back to the machine. But in order to get her out in the first place, they had to cut through many of its wires and cables. Realizing that she's completely severed from it, she goes into full panic mode, freaking out, wailing and sobbing as if she had just lost a child. She calls them savages, asks them if they have any idea what they've done, how many years it had taken her to get this far, what they had cost the Ordo Chronos. The two main characters, who at this point blame the Inquisitor for everything that has happened to them, tell her point blank that the situation had reached critical mass and they were forced to take drastic measures. She was no longer in charge, the ship was overrun, and they were done listening to her. She looks at them in disbelief and tells them that they had one job: to keep the ship safe. If they had just done their job, she could have contained this thing until they reached port. Right after this, she collapses to the floor and starts to spasm. All of the damage the machine had done to her body by draining away portions of her soul has finally caught up to her. Meanwhile, all of the Poxwalkers have broken into the room, and they've got seconds left to flee before they get overrun. But Vox refuses. He demands to know what this machine is, why it was so important that the Inquisitor would risk the lives of everyone aboard to protect it. With her dying breath, she says that it isn't a machine, it's a cage. In that moment, the sarcophagus at its center rips open and the lid goes flying across the room, and out steps a space marine in armor as black as the void, wreathed in flames with a skull for a face. She had captured a member of the Legion of the Damned, who then proceeded to go absolutely berserk, murdering all of the oncoming Poxwalkers. I won't spoil the ending, as this is where the Ordo's involvement ends, and it's still definitely worth checking out for yourself. But what the actual f***? Okay, so in order to make sense of all this and figure out what the Ordo Chronos was attempting to do here, we have to briefly talk about the Legion of the Damned. I'll keep it brief as I've been meaning to do a full deep dive on them in the future. Now, although the Legion of the Damned looks like a chapter of Space Marines, we don't actually know what they are. Some people think they're demons of the Emperor. Some people think they're the psychic ghost of the loyalists slain at the Drop Site Massacre, and others believe that they are the lost Ultramarine successor chapter, the Firehawks, who disappeared into the warp and were afflicted with some type of crazy warp-born mutation that turned them into immortal wraiths, blessed with all manner of supernatural powers. I'll go into all these stories in more detail in their dedicated video, but for now we're going to take the Lost Firehawks theory as canon, as it's the one that has the most concrete evidence behind it. It's also the one that's mentioned in pretty much every single source that talks about the Legion of the Damned outside of the novels, dating all the way back to their Codex Astartes entry in White Dwarf issue 99, published in 1988. Now, in fairness, this could definitely be a 40-year-long misdirection from Games Workshop. I certainly wouldn't put that past them. But for now, this is a theory that the lore presents to us as their canonical origin, so it's the one that we're going to go with. Okay, so why is this of any importance to the Ordo Chronos specifically? Well, first and foremost, the Legion is without a doubt a form of temporal anomaly, meaning that they fall under the jurisdiction of the Ordo Chronos. But they're not just any old regular temporal anomaly. They're ones that have seemingly mastered the chaotic and random nature of the flow of time within the warp. We have an exact date when the Firehawks chapter disappeared and likely became the Legion of the Damned. It was in the year 963 of the 41st millennium. But this wasn't the Legion's first sighting. They would be present during the Pyrocataclysm of Villedad Prime in the 6th year of the 40th millennium, almost 2,000 years before the Firehawks' disappearance. And this wasn't the only instance of this happening, as they also appeared at the Battle of Godba 643 years before that day. They assaulted an Eldar craft world in M41-852, and were present at the Battle of Andraxa in M41-922, showing up again and again to fight in the defense of mankind somehow before they were even created. Now, certainly one could dismiss this as simply evidence that proves that the Firehawks are not in fact the Legion of the Damned, or that those earlier sightings were simply a case of misidentification. But when we look at the 6th edition Legion of the Damned Codex, we get a passage that explains when the Ordo Chronos first started investigating their rumored sightings, they noticed a peculiar pattern. You see, the Legion only ever appeared at the most critical of times, never too late and never too early, and always precisely in the most advantageous position to bring death to the enemy, almost as if they had already seen the battle play out, like it was ancient history to them that had been studied from every conceivable angle. This compiled with the fact that they were clearly manifesting out of the warp and were not adherent to its random nature was of great interest to Ordo Chronos. A large portion of their Inquisitors are said to have dedicated their entire lives to pursuing them in order to learn their secrets. But every single time one of them would get close, an unprecedented disaster would occur. These ranged from things like landslides, explosions, telekinetic bursts of energy, or even sudden mass onset aneurysms that caused everyone that was pursuing them to suddenly keel over dead. Whatever the Legion of the Damned actually is, and who or what is controlling them, has made it very clear that it has no intention of sharing its secrets, and has seemingly godlike abilities to ensure that no one will ever get close enough for an interview unless it deems it important. Now, unfortunately, the Inquisitor's intentions in Perdition's Flame are never really made apparent to us, past the fact that she seems to have accomplished the impossible by capturing one of them. Simply trying to keep it contained was a massive undertaking that ended up dooming an entire ship and hundreds, if not thousands of people. But what if she wasn't the only person who managed to capture one of them? It certainly wouldn't make any sense that if this cage was a one-of-a-kind relic, that the Ordo would leave such a critically important mission in the hands of a single Inquisitor. What if Ordo Chronos made dozens of these things, and where Inquisitor Erin may have failed, one or more of her colleagues managed to succeed? Such an event would certainly be a legendary moment for Ordo Chronos, one that very well may have called for an immediate gathering of every single one of their Inquisitors at an undisclosed location, one like the one Astro Yarvitz went to right before the Ordo disappeared. What if the Ordo's disappearance wasn't a freak accident? What if they didn't all get wiped out or sucked into a time vortex never to be seen again? What if they were able to replicate the Legion of the Damned's time-traveling abilities? And what if they used their newfound powers to elevate themselves to a higher calling? One wherein they would no longer function as simply a minor Ordo, their investigations limited by something as trivial as the current year. What if they all became seemingly omnipotent agents of the Emperor, able to freely travel through space and time at will? Now, surely that's ludicrous. There would be clear evidence of this happening throughout 40K's lore. Surely we couldn't open something like, say, I don't know, the Deathwatch RPG supplement The Outer Reach and see direct evidence of a mysterious unknown Inquisitor seeding information to people about future catastrophes, including one linked to a long-feared celestial phenomena known as the Dark Pattern. Well, here's the thing. We absolutely can do that because that 100% happened. For those of you who have been following my Grimdark Mystery series, you know exactly where this is going. Thousands of years ago in the Jericho Reach sector, the Imperium discovered this thing they refer to as the Dark Pattern, a series of dead worlds that don't make any sense. They look like they're out of space and time, like they were all brought here by some unknowable cosmic force for an unknown reason. These worlds were studied for many years, but nothing conclusive ever came up. But there was this one Inquisitor named Sinclair who was convinced that they represented a danger to mankind. He studied them on his own for 10 years without much to show for it, until on one of them he found a set of strange alien ruins and went inside. Now, we don't know what happened in those ruins, as this is where his transcript of the events end, but we do know that his entire team was killed, and the next time he was seen, he was floating alone in space several light years away in a state of confusion, malnutrition, and dehydration. Now, after he recovered, he went to an inquisitorial conclave with his findings, telling them that the Dark Pattern needed to be taken seriously. But the other Inquisitors looked at his evidence and didn't think this was very conclusive, so they were just about to deny his request when a strange woman showed up. One that none of them had ever seen before, who was bearing an inquisitorial rosette and the symbol of an hourglass. She told them that if Sinclair's warning wasn't heeded, the future consequences would be dire, that the ancients would rise again unchecked. Seeing as nobody knew who this woman was, whether she had a rosette or not, the conclave moved to have her arrested. But before the Deathwatch Marines that were in attendance could move to do so, she disappeared in a flash of light and left behind only a strange book with the dual symbols of both the Inquisition and the hourglass etched into their surface. No matter what they tried, this book couldn't be opened, so it was taken to the Chamber of Vigilance for further study and analysis. To this day, it still hasn't opened up, but there are whispers that the techno-arcane mechanisms that keep it sealed will open of their own accord on a particular day in the future when the information contained within is needed the most. Now, that's a little bit of a side tangent. Let's get back to the mysterious woman in Sinclair. Now, you see, the very next night in his chambers, she appeared before him, which freaked him out because all of the doors were locked and there was no possible way she could have gotten in. I'm going to go ahead and read to you the conversation that took place between the two of them, so no key details get lost in the translation. Her garb marked her as a member of the Inquisition, Baroque armor bearing the stylized eye of that order, covered by a loose-fitting embroidered robe. Purity seals hung from a number of areas. Numerous trinkets and reliquaries adorned her person, including an intricate hourglass.
A simple matter, really, but that is of little concern. I come to you now as one who has seen the end result of your fears, and I urge you to continue to pursue your goals. The dead Cabal will be needed in the coming years with the utmost urgency.
What does that mean? End result of my fears. You speak as though you know the...
His voice trailed off.
Who are you? What Ordo do you represent?
A stark realization began to set in, and Sinclair took a step closer to the woman.
Can it be? Are you really of the Ordo?
We have no time for speculation, my good Inquisitor Sinclair. What you must know is this. There are forces greater than anything you can imagine at work throughout the Jericho Reach. It will fall upon the shoulders of the Deathwatch to one day ensure that certain events do not come to pass if mankind is to survive. Choose wisely of those you would bring into this endeavor, and above all things, beware the rising of the Hollow Sun.
Sinclair threw his hands up and turned from the woman, exasperation written across his features. You speak in riddles. What is a Hollow Sun?
As he turned back, the woman was gone, and the lumen globes in the room seemed to return to normal, dispelling the shadows that hung in its corners. Okay, so to briefly summarize what happened next, after this, the Inquisition from this point forward viewed Sinclair with suspicion, many going as far as branding him as a radical. He didn't care though. He now knew that he served a higher purpose and continued his investigations on his own. He would end up becoming something of a mythical figure, popping up all over the place to assist the Deathwatch kill teams whenever one of their missions would take them to one of the worlds within the Dark Pattern, after which he would then disappear, not to be seen again for decades or even centuries. The last recorded sighting of Sinclair was in the early part of the 41st millennium, which is frankly impossible, because he would surely have been dead at this point for thousands of years. Now, even if the Inquisition didn't trust him and never officially sanctioned an investigation into the Dark Pattern, the Deathwatch respected the guy, and many of them took his warning very seriously. So the Deathwatch would carry on in his mission, establishing dozens of new watch stations throughout Jericho's reach to monitor the Dark Pattern. However, thousands of years would pass, and over time, the watch stations would end up becoming abandoned due to many other pressing factors that were drawing the Deathwatch's attention. At this point, they would become known as the Dead Stations. Now, in more recent times, there's suddenly been renewed interest in studying the Dark Pattern, and the Deathwatch has formed what they refer to as the Dead Cabal, consisting of 5 Deathwatch Space Marines: Night Warden Alric, Prognosticator Renin Terrell, Master of the Forge Zeriel, and Watch Captain Matthias. Then, sometime after their formation, they would be joined by their 5th and final member, a shadowy inquisitor named Valaine Ramius. Now, tell me if this all sounds familiar. This inquisitor is also super mysterious. Nobody knows who she is, where she came from, what her history is, and what ordo she belongs to. There are some super old records of an inquisitor matching her description that was also super mysterious and apparently showed up out of nowhere before disappearing again. But they're inconclusive, and she's clearly just a mortal woman. Those records are from a single conclave from several millennia ago. It certainly wouldn't be the same person. To even suggest such a thing would be a foolish waste of time. Like a few of the individuals we've previously spoken about, Valaine is never around, and nobody knows where she is or what she's doing until she suddenly appears without warning where she's needed the most, and then vanishes just as abruptly after the situation has passed. Or at other times, she shows up to inform the Deathwatch of a mission of critical importance, telling them just what they need to know before disappearing again. Those who have actually spoken with her say that she has this really off-putting habit of finishing other people's sentences and responding to their actions before they happen, as if she knows what they're about to say or do. There's a ton of rumors that have circulated about her, ranging from her being a latent psyker to an operative from the Legio Assassinorum. However, whispered in the upper echelons of the Deathwatch scholars is a theorized connection to Ordo Chronos. If any know the truth for sure, it's one of the 4 other members of the Dead Cabal, and so far, they haven't provided any answers. Okay, so now that we've gone over all of this information, I'm gonna go into full tinfoil hat mode and try to tie all of these things together. So, the Ordo Chronos was founded to investigate people misplaced in time via warp travel. But as time went on, however, their research efforts continued to expand. They learned that time-displaced voidfarers were but the tip of the iceberg when it came to temporal anomalies, that the galaxy was absolutely flooded with time-related threats. They began to investigate all of these different categories, and eventually their investigative efforts led them to the Legion of the Damned, who were potentially the greatest time anomaly of all, in that they had complete mastery of time travel and, by all accounts, were aligned with the Emperor just like they were. It was then that they shifted their efforts to attempting to gain an audience with them in order to learn their secrets, but every single attempt was met with failure. Undeterred, they doubled down on their efforts, and eventually, their centuries of research into all things related to time, including the sciences and forbidden sorceries centered around its control, would bear fruit. They would learn how to construct a device that would bypass the Legion's defenses, allowing an Inquisitor to bind and capture one of its members. How many of these cages were created and how many members of the Legion were successfully apprehended is unknown. but eventually their mission was deemed a success. The secrets learned from the Legion were so profound that an immediate gathering of every Ordo Chronos Inquisitor was called. It's unlikely that all of these Inquisitors knew what was going on, but they at least understood that what was going to be presented was confidential and of critical importance, so much so that they were instructed to leave behind no records of the meeting's location or the Ordo's intentions. It is likely that what was presented at this meeting was directly tied to the Legion of the Damned's abilities, that they had learned the Legion's secrets and could now operate in exactly the same way that they did. This was a profound breakthrough that would fundamentally change the course of the Ordo's history and its purpose going forward. They all left together, disappearing without a trace, stepping outside of the timeline. They were no longer simply individuals investigating time anomalies, they had become one themselves. Their members from this point forward would be able to move backwards and forwards through time and space exactly the same way that the Legion of the Damned did, making sure certain events were prevented and key individuals were present at critically important points in time. They would then seemingly return to our timeline near the end of the 41st millennium after the destruction of Cadia, the formation of the Great Rift, the resurrection of Roboute Guilliman, and the launch of the Indomitus Crusade, arguably one of the most important points in the Imperium's history. Given as how not a single person in any of the stories has acknowledged the ludicrousness of an entire Ordo disappearing without a trace and then suddenly showing back up again to no fanfare, it is my belief that the Ordo erased its own disappearance from the timeline. From the perspective of everyone alive today that knows of them, they never disappeared. They are simply a minor Ordo of the Inquisition that is particularly pedantic about dates and calendars. So much so that they would devolve into infighting at the mere suggestion that the calendar could be wrong. It is my belief that one of two things could possibly be occurring here. Either A, this is nothing but a cover-up, a purposeful misdirection designed to give them an air of incompetence and unimportance, or B, there are now two Ordo Chronoses. The current Ordo Chronos that the Imperium knows about and is present on Guilliman's flagship is a version of the Ordo that was never successful in unlocking the secrets of time travel and thus never disappeared. Because they never had any major breakthroughs like this, over the years their role and importance has slowly diminished, to the point where they're glorified calendar keepers. While the original Ordo Chronos, the one that was successful and did disappear, remains removed from the timeline and is free to move throughout it at will, ensuring that the Emperor's divine plans fully come to pass. Okay, so at the end of all this, full disclosure, although I believe this to be the truth of Ordo Chronos, we are missing huge swaths of information. And this theory was pieced together by examining at bare minimum a dozen different sources stretching back to 40K's early history, as some of which only give us a very small cryptic piece of an incomplete puzzle. So though I'm confident in my research, take all this with a massive grain of salt, as it's a mystery that's still very much in development. And I've had to employ some educated guesswork to fill in the gaps in my theory. As I've mentioned in the past, I'm probably at around 150 novels read at this point, plus an enormous amount of supplementary material from the last 30 years of 40K, but I haven't read everything that's ever been released in this franchise. So if you've read something that mentions Ordo Chronos in any capacity from a source that I didn't mention in this video, definitely let me know about it in the comments. And speaking of which, what do you think of all this? Do you think I hit the nail on the head with Ordo Chronos and they're potentially one of the most important, if not powerful organizations, not just within the Inquisition, but the Imperium as a whole? Or do you think I've gone completely off the deep end? That's totally fair as well. If not for the reasons I theorized, why do you think it is that nobody has acknowledged the Ordo's disappearance and sudden re-emergence? Do you think that the Chronos strife that Guilliman was reading about is an actual civil war being fought across space and time by the Ordo? Or do you think it really is just a disagreement about Imperial dating systems? What about the Legion of the Damned? What further role do you think they play in all this? Are they allies of the Ordo now, or does the Ordo look at them as simply a power source? Considering the fact that the Legion is privy to future information and still wanted nothing to do with the Ordo, and also that they literally imprisoned them, I'm leaning towards them not exactly being on friendly terms. Also, I didn't have time to go into it in this video, but Belisarius Cawl just recently revealed that he knows of a planet that is trapped in the event horizon of a black hole, meaning that it is quite literally a planet from the War in Heaven that has been frozen in time for 60 million years.
And as is tradition for someone like Belisarius Cawl, he's not concerned with the risks. He wants to go there. That was in the novel Genefather that didn't come out that long ago, and so this is probably certainly the subject of a future Black Library novel currently being written. If my theory is correct, then there's no way that Ordo Chronos isn't going to want to be involved in that. Maybe the lost technology found on this world will be of great benefit to mankind, and they're going to show up to make sure that Cawl gets it. Or on the other hand, they may know that the horrors he's going to uncover will pose a significant threat to the Imperium, and they're going to want to stop him. I could go on and on theorizing about this stuff because I find it super interesting, but I think I've rambled long enough. Let me know all of your thoughts, comments, questions, and concerns down in the comment section below. As you know, I read all of them, and I genuinely love hanging out and talking with y'all in there. Also, if you've been enjoying my videos and you're not subscribed yet, I think now is probably the best possible time to fix that. Go ahead and click subscribe, like the video, and leave me a comment. It super helps me out, and I would definitely appreciate it. Anyways, big thanks to everyone who supports all the work that I do, and I will catch you all in the next one. I don't know if you're aware or not, but spooky season is only 3.5 months away, which means it's the perfect opportunity to talk about another batch of creepy unsolved mysteries from the grimdark future of Warhammer 40k. From a bizarre species of formless, mind-controlling alien parasites that infiltrate our societies in order to hide from something far more horrifying, an ancient unseen evil that has been hunting them across the galaxy for thousands of years and is on a collision course with mankind. An ominous pattern of dead worlds within the Jericho's Reach sector that doesn't make any sense and seems out of place in the galactic alignment. It's as if something ancient and incredibly powerful has dragged them through space and time to this precise location for unknown reasons. Many members of the Inquisition are afraid that if the mystery surrounding these worlds isn't solved soon, they could usher in a calamity that mankind isn't ready for. We're also going to be talking about one of the most impossible places in existence, the Crystal Labyrinth of Tzeentch, and the only person in history that was ever able to conquer it, an unknown little girl and her little black dog.
Number 5. What are the cryptos running from? The grimdark future of Warhammer 40k is chock full of strange and sinister alien species, some being far more documented than others due to the Imperium's numerous encounters with them. However, some of the creepiest aliens are the ones that we still know very little about, and none capture the fear of the unknown quite as well as the cryptos. They are insanely rare, and documented encounters with them are often inconsistent to say the least. What we do know about them is that they don't actually have a physical body, nor, as far as the Inquisition's been able to determine, a home planet. Their true form is something of a sentient gas cloud, said to be hued by flickering green light and made up of half-formed horrors that could drive a man to madness if he stared into them for too long. These guys have evolved to live unaided within the cold vacuum of space, drifting in the dark places between stars, ever searching for far-flung human colonies to feed on. It is believed that the cryptos primarily target human settlements with little to no Imperial oversight, where the risk of discovery is greatly reduced. When such a community is located, they will drift down to the planet's surface in search of a human host to infect. This occurs when the victim unknowingly inhales their gaseous body. Now, once inside of the host, they will immediately dominate their mind, leaving the victim locked in and unable to control their body. The crypto will then immediately learn everything that their host does and will be able to mimic their behavior and mannerisms so completely that even lifelong friends or family members won't be able to tell that something is off. Once this process is complete, they will take their place within society, slowly draining the life force from their victim like a malevolent parasite, all while exerting a psychic aura of suggestion on every living creature within a sizable radius. Now, over time, they will manipulate this community, molding it to their design in order to better suit their purposes. When their stolen body is near death, they will find a discreet place to suck the last dregs of life out of them before discarding the withered husk and taking a new host. The cryptos are incredibly patient predators and never eat more than is needed to sustain themselves. They can go on living like this completely undetected for years or even decades, only abandoning their hunting grounds when one of two things occurs. One, they are discovered by a sizable force that the community they are influencing will be unable to fight off. Or two, for reasons unknown to the Inquisition, they sometimes will suddenly enter a panic state and do everything they can to get away, not just from this colony, but the planet as a whole, retreating back into the void of space as if fleeing from an unseen threat known only to them. Now, I'll freely admit, mind-controlling aliens that infiltrate human societies are not exactly out of place in the grimdark future. Hell, for the people living within the Imperium, it's just another Tuesday. But whereas these guys share a lot in common with, say, Genestealer cults or the followers of the Ruinous Powers, the differences are pretty stark and alarming. For one, they don't seem to have some hidden agenda. They're focused purely on survival, and everything that they do is made to conceal their presence even further. They don't demand to be worshipped by a lesser species, and thus there are no shrines or cathedrals built in their honor. They're not attempting to grow their flock, thus the communities they infect will almost always remain small and insular. And finally, as far as the Inquisition can tell, they're not the heralds of a future calamity. And most of the time with Genestealer cults, they'll attempt to grow as large as possible before eventually trying to take over the planet and ushering in a Tyranid invasion. The same goes for the cults of chaos, who will often attempt to grow unseen in order to eventually conduct a blasphemous ritual and open a warp gate to a demonic incursion. The cryptos, on the other hand, don't do any of this. They only care about hiding, and that's where things get really interesting and really creepy. Infected hosts that have been captured by the Inquisition and have undergone psycho-psychic analysis to evaluate their thought patterns have revealed a couple of interesting things. First and foremost, the cryptos hate humanity. They view us with utter contempt and refer to us only as meat. But conversely, they also view us as their only chance at salvation. Second, they do not experience emotion like we do. In fact, to simplify things, it's as if they don't experience emotion at all. That is with one massive exception. The Inquisition has derived the telltale markers of fear in their thought patterns. Fear defines everything that they do, and they're afraid all of the time. However, it's not the Inquisition or the forces of mankind that they're afraid of, but something else. Although there's still a lot of pieces missing to this puzzle, what the Inquisition has been able to determine is that the cryptos are running from something ancient and predatory. An invisible enemy that so far has remained completely undetected by even the most sensitive of mankind's augur equipment. Whatever this thing is, whenever it gets close to the cryptos, they lose all sense of rationality and are gripped by a primal sense of panic that will see them abandon communities that they have existed in for years, desperate to get away, fleeing into the void wherein a stable food source is never guaranteed. The few times this has been observed, the Inquisition is always left completely baffled, as no threat could be detected. It's still just a theory, but there are some within the Ordos that believe the cryptos did not always exist as they do now, that their bodiless form was artificially induced evolution, either inflicted upon their species as a last-ditch effort to escape whatever is hunting them, or a curse induced by the very same threat. Something that's only ambition is to hunt down every last one of them and right its previous failure to confine them to the halls of extinction. How long the cryptos have been preying upon humanity, how many of our societies they've successfully infiltrated, or what the source of their fear ultimately is something that the Inquisition has taken very seriously, labeling the cryptos as a Diabolus-level threat to mankind. We may never learn what exactly it is that they're running from, but perhaps for the sake of humanity, some terrible truths are better left unlearned. Number 4. The little girl who conquered Tzeentch's maze. This next one is one of Warhammer 40k's most classic and iconic mysteries that people have been debating back and forth ever since we first were introduced to it back in 2008 in the 5th edition Chaos Demon Codex. For those unfamiliar with the nature of chaos, the realms of each of the 4 chaos gods are molded to their image. At least we believe that they are. Things in the warp get weird, and we're dealing with matters of the metaphysical. So when its locations are described to us, they're described in terms that we can understand, as in physical locations made of tangible substance. But I'm getting sidetracked. That's a topic for a different video. The realm of Tzeentch, the chaos god of trickery, lies, and magic, takes the form of a massive crystal labyrinth that stretches across his entire domain. At the heart of the maze is Tzeentch's impossible fortress that contains his hidden library, a collection of every single scrap of knowledge, every thought, idea, and belief of every living creature across space and time. Now obviously, gaining access to such a place is the dream of many of his followers, dark sorcerers, and all kinds of seekers of forbidden knowledge. But to get there, one would need to conquer the Crystal Labyrinth, which is in of itself an impossible task. Out of the infinite possible routes a person could take, there is said to be only a single true path through the maze that leads to its heart, a road that passes through 9 gates, each taking the form of a golden arch that is 3 times the height of a man and bathed in purple, blue, and pink flames. To pass through each of these gates, one must converse with the labyrinth's guardian who watches over all of them. When approached, he will pose the seeker a question in the form of one of the 999 riddles of Zarathoth. Each of these riddles is said to be so impossible, so taxing, that only the greatest lateral and logical thinkers could discern their answer. If you get the question wrong, the Guardian will immediately swallow you whole. In the history of time and space, there has only ever been one individual that made it all the way through the maze, a person that was said to have concealed their true form under the guise of a young girl who was accompanied by a little black dog. Now, apparently, Tzeentch was so outraged that somebody managed to complete the maze that he confronted the Guardian, who immediately accused the girl of cheating. But who was this person? Was it actually just a little girl and the whole bit about them concealing their identity was something that Tzeentch made up to balm his bruised ego? Or was it somebody that we've met in 40k? Whoever it was must have had the intelligence of a deity, as it's probably impossible for a mere mortal to best Tzeentch. Some theories have speculated that it was the Harlequin laughing god Chegarak in disguise, whereas others have pointed out that it could have been the Emperor of Mankind. However, it's also possible that the labyrinth itself was meant to be some type of testing ground, wherein Tzeentch's subordinates would have to prove themselves. Maybe it was simply a powerful demon prince of Tzeentch who succeeded where many others had failed in the past. Now, I should point out the elephant in the room, as a lot of people will point to this and be rather dismissive, claiming that it's simply a reference to the Wizard of Oz, which is definitely true, but just because it's a reference to Dorothy doesn't mean that it's not canon. This appeared in official Games Workshop source material, so it definitely happened. This franchise is absolutely chock full of referential material to other franchises. A lot of people like to claim that 40k stole most of its story from Dune, and just because something is a reference doesn't mean that we should dismiss it. So who do you think this little girl was, and how do you think she managed to conquer the maze? Like I said before, it's one of those classic 40k mysteries, so I can't wait to read all of your theories down in the comment section below. The crazier, the better. Number 3. The Dark Pattern. The haunted expanse of Jericho's Reach is no stranger to unsolved mysteries, yet there is one that stands apart from the rest that has continued to vex mankind ever since the sector was first discovered thousands of years ago. You see, within this place exists a plethora of barren dead planets. There's no obvious evidence on their surface to what happened to them, and the vast majority seem out of place in the galactic alignment, as if they're not native to the sector and were brought here from somewhere else. Now, dead planets are nothing new in the grimdark future. The galaxy is a dangerous place, and over millions of years, any number of apocalyptic scenarios or celestial phenomena could occur that would leave a planet scoured of life. But there's something off about the ones in Jericho's Reach. First and foremost, the sheer abundance of them dwarfs every other blighted sector encountered by mankind. And second, their alignment seems to form a dark sigil, a pattern of unknown significance that bears the telltale markers of intelligent design. This dark pattern, as the Inquisition has taken to calling it, is said to be a web of death, formed from thousands of dead worlds torn from their celestial procession by an unknown force. It is the belief of the Death Watch, multiple ordos of the Inquisition, and the Dead Cabal that if the dark pattern's secrets are not unearthed and its mystery left unsolved, it very well may herald in a future calamity the likes of which humanity is not prepared for. There have been countless attempts to identify the dark pattern's creators, yet all remain inconclusive. Now, some believe that it was made by the followers of the Ruinous Powers, whereas others have implicated the Eldari or the Necrons. Others still claim that its architect may be something or someone that humanity has either not yet encountered or exists beyond the realm of human comprehension. As I mentioned before, the Imperium has been aware of the dark pattern for quite some time. In fact, it was the first thing of note documented by the early explorator fleets of the Adeptus Mechanicus when they encountered the region thousands of years ago. Is something that immediately raised red flags and caught the attention of the Inquisition. The Ordos launched multiple investigations into them, but could never really find anything substantial. There were many in those early years that felt as strange as the dark pattern seemed. Its origin was most likely natural, and due to millennia of no activity, it wasn't worth the continued expenditure of resources needed to study it. However, not all were so quick to dismiss it. Inquisitor Gerald Sinclair claimed that when he set foot on one of these planets, he could feel the lingering touch of something ancient and intelligent. Every fiber of his being was screaming that the dark pattern held enormous significance. Although the rest of the Inquisition would eventually cease their operations, Sinclair continued on alone, aided only by his entourage and a Magos of the Adeptus Mechanicus. His expedition between all of the planets lasted about 10 years without any meaningful discovery. That was until he came to the world of Nunk, where his worst fears would end up being confirmed. When he and his team went down to investigate, their planet-side deep scans picked up both slow geothermal changes taking place and an enormous amount of tectonic activity. There was something going on deep beneath the surface. As the investigation progressed, they eventually came across an ancient set of ruins that bore no marker of known Xenos life forms and had no obvious entrance. The ruins made Sinclair feel uneasy, and his instincts told him to leave them alone and return when he had more support from the Ordos. However, the Magos that was accompanying him was high on the promise of discovery and refused to leave. He had his team of tech priests and servitors install blasting charges that ripped a hole into the side of the ruins, creating an opening for their team to continue exploring. We, unfortunately, have no idea what Sinclair and his team encountered within the ruins, as this is where all of his transcripts end. No member of his team was ever seen again. Sinclair's ship was found adrift in the Iriok system, many light years away from Nunk. When his vessel was boarded by the Imperial Navy, they found it completely empty of crew. The Inquisitor alone was seated in the command chair, staring blankly into space, his body withered and suffering the ill effects of extreme dehydration and starvation. He turned his head to the rescue team, smiled, and then lost consciousness. Now, thankfully, Sinclair would eventually make a full recovery, though he had no memory of the time on Nunk and what he encountered in the ruins. But that didn't matter. Something was going on. He had gotten close to the truth, and someone or something had cast him out. He gathered together every scrap of data that he had from his 10-year expedition and immediately went to his peers within the Inquisition, assuming that they would agree with his assessment that the Dark Pattern was dangerous and needed to be investigated further. He proposed to them the creation of the Dead Cabal, a task force made of members of the Death Watch and the Inquisition whose sole purpose would be to study the Dark Pattern. His peers in the Inquisition, however, didn't end up agreeing with him. Some of them called him mad, while other more generous individuals claimed that he had clearly suffered a traumatic event that was skewing his judgment. They took one look at his reports and claimed they were lacking substance, and thus his request was denied. This left Sinclair dumbfounded and outraged, but before he could protest, an unknown woman, who none in attendance had ever seen before and was bearing the sigil of Ordo Xenos of the Inquisition, came to his defense. She told the council that they needed to heed his advice and supported the creation of the Dead Cabal. The Inquisitors and Deathwatch commanders that were in attendance moved to apprehend the unknown speaker, but before they could get a hold of her, she suddenly vanished in a flash of emerald light, leaving behind only a tome bearing the sigil of the Holy Ordos and embedded with a crystal hourglass. The book was immediately taken to the Chamber of Vigilance for further study, though try as hard as they might, they could never get it to open. To this day, none have seen any of the contents within, and many believe that the book will only open to reveal its secrets in humanity's time of need. Although no formal investigation was sanctioned after Sinclair's appeal, the Dead Cabal would eventually be formed, and new watch stations were constructed throughout Jericho's Reach to aid in the investigation. The Death Watch settled in for their long vigil, and many millennia would end up passing. Now, despite the Death Watch's efforts, no meaningful breakthroughs were ever made, and when the Age of Shadows began, most of these new stations would end up abandoned, as there were far more pressing concerns at the time. It has only been within the last few centuries that the Death Watch has taken renewed interest in the Dark Pattern, and the old stations, now having gone unoccupied for millennia, have been brought back into service. But what exactly is going on here? What is the Dark Pattern? Who created it and for what purpose? Although we don't have a lot of concrete answers, there have been hundreds of theories that have been put forth over the years. So let's talk about the four most prominent ones. The first theory, and the one that has gained the most traction, is that all of the worlds within the Dark Pattern are part of an ancient Necron empire that has yet to awaken. Considering over recent years, the Necrons have continued to have an ever-increasing presence within Jericho's Reach, this theory holds a lot of weight. But based on what the Imperium knows about the Necron dynasties, it would be impossible for each of these planets to be a tomb world, harboring millions of sleeping Necrons. If that was the case, it would be the largest dynasty ever encountered. Because of this, they might not all actually be tomb worlds. If the Necrons really are responsible for the Dark Pattern, it may be some type of massive energy nexus that, when activated, will cause the unknown dynasty to awaken once again. The second, more hopeful theory that is supported by the research of prognosticator Renan Terrell is that the Dark Pattern was originally created by the Eldari as a precursor to the Webway. We can't even fathom how the Webway was originally created, and it's very possible that these planets were used as something of a testing ground in its earliest stages of development. Although the theory seems far-fetched, Triel has claimed to have recently found traces of long-dead Xenos devices on these worlds that he believes has the ability to access the webway. If the theory proves to be correct, and the dark pattern can be used to access the webway, it would be invaluable in mankind's fight against the Eldar. The third theory, put forth by an Iron Hands tech marine, Zirel of the Dead Cabal, states that the dark pattern was originally created by the Old Ones, an ancient species that propagated life throughout the Milky Way, and famously created both the Orcs and the Eldar and fought against the Necrons during the War in Heaven 60 million years ago. He postulates that each of these planets was actually a massive genetic laboratory, all linked together through unknown techno-arcane means, where sentient species great and small were engineered by the Old Ones to aid them in their conquest of the stars. But when their empire began to crumble all around them, all of the worlds were scoured of all traces of technology and life in order to safeguard their last remaining strongholds. Others have stated that this theory is pretty out there and it's lacking any substantial evidence. To the Imperium's knowledge, which admittedly is very limited when it comes to the Old Ones, they were never active in this part of the galaxy. But Zirel is insistent and continues to search for evidence of the Old Ones' involvement. The final theory comes from Watch Captain Matthias, who claims that the dark pattern is directly tied to the Ruinous Powers, and when activated will lead to an expansion of the Hadex anomaly, plunging countless planets into chaos, darkness, and despair. Check out one of my earlier entries in the Grimdark Mystery series if you want to know all about that particular crazy warp phenomena. Now, seeing as how the dark pattern was mostly a prominent storyline in the now defunct Deathwatch RPG by Fantasy Flight Games, it's unknown if Games Workshop will ever pick this storyline back up. I for one hope that they do, because they left us on a massive cliffhanger. Until then, however, the dark pattern remains one of 40K's creepiest unsolved mysteries. Number 2. The Space Marine chapter that doesn't exist. Now, the next mystery I want to talk about is a little bit different from the other ones that we've covered in this series so far. It's a little less creepy and more just super interesting, and can trace its origins back to real-life events, and namely a particular Games Day and Golden Demon event back in 2005. Now, this is all centered around the Steel Confessors chapter of Space Marines, who were said to be a successor of the Iron Hands. But unlike the Iron Hands themselves, or quite literally any other chapter of Space Marines for that matter, they were not created by the Imperium. Instead, they were made in secret by the Adeptus Mechanicus. It is believed that they were the Mechanicus' attempt at having a Space Marine chapter of their own that was loyal to them first and foremost, even above the Emperor himself. The project was ultimately successful, and in the 36th millennium, the Steel Confessors were born, after the Skitarii forces of the Mechanicus assisted the Iron Hands in retaking the Boris system. In honor of their assistance, the Iron Hands Council of Iron agreed to the Mechanicus' proposed experiment, and provided them a portion of their gene seed in order to create the new successor chapter. The creation of the Steel Confessors was not exactly advertised, nor was it authorized by the High Lords of Terra, and once Ordo Hereticus caught wind of this, they immediately petitioned for the destruction of the chapter. This was seen as the Mechanicus trying to directly undermine the Imperium's authority, and if not met with immediate censure, would lead to an arms race between the two allied factions. After careful review, however, the High Lords ultimately decided that it would be a waste to destroy them. So they allowed the Steel Confessors to continue to exist so long as they swore loyalty to the Imperium and the Emperor over the Mechanicus and agreed to closely follow the tenets of the Codex Astartes. All of the conditions were met, and to this day, the Steel Confessors proved to be a valuable asset in mankind's fight against the alien, the heretic, and the mutant. Now that being said, old habits tend to die hard, and deeply ingrained beliefs are almost impossible to truly rewrite. All members of the chapter are strict adherents to the faith of the Machine Cult, and worship the divine trinity of the Omnissiah, the Machine God, and the Motive Force. Although it's not directly stated, if civil war ever broke out between the Mechanicus and the Imperium, the secret dual loyalty of the chapter would have predictable consequences, faith and duty coming into direct conflict with one another. There is a high likelihood that they would ultimately side with their honored tech brothers and sisters within the Machine Cult. So all of this is pretty interesting, right? A Mechanicus chapter of the Space Marines? Well, unfortunately, nobody knows if any of this is true or not, and anybody who has access to evidence supporting their lore has yet to come forward in 2 decades. You see, the bulk of the Steel Confessors lore can be traced back to a leaflet titled Index Astartes Steel Confessors that was supposedly handed out at a Gamesday and Golden Demon event at the NEC in Birmingham, England in 2005. The event featured a massive multiplayer battle known as the Battle of Kalevala, in which narratively these Steel Confessors were said to play a major role. Games Workshop even made a full life-size statue of one of their Space Marines and a bust of one of their Terminators for the event, of which pictures have been circulating on the internet now for quite some time. However, as of the time of this recording, no physical copy of Index Astartes Steel Confessors has ever been found. There are no pictures of it, no scans, and it's never been reprinted by Games Workshop. Aside from the people that actually attended this event, the only reason that any of us know anything about the Steel Confessors is from a now deactivated Angelfire account, wherein the page's author created an article claiming to be a direct copy of all of the information contained within the leaflet. But unfortunately, said author failed to provide any pictures of the document in question, so we have no way of verifying if any of it's actually true. Maybe they were being truthful, maybe they copied the leaflet word for word, or maybe this was simply a hoax, the author using an interesting mystery to push their own fan canon as real lore. Since that event, the Steel Confessors have not shown up in any meaningful way in any 40k story, be that a campaign for the tabletop game or one of the novels. The only actual mention that I've personally seen of them is that the main character of the Nightlord trilogy, Talos, at one point had replaced a damaged thigh guard on his power armor with one that was supposedly taken from a slain Steel Confessor. That's pretty much it. Despite the lack of concrete information, or perhaps because of just how intriguing the mystery surrounding the chapter is, the Steel Confessors have, over time, developed a small but passionate and loyal fan base. This is one of those mysteries that we'll unfortunately never get an answer to unless Games Workshop decides to reprint the leaflet, as it's pretty easy to fake something like that nowadays, and even if a real one did show up, it would be seen with a lot of scrutiny. Because of this, the lore of the Steel Confessors remains one of 40k's most interesting mysteries. Number 1. What is lurking in the Black Reef? The Black Reef is one of the most bizarre and dangerous areas of space in existence, and by many accounts, it's easier to explain what it isn't over what it is. The Black Reef has been described as a briar patch of gravitational madness that stretches for a dozen light years. The forces at work within the reef are so powerful that not only do they have a profoundly destructive effect on the physical universe, but somehow the reef itself is able to reach into the warp, tear ships out of the immaterium, and then subject them to its incomprehensible power. Inside of this place, gravity is no longer defined by the laws of nature. It pushes, pulls, wrenches, and tears seemingly at random, with a strength great enough to grab planets and fling them across the void. Such powerful gravitational ripples could rip a ship apart in mere moments. Even if somebody was able to find a path through its madness, the energy coursing through the reef creates a powerful magnetic effect on all physical matter. Wrecks of ancient ships, asteroids, and even rogue planets caught within its tides will rapidly change course and accelerate towards each other. Or, for that matter, any Imperial ship unlucky enough to find themselves trapped within the reef's currents. Although numerous voyages have been launched in an attempt to penetrate the reef and find out what's going on inside, almost all of them have ended in unprecedented disaster. To add to the Imperium's lack of information, the very few individuals that have gone in and made it back out alive have given conflicting reports on what they encountered. If any pattern can be derived from the mad scribblings of these intrepid explorers, however, it's that they all agree there's something hidden deep within the reef's core, something big and powerful. To date, the Imperium has no idea if the reef is a natural phenomena, something born of the warp, forbidden science run amok, or something else entirely. Even something like the Hadex anomaly or the Eye of Terror, for as strange and unnatural as they may be, can at least be explained through the Imperium's understanding of the warp. The Black Reef, on the other hand, defies all attempt at rational explanation. Debate over what it is or isn't has raged so fiercely within the Adeptus Mechanicus that many warn a schism is imminent, at least within the tech priests of the Achilles Crusade. Their more puritanical members state that all attempts at studying this thing need to be shut down immediately. whereas the more radically minded tech priests declare that the reef contains secrets that mankind must possess. Otherwise, the Tau, who have been using the reef as a natural barrier between themselves and the Imperium, and have also taken to studying it, might gain said knowledge first, and use it to create a weapon that could harness the power of the reef and be used against humanity. Although accounts of what is going on inside of the reef are rare, the most credible one comes from a rogue trader named Talus Kai. If his testimony is to be believed, then at the center of the reef exists a massive black sphere the size of a star that orbits a system of lost worlds, all pulled from different parts of the galaxy. Further, he claims this region was guarded by an undocumented reptilian xeno species that he called the Cyrasheen. Their entire purpose was to guard the area against an ancient enemy that was prophesied to one day return and enslave them. After he submitted his report and the cult Mechanicus got a hold of it, a whole bunch of new theories started popping up. Some of the tech priests claimed that the sphere must be a star-sized collection of pure antimatter, which the value of such a thing couldn't even begin to be quantified. Others said the sphere might be alive, an unknown Xenos life form containing godlike psychic abilities. Many others claimed the orb couldn't be natural, and might in fact be a singularity engine, a machine powerful enough to move the stars themselves. But if this is true, then who built this thing and why? What purpose did it originally serve, and who are the Cyrasheen protecting it from? There's still a lot of unknowns when it comes to the Black Reef, and we likely won't know the truth until either the Tau or the Imperium manage to launch another successful expedition inside. Until then, the Black Reef remains one of 40K's creepiest unsolved mysteries. And that was 5 more grimdark mysteries from Warhammer 40K. Which one was your favorite and why? What do you think is lurking at the center of the Black Reef? What do you think the cryptos are running from? And who was the person that conquered Tzeentch's maze? Was it actually the Emperor or was it somebody else? Do you know of any other creepy unsolved mysteries from 40K that you'd love to hear me talk about? Let me know all of your thoughts down in the comment section below. And don't forget to like the video and subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. I wouldn't want you to miss out on the next batch of grimdark mysteries. As always, big thanks to everyone who supports the work that I do, and I will catch you all in the next one.
Guys, I'm gonna end it here. I'm gonna go to sleep.